There we go.
Well, good day to everyone.
Hello.
And a terrible night I hope we all have.
Why would you hope that?
Because we are all playing Call of Cthulhu tonight. And if you haven't noticed, the DM is not in his rightful place at this moment in time.
Yeah, he is.
Not the DM.
He's
I
been
refer
evicted.
to Daddy, I mean Keeper.
I
Keeper,
refer
Keeper.
to Keeper sitting over here. Alright, children.
I hardly know her.
Waffle God!
Sorry.
Waffle God's already showed up!
Yeah!
But yeah, we are going to be playing Call of Cthulhu today, which is a D100 system. We'll get into that when it shows up. A lot of our players haven't played this system yet. So it'll be
Including me.
A learning curve for all of us.
A learning curve.
That I have,
A lot of
but
learning
it
curve.
was like
Always.
5 years ago, so I have no memory of it.
Yes, I took back my number one spot as a chatter. Sorry.
Yeah, just I had to get that in there quick.
Yeah.
But yeah, that is why we've all dressed up as fantastic characters here.
Dressed up.
What do you mean dressed up? Yeah,
This
that's
is
what
how
I
we normally
expected.
dress, actually, to be honest. But,
He did say he has this outfit. He already has
I
it.
didn't buy this. I already had this.
Yeah.
I didn't buy any of this
That's
either, to be
also
honest.
true,
I
yeah.
had all of this. But shall we start off with a little bit of a background of why we're all here? So it is a bitterly cold winter's evening in London. A strange and chilling report comes over the radio waves. The Meridian Star, a cargo ship that had been returning from South America, has docked at the London's East End. The ship was expected to bring goods and news from far corners of the world. The news it brought instead was more disturbing than anyone could have anticipated. The ship was completely empty upon arrival. The cargo was untouched. No bodies were found upon the deck of the ship, and it looked like there was no struggle. The police were at a loss and have reached out to as many people as they can to help assist. And this is where you all came in. You should all have, most of you, received a letter. So we start off. You've all gathered at a dock called Dock 17 along the stretches of the Isle of Dogs, which is a weird little dip thing in the EastEnders logo, if anyone knows that reference.
Papa G, hit it up with that reference. We know you know.
Come on, you all watch
You know.
EastEnders. You're told to wait here as you await your escort to Hargrave Manor. So who does everybody see standing at this docks?
Well, I suppose probably the most important person here is Dr. Imogen Ellsworth. By far the best looking person on the dock. You can see that she's wearing a white shirt with a blue tie and a tartan skirt.
And a giant ginger beard.
And a gigantic ginger beard. She's what would one day be known as trans. But yes, that explains why she has her doctorate in 1930. And I presume I'm standing next to one of these fine gentlemen, or women.
You would be standing next to Captain Thomas Harker. Clearly ex-military. Clean-shaven.
Just looking at you, I'm like, military man.
Military man.
God damn.
Oh, I love a man
Clearly
in a
has not
uniform.
slept good
I
in
love a
weeks.
man not in uniform.
But very clean and tidy except for the eyes, which clearly he has not slept in weeks. And seems to have some sort of nervous tic.
And our third companion?
Do it.
Good
Do
luck
it.
with it.
Do it.
Cut my life into pieces.
Well, I am Madame Lise Velcourt.
There we go.
Yes. Madam, what, sorry?
Madame Lise Velcourt.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah,
That's all.
She's an amorphous blonde.
Yes.
She looks like nothing, and yet everybody.
I'm a relatively short woman who, as you can see, likes to dress appropriately for the occasion. I have not dressed appropriately at all.
Yeah, it's the middle of winter. It's
She's
quite
95, all black leather.
Only 74.
Oh, I
Only
apologise.
74.
You're only triple my age.
More experience as well.
But you can all see around you
Is our final companion not invited thus
Well,
far?
the final companion could be like off, like kind of watching. You'd be like,
Oh, so we don't know about
you
this
would
gentleman.
be you would
shit
be
on screw
off
up.
in the side, and you can see these three strange individuals who obviously look out of place for the time.
You see a military
Um,
man escorting an old woman and a young woman.
Actually, you
Wow,
notice
she
a
go,
lot of
wow,
the
wow.
during this time, a lot of the dock
Hey, that
workers
was-
are refusing to come near what you know is right behind them, covered in a large tarp, with police cordoning off around it, is the Meridian Star. It looks like the dock workers want nothing to do with the ship itself, and it just kind of sways in the tides of the river itself.
I suppose I do. I am getting closer so I can listen to anything these people are saying and see if they'd be interesting to interview or not.
I just lean into the policeman, and I'm like, I think there's a strange man getting roughly closer to us. He's kind of hiding in the shadows.
I think he's stalking us.
If he gets much closer, they will.
Okay, good.
Ominous.
Um,
Ooh, very
well,
ominous.
as you wait,
I like an ominous man.
I feel like
I like
not
a
a body
positive
bag, but
man
not a
knocking
body
you.
bag.
you begin to hear something in the distance, like the hum of an engine slowly approaching, and through the
Oh, good, they're running over.
the smoke and the fog around you, you see an old 1924 Model T vehicle.
Wow.
It's very pristine. It's a nice shiny black colour. You can tell it's not been in London very often. With the looks of it, there's not much mud around it.
Oh my god, there's not even shit on the tyres.
Very well cleaned, and it pulls up alongside you, and you see a rather thin, pale man in a long black woolen coat step out. He's rather stiffed back, really strong posture. He kind of takes a watch out from his pocket, looks over the three companions that he sees, and without introduction, he steps down and opens the door
To his car.
to his car. Yeah.
At that, I'm
Ladies first.
gonna come a lot closer.
Well, thank you. Sorry, sir. Are you the appointment we were waiting for?
Yes, you are. You are expected. Yes, we must take haste, though. The roads become unreliable after night.
Very well. Well, age before beauty.
What happens at the roads during the night?
Well,
Well, it's harder to see, darling.
It's hard to see anyway.
the lights are
For
rather
some.
rough.
Look at my eyeshadow. I can't see you. I will climb inside the car.
I've decided I'm rather catty.
He's kind of like looking over his watch at the rest of you. He's like kind of waiting for you to get in.
Well, get in.
Hello, everyone.
Get away.
Oh God, a strange man!
Oh my God, a strange gentleman!
Get away from those ruffians! Get in the car.
Hello, sir.
I get in the car, I suppose.
I was only expecting 3 people.
I was invited to.
Roll me a fast. Roll me the first roll of the night. So, Call of Cthulhu is a percentile system.
Ooh.
You roll a D100 and you are looking to roll below your skill level. So, what is your fast talking
Dear.
skill?
What's your bullshit meter?
What is this fast talking you said?
Yeah, your
Yeah,
fast
so it'll
talking.
be down.
It'll be
I
here.
would imagine
Fast talk 60. I'm
So
looking
you're
to roll
looking-
below 60.
Looking to roll below a 60.
Oh god. What's
75.
75. Now, I would like to point out you can spend luck if you wanted to. However, there is another mechanic you can do where if you would like to, you can push a roll. Where you roll a second time and you take that new roll. However, if it goes wrong, it goes really wrong.
No, I'm gonna
Does that
work
spend
with
luck
this.
as well?
That does not spend luck, that's something you can do. It's you push something, so you need to describe how you would push that.
Okay.
Well, I was not told of anyone.
I can explain myself, and I'm gonna pull out my what's it called
When I start
again?
reaching into my pocket.
Significant.
Do you have a letter?
possessions? My press credentials.
He's gonna take your press. Journalist.
Yes, well, I'm just
Ew.
here to, I've heard about what's been happening, and I'm here to investigate. And of course, this is a fairly important matter to be exploring. And I
Is it?
saw these fine people, and I.
Well, his lordship did want as much documentation taken
Yes, that was
as possible. Do you have equipment?
Sir, it's
Yes,
bloody
of course, of
freezing.
course.
Why don't you just let the damn thing in the car?
Okay.
Yes, well, yes, of course, I have.
I want the
Well-
door closed.
Well.
And you go. Well, I would like to point out this kind of car actually
I
has
said
no
close the
top,
door.
has no top, so there
It's
is-
cold in here.
But yeah, the
You
man
heard
kind
that.
of gestures for you to get in, so he can close the door behind you,
Okay,
and gives you your press badge.
credentials
He
back.
gives you that.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I'd like to
sir.
point out this is like a little shitty piece of cardboard that this dude has written I am press on.
It does
riffraff
specify
made it
in
him.
here that it is even when they've expired. So
Yeah.
yeah.
And the gentleman kind of readies himself, sets his jacket up,
Just glaring
and
at you the entire
begins
time.
driving away from the heart of London towards Hargrave Manor.
So can I assume that we have finished our investigation of the ship and have seen what you just described,
So-
where it's no crew on
There
board,
is no
nothing's been
crew.
touched, no sign of struggle?
You were not allowed upon the ship.
Right.
However, you have been given a little basic description of how it was found. You know, perhaps you'll get more information once you
At the
once you-
manor.
Once we actually investigate.
So the city begins falling away into the smoke and fog.
Start smoking and breathing right in your face.
And the area around you seems rather clean. It's early morning, you're kind of trundling along, you know it'll be a couple of hours. And the gentleman, the whole entire time, unless prompted, is quiet. Just driving along, keeping his eyes on the road. 10 till 2. 10 till 2. He's actually driving a little bit like you would expect an old woman to, since, cars are not overly common right now.
approve.
He's like, he's an older gentleman for sure. A little bit of speckling of grey going through his beard and his moustache and his
I
hair.
relate.
So
The
I,
riffraff in ship.
I don't suppose
Oh,
any of you have already
I've been
heard
breathing
of
smoke in their face the entire time.
anything that's been happening with this. Any details you'd have from different sources, or just anything in general.
Nice try, paper boy. We're not going to break that easily.
Nice try, Witherboy.
Well, I'm just I'm simply
Sticking your nose where it doesn't
I
belong?
must admit, I am rather curious why the other two of you have been selected for this process, so I would also rather like to know if you had any information about the Meridian.
No.
Tom has
No.
like
That's why I was
periodically been
brought
taking
here.
a flask out and drinking out of it.
Which one's Tom?
Thomas.
Right.
Yeah.
Not the driver.
Not the driver, no.
I was
No.
just a little bit
I
concerned.
thought it was the driver.
He's driving like an old woman
Come on,
and
that's like
drinking heavily.
Drinking away.
That's-
He has a cigar and he's drinking whiskey and he's
It
driving
offsets-
like that.
It offsets
That's been
the
a
balance.
needle opium.
If he drives like an old woman, he can drink because he won't crash very hard.
Exactly. He's only going at 4 miles an hour and get there in 3 days.
We don't
Um,
have seatbelts after all.
But yeah, you do see the Victorian countryside kind of, well, not Victorian, it's 1920s, but the 1920s countryside farms.
I think I dressed for Victorian.
And all that kind of, yeah.
Well, you're probably old enough to have seen that era.
I did.
very
It was
close
full
in
of
it.
shit in the streets.
There was rumours of a vampire.
darling. By that, do you mean that you are?
My sister
what are
fought a
your,
vampire, you know. She could speak to the dead.
What way are you
He's
qualified?
I think.
Well, I was under the impression that there was some strange languages found at the site, and I myself happen to be a linguist.
Strange languages, you say.
Well, I've
And
not
what
seen
for?
anything. I've not seen it.
Oh.
I'm just here to investigate. I'm hoping that someone will be able to provide it when we arrive at this manor house.
Found on site.
Though I'm not sure, other than possibly hired muscle and...
Sage advice?
Sage advice.
You don't sound sure.
You hear
Neither do you.
So you would
I don't
know,
sound sure of your credentials. I'm very sure that I'm a linguist.
You would know the character driving is Ashcroft, Lord Hargrave's butler. And he, when you say sage advice, he gives a kind of little chuckle from his seat as he's driving. He's like just.
I'm not sure I trust
need
your
to be
sage
rude,
advice if it makes
Ashcroft.
other people laugh at you.
They're close, they know who I am.
But I don't. So,
Let's keep it that way.
Are you writing as we're driving?
Yes.
I'm watching exactly what he's writing.
You need only know
Weirdos.
I am Madam Liz.
Burning sage.
Madam Lise.
Sure. Whatever you say.
Lisa or Lise?
Just Liz.
Lisa.
Imagine.
Or I suppose if you're dyslexic, it could be pronounced lies.
How dare you? I'm hyperlexic. I have
God.
so many languages.
So many words.
I have all the writing skills.
Well,
I'll have you know my writing
Collaborative
skill
language.
is 80, so I have a lot of languages.
Great googly moogly.
great googly moogly. But yeah, you're driving for a couple hours. Ashcroft keeps his mouth kind of stumped the whole entire time, just driving along. And you slowly, in the distance, it changes from hedgerows and stone fences to these perfectly cut hedges along each side. The road begins to grow a little more narrowed and there's trees growing over, but everything seems so meticulously kept. It almost feels like you're entering yourself into a dream. And there you see it. The manor stands in dignified silence. A large, stately Georgian estate built from grey-blue brick. Not a tile out of place. Everything seems to be set up in twos. So 2 large plant pots on either side. Every hedge is set up in twos. You can see in the distance, in a rather large stately garden, there is a hedge maze as well. But this manor looks to be roughly 2 stories, though incredibly long in its size. Ashcroft kind of takes the car, putters up to the entrance, steps himself out, opens the door, and gestures for you all to move forward.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yes, thank you kindly.
And you watch as he walks up to these large wooden
Thank the
stately
driver, sir.
doors.
Say hi to the busman.
Too busy intimidating.
It was just like sitting there like that, looking at this wee guy.
Oh.
And Ashcroft swings these large doors open, and you enter the entranceway of Hargrave Manor. Inside this little room, you see there's coat racks, and it looks like a wee area to store. To your right, there seems to be like a tea room already set up, though not ready for you guys to go into just yet. There's a large central double staircase leading up towards the 2nd floor of the manor. And you look directly up, there is a huge stained glass dome above you, with what looks like symbols of rebirth and rejuvenation, Ouroboros kind of decorated throughout it. Ashcroft kind of lays out a hand. I will take your coats now. And takes your coats.
I suppose.
I'm just looking over at you, Tom. Are you giving up your coat?
It's part of the outfit.
Okay. Well, that is fine. I will leave you to entertain yourselves in the tea room. Lord Hargrave is rather ponderous at this moment and needs some time. And he kind of gestures for you to enter into the tea room.
Yeah, might as well.
Is there tea present?
I will bring some promptly.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, yes.
And he kind of closes the door behind you, and you're in this. It's kind of a lavender decorated room. The whole building smells strangely of pine oil and a little bit of smoke, maybe a little bit of brandy or whiskey on the air. But it is rather well kept.
Drink now.
There does seem to be some strange artifacts dotting about the room in cases or on the tables and all that sort of stuff.
I'm gonna sort
Would
of
I
those
be able to?
in detail.
Would I be able to have a look at that with my anthropology stuff to kind of try and work out what type of artifacts these are?
Yeah, of course. So there seems to be a strange stone idol up against a wall in a cabinet. A ceremonial dagger rusted on the mantelpiece for the fireplace. Maybe what you might see is a funerary mask sitting on one of the coffee tables besides one of the sofas that have been left out. And above the fireplace there seems to be this large old piece of parchment. And it looks like it was a chalk rubbing of something. So which one would you like to have a wee look at?
I think probably the parchment, honestly, would draw my attention with my background in languages.
Could you roll me a wee language then?
Would this be using my English skill or my dead languages
This
skill?
would be your dead languages skill. It doesn't look like English. It definitely is not English.
7.
7.
Damn.
Oh, that's a critical success. Isn't
It is indeed, yeah. My dead languages is 75.
So you begin looking over this parchment, and it gives you a real strange feel. It looks like what's happened is someone has took this and wrapped it round a pillar and then taken the chalk rubbing off of it. You know for a fact that this is Norte Chico.
Okay. So this is not
Proto-
specifically one of my actual languages.
Not one of your actual languages, but you know your mother was studying this before she went missing. on the
Oh,
ship.
interesting.
There seems to be it's proto-symbolic text. You can tell. You don't fully understand this language, but you know your mother was researching it, and if you could get hold of her notes that she took with her,
I would probably be able
you
to
could decipher it. Inside it, though, it seems to be pictograms of people and these strange, what you would see as maybe tick-like insects, or maybe an arachnid. They've got 8 legs. The 2 front ones seem longer, but they've got a strange, fat, long body. And there seems to be what looks like the depiction of a stone tablet in the middle.
Does the stone tablet look reminiscent of the stone tablet in this room?
No. You've got a little stone. You've got a little stone idol in this.
Idol, sorry.
Can I use my history thingy skill to look at the dagger?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Roll me a wee history check on the dagger.
Morty. That's 61, isn't it?
Yeah.
And
what's your
I've
history?
got 40, so I failed that.
Yeah, you fail. Well, you look at it and you see that it's labelled Kalanga offering site, offering knife, Philippines, but you have no clue. It looks like there's like almost the handle of it's made out of a bone-like material. Really rusty blade, really rusty, really old looking.
Finding anything of interest?
Well, this the language here is very, very old, pre-lettering system. It's mostly you would probably refer to them as hieroglyphs. My mother was studying something similar to this actually, but I don't have her notes, so I couldn't translate without them.
Would you happen to know the name of the language? Maybe there's
Would I
a book
happen
in
to
the
know the
library.
name? You just said
so
proto-symbolism.
So you don't know the name of the language. You know the name of the people, which is the Norte Chico civilization.
I would have picked this to be from the Noto Chico civilization.
They're one of the oldest
South American?
civilizations found in South America. So before the Aztecs, way before all that sort of stuff.
Could I attempt to decipher it? And or read it?
Do you have dead languages as
Do
a
you
skill?
have dead languages as a skill?
No, but depending on what the actual language and writing is, I might actually have it.
I would
What
normally.
languages do you speak?
It's
Latin,
Is it?
Latin and Occitan.
It's
So no.
You don't know that?
It's very much something that you would not be able to do. It's not
Yes.
any. It doesn't make
There's
any
a
sense
very nice
to you.
pictures.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it doesn't make any sense to you. You wouldn't be
That
able
seems
to.
to be a bug.
And it was a bug.
Look,
A bug.
it must have been a butterfly.
What were you looking at? The dagger. Was that anything interesting?
I can't make out much of it.
Oh.
It's spooky, but you know.
Yes, it's clearly.
Do I go over and see that it's Filipino in nature?
Yeah, you would see it is labelled Kalanga offering site knife.
Oh, I actually studied some South American languages. I
Oh,
don't
did
think
you?
it's connected in any way to the Philippines, but I could try and have a look at this dagger if you
No,
wish.
You
while
can,
we wait, why not?
You can roll me a history or an anthropology check.
I'll look at anthropology.
Damn you.
46? No,
Nine.
49.
Which is
But that
within
passes
yeah.
my anthropology 70.
Well, it's obviously not your expertise, but you're looking over this dagger. You see the hilt seems to be made out of some kind of bird bone, with how light and hollow it feels.
Yes, it's bone, you see.
Yeah, it's probably avian in nature.
And you know for a
I knew
fact
that.
that this was definitely used in sacrificing.
Looks to be
Most-
some sort of sacrificing
Yes, sacrificial,
human-like dagger.
Most likely animal.
Possibly animal.
I could tell, yes.
No.
Yes.
Maybe used on a human. Maybe
Once or twice.
once or
perhaps.
twice. You know.
Just a little bit.
Who's to say?
But yeah, there's a little mask sitting by one of the couches.
How horrendous does this mask look? If it's a funeral one, is it?
Well, it's sitting by the couch, so it can't
It
be
looks like it's made out of wood. So it looks rather decayed. The bottom jaw seems snapped,
Mm.
but still held in place. So in the middle it seems snapped. The eyes are sunken and blackened around, so possibly burned.
Mm.
You begin to stare into this mask.
Liza, they have a depiction of you by the couch.
Oh, you troglodyte.
And for a second, you see it smile slightly,
Oh,
and then you notice there's a label next to it.
smiling masks.
Unknown Norte Chico region.
Oh, so the mask was from the same place as the languages, but by the looks of things.
Oh.
Did strange question. I don't suppose the mask smiled at anyone else.
It's
Darling,
it's a mask. Can I look at the mask?
Would you like to ponder the mask?
I would like to ponder the mask.
No, it doesn't smile.
I
No?
suppose I do.
No, it doesn't.
Too.
No, it doesn't smile. It's just a
Think
regular
Shadows was
mask.
playing tricks on you.
Maybe, yes.
Do
not
I
joke with it.
recognise
Yes,
the
please.
mask from anywhere?
Fact.
Darling, it's labelled. This, can you read
There's
the
a
label?
on
I
it.
don't know.
You know
Latin
it-
or
you know-
Surely you speak English.
You know it's definitely a funerary mask designed to replicate someone's face, but obviously it's from a civilization so long,
Even
so long
you
ago and
wouldn't
so
be able
old.
to remember.
Yeah.
I don't know. That depends on how long ago it was.
This
Probably
is-
around 2,000
Ladies,
years.
ladies.
This is
Probably
roughly
4,000
I might
years.
surprise you.
this is roughly the very first time this language has ever been discovered as well.
Oh,
Very recent.
Yes, that's one of the fields of expertise that my mother was studying. I believe that was part of the reason why she was on the Meridian Star.
your mother was on the Meridian Star?
Not anymore by the looks of things, but
Oh,
I'm sorry, but you're handling this remarkably well.
I'm not really.
Oh, dear.
I'm on
I'm falling
vast amounts of
apart.
opium.
oh, well, that might be why you were seeing smiles
Well,
in
at
this
least you're-
mask, darling.
least-
No,
At
my
least you're
doctor said
getting medicine
opium was
from it.
medically necessary
Darling,
for
darling.
dealing with grief.
Well, explain to me what was your mother doing on this?
I've just told you.
Oh,
She's
was-
studying
anthropology.
Ah,
This is a
right.
shit reporter.
Honestly,
She was speaking the Norte Chico
Norte Chico.
language.
Not each.
I'm studying the
Reminds me
language.
of your name. Oh, but of her name and yours.
Her name was Merrin Elswith, and I'm Imogen Elswith.
Oh, very well.
And I have been looking for. That's how you spell it. ELSWITH.
Thank you very much, darling. Yes.
This
Get
damn
it right. My mother was important.
This damn reporter
Well-
can't even spell.
Studying
The
anthropology.
great reporter.
Yes.
Are they even
All
important?
I know is she's
We're going to find out.
Missing.
Did you get any communications from her while she was on this voyage, or any
Fiona shows up in the
No,
elevator
well,
with her in
the
the fire.
signs at all?
The budget for their expedition was spent on the travel, so
it's a-
they
it's a
didn't
boat.
exactly bring.
They don't have a postman
Yeah.
on a boat.
They didn't bring travellers and spare boats.
Messenger birds do exist, darling.
What is-
all the way from
Yes,
South
what is this?
America?
I don't
What is
fucking
this?
know, man.
4,000 years ago, we're not using messenger birds.
Shut up.
We're using post.
We're not Romans, darling.
I'm only trying to help.
As you say that, you begin hearing like calm footsteps walk up towards the door.
Christ! Sorry.
You hear a
sorry.
little rapid
Someone else
whistle,
did it.
and Ashcroft opens the door, and he has a tray of tea with him, and he looks over to you. He's like, "The lordship shall see you up in his study. He has something to show you."
All of us, yes?
Of course,
Yes.
all of you.
Even the riffraff.
Even the riffraff. He would like to have a discussion with you, sir.
I hope it's about breaking an entry.
He was invited.
Very well.
After the fact.
We'll have to talk more about this. Fascinating.
Well, I could talk for hours about anthropology, but
No.
I suspect your paper would be
Well, no,
ill-suited
I
to
meant
report
your-
upon it.
Given the fact they can't spell, I feel it's going to be ill-written.
Well, if I find anything else out, I'll be sure. Frankly, I'm hopeful that we'll find her,
Tell them over the
since
reporter.
there was no sign of struggle on the ship,
Not
so
difficult.
This is, of course,
perhaps
what we
she's
are
just,
trying to accomplish.
you know how great minds are, she's possibly ran off somewhere studying something.
Ran off in the middle of the ocean.
Yeah.
Just been to-
They were just discussing
yeah.
his mum, meanwhile we two are just
Perhaps
trashing
she's
their
chosen
supporter.
to stay in the foreign climate for a little longer. I have no...
So that's why she's on the open.
Very well.
Well, shall you follow?
I
And
understand.
then
Yes.
I follow you.
No, it's
And he
medicine,
begins leading you up the stairs into Lord Hargrave's study. Again, large doors open up, and it's a dimly lit room. There seems to be a desk towards a rather large window, with a desk and a seat. And there is 5 chairs, set up around the fireplace that is lit, and the only thing that's lit in this room. The sun is starting to go down a little, so you do get that little bit of orange light, but it's not enough to fully light the room. And in his chair you see the man that has invited you all here. Lise, you've met him before. You have
I thought I was going to say the man, the myth, the legend.
the man, the myth, the legend. He's smoking his Valium pipe.
Aw,
He's consuming drugs.
truly
But-
indebted.
At a rapid rate.
You see an older man, thin, pale, and there's a little bit of a tremor going on in his hand, and he seems to steady that on his cane as he stands himself up in his formal attire. His hair is really silver, but neatly parted. He looks like he does take care of himself, but he is definitely a real older gentleman. And he raises up and he's like, oh, it is good to see you all.
Why is your house so damn dark now?
It has been some time since you've been here, Lise. And you know this house itself has history.
Yeah, but surely it won't mind some candles.
Oh, no, that comes later. And he kind of gets himself off, and he
Oh
says,
god, he's
Oh,
getting
no!
himself off.
No!
No
Uh,
wonder he keeps it so dark.
he
Well,
begins,
he's looking at me.
he begins grumbling it. He takes himself over, and
grumbling.
he's
Darlings,
there.
he's grumbling it.
And he
God.
gestures for you all to sit next to him. And in front of him, there's a podium with some strange black mat.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
What are you doing?
Tablet in front of him.
It's got an iPad?
Ooh.
It seems to be more oval shaped, and there does seem to be something engraved on the front of it, in a strange spiraled pattern. And he sits down. Ashcroft gives out tea to everybody who would be looking for it.
I'll take some.
Do you have anything stronger, perhaps?
Oh, the riff.
This is a prohibition. You're 24 years old. You're a boy. Please, Ashcroft, fetch the brandy.
Yay!
And Ashcroft will go off and
24-year-old Victorian orphan.
Yay!
he goes over. And there is a little.
Party time!
there is a little bar here with hard liquors, and he pours you a glass.
Thank you
Hands
very
it
much.
over.
The
He
hard
hands you a
stuff.
glass as well. Yeah,
The hard stuff.
Well, you must be wondering why I've all brought you here. Well,
No.
Yes. Yes.
No, I'm not.
Truly, I'm wondering.
my name is Alistair Hargrave. And I am a leading expert in the occult and many things that are not well known of in today's society. And rather worryingly, we found something upon that ship. Not only did we find your mother's writings, which I will give to you in due time,
Thank you.
we found this tablet. It is from the same civilization. Your mother found it and brought it across the sea. And I think it may be connected to the disappearances somehow.
Curious.
But I cannot unlock that door myself. I am not a linguist. But you are. And obviously, Lise, you are very well at poking in places you shouldn't be.
You know me too.
Darling,
No.
save it for the bedroom.
I think at this moment in time...
To the bed. Oh.
I did not catch your name, young lad.
No, not my carpet. Not my carpet, you fucking bastard.
Oh no.
Oh, did you get it on my carpet?
C'est la vie.
What?
He didn't.
Thank fuck.
It was easy to stick it.
Sorry about that.
What a weird
Oh,
name!
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Ashcroft got it.
No!
Stop it.
Ashcroft, stop vomiting
Not
on
the
the carpet. Ashcroft, no!
But you
I'm
are
sorry,
no
yeah.
doubt aware of the Meridian Star itself.
My dad. Owen will come. Sorry
Yes.
to be intruding. I just.
I think you may come useful, lad. We'll let
Sick of this
Dylan
cat.
fix him. Dylan's sorting the cat.
Sick of it.
Thank you.
You body, you gotta stop.
You've been,
He
Sorry.
doesn't need to stop.
I'm so sorry.
you've been
There's some
consuming-
cosmic horrors going
There's
on
some
in this
cosmic
house.
horrors going off in the distance of the house. Well, yes, I think, Owen, you could be of great use to us here.
Very glad. That's all I want to be.
I think what we might uncover at this moment in time could be very useful to get out into the public. A lot of people don't believe in the occult and spirits. I believe some of you here might not believe. But you soon will. If you would like to have a look at the tablet.
Yes, I can have a look. Would this be my dead languages skill?
Again, yeah.
Dr.
you would be-
Hargreave.
You
Would,
can,
would I be able to use my dead languages to roll, Dr. Hargreave?
you can all roll me, if you have access, so Vinny, you can roll me a little occult roll.
I would like to.
And I
I'll
would
have a
like
little
you, Imogen, to
Where's
roll
my
me.
damn D100? Would you like me?
Making a cold roll.
No.
How high?
I
is your
copyrighted a cult roll.
10.
10. You can roll an occult roll. I'll let you roll an occult roll.
Fuck.
72.
Not
72.
not spectacular.
Fuck no.
I did pass, but I got a 63 out of 75.
63 out of 75 is not bad.
Wait, how's that a pass?
Right, we
I
have
have
like
to
a
roll
name.
another
Intentions.
roll.
I believe.
Well, you know that
Nope.
this, again,
Oh.
this is a pre-Andean civilization and very similar markings to what was up on that
I came
parchment
close.
in the TV.
Okay.
Yeah.
Though, as you begin studying this tablet, you begin to hear,
Almost there.
it almost feels like a throbbing sensation coming off of it. There's an energy to it. And you begin hearing like static in the back of your mind, maybe the chirping of cicadas. Could you roll me a sanity roll?
Ah!
Ooh.
I pass, but that's a 68 out of 75.
That's fine. You do feel a little bit of a
Wooziness.
worriness to this.
Okay.
This isn't right.
Can I ask what I got from my account?
You did not. What you did not roll high enough.
I was 72.
Yeah,
Out
but
of what?
your occult is...
What's your
80.
occult skill?
Your occult's 80?
Yeah.
Oh, 72 out of 80.
Yes.
What do I
That's a
not have
pass.
any
It is.
occult?
That's
Well-
why I was mildly confused.
Looking
I know
at
you
that,
Zero occult.
I thought you were rolling
You've got
Cthulhu
zero
mythos
occult?
there, to
I've
be
got
honest.
zero occult.
You've got more occult than you, bitch.
Damn.
You're
not very good
looking at the
plotter.
shape and the way that it's laid out.
Mm-hmm.
This could maybe have something to do with binding. Not too sure though.
How does a 65 fare when my skill is 10?
Yeah, you know that, man.
You feel six
You
times
just kinda,
and
you
die.
just look at it and go, it's weird that it's matte and blank.
It's a circle.
They've got that
Um,
iPad turned off.
You know that this object itself is thousands of years old and looks pristine.
Well, it is odd.
You're right,
Um,
darling.
Yes, I think my opium's wearing off.
Her opium
Ashworth,
is
Get her
wearing.
opium.
It's unusually well preserved for such an old artifact.
I have spent lifetimes in the dust of empires and pyramids, and I have seen nothing as fantastic as this.
Ashgrove, stop
artifact
dropping stuff.
here. God damn it!
Stop
I
wanting.
have seen very little artifacts in this cabin.
And
If-
all the other artifacts you have, are they the ones that were displayed downstairs, all the ones that we had access to? We had a quick
Well,
look at.
There is far
There's
more
quite a bit more.
within this house.
Oh.
If you go looking, you'll find them. I have made quite a collection of occult artifacts.
Where have you gotten all of these? Where do they all come from?
In expeditions that I have sent out and taken part in.
Do you
No,
still-
Would I be
My
familiar
favourite
with Dr.
moment.
Hargreave based on if he's sending out expeditions?
You know he's not a doctor. You know he's not a doctor.
Mr. Hargreave then? Sorry?
He's Lord Hargrave.
Lord
You know
Hargreave.
he has connections to Queen Victoria specifically.
So that's
Big
probably
Vicky.
where he's getting all of his
You've heard
exploration type stuff.
You've heard of artifacts donated by not just him but his family for many generations to the London Museum that you work in.
Yeah.
So you know the name, but you've never met the person.
And this is the first time you've ever found anything like this.
Anything this powerful as this.
Very well.
It is quite intriguing.
It is.
It is bizarrely well kept.
I would not
Do
recommend
you know
touching
anything
it.
about the... You don't recommend touching it?
I would not recommend touching it.
Has anyone... Don't touch that!
Don't
I
touch
slap,
that.
I slap her hand away.
Hello.
Come on, let me.
I have no clue.
Have you witnessed someone touching this device?
I have touched it myself, and my
And-
sleep has not been the greatest as of late.
Interesting.
Nice.
May I ask then, this might be
Hey, buddy.
out of place, but which hands did you touch it with?
Both of them, I had to pick it up to place it.
Ah,
on,
right.
I'm not a strong man at my current
Does the
age.
tablet look weighty?
It looks solid. It looks solid. It's a good 5 inches thick. Some strange matte black material, maybe obsidian.
What way
But-
do you mean your sleep has been disturbed?
I have had strange dreams of late.
Well, we all have strange dreams now and then.
Well, these ones are rather daunting on taxing on one's soul and mind.
And is
Out
this-
of interest, is there anything on the back? If you're saying we shouldn't be touching it, is the imagery restricted to the front, or is there something on the
Did
back?
they print it on the back as well?
It
It's the
is
same made in China.
Made in
restricted to the
China.
front of the object.
Yeah, flip it. It's just made in China.
Yeah.
Made in Earth Kingdom.
Assembled in UK. But no, it is only on the front.
And
And you see, he kind of gets up while you're talking. Owen, he goes
Keep my
over
water
his
away from
desk.
his ass.
has this happened with any of the other artifacts you've picked up over the years?
I've uncovered quite a few that have had effects to them. At least you do not have to raise your hand.
It's more the fact that my arm fully extended, no one slapped out. I touched the artifact.
You touch the
Oh,
artifact.
you fucking-
Roll me a sanity check.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's not my job to stop you.
No.
has happened with
Let's see.
several others.
Let's see. Where does it say my sanity?
It's on your first page, darling. Sorry, your second page. Your
Yes.
characteristics page.
Yes.
Just afterwards.
Sanity
san
san is the
Ah,
word.
sanity
San.
san.
San. Please roll me a san.
100.
You
One of-
rolled
one-
a 100.
Zero.
Darling, you
Um,
critical failed on your sanity
on the
check.
very
Is
first
triple
sign.
zero's not 10? Because 0 stands for 10.
No, because there's a 1 option on the
Yeah.
on the 10 dice.
So 0
which-
0.
So 1 0.
So
There's a 10 on that dice, which is the 1,
Yeah.
Is that-
and then double 0 would be 10.
So if it's 00 and a 1, that would be 1. But he's rolled 00 twice, which is 100. And a
I
D100.
rolled a nat 100,
So
and I'm being punished for it.
you place your hand upon this tablet, and for a second nothing happens. But
Darling,
you
you've burst into flames.
do begin to feel that pulsing energy
Ew.
and a
Pulse.
continuous cacophony
He
of
has to lie in the
cicadas in the back of your mind. And then
There.
over
It's okay, you can go behind the box.
100,000
All I ask is
different
you don't lie
voices
in my
talking
water.
to you. All talking about, I left them. I should have
Drink
tried.
my water, I will kill your pet.
All different
There's a fireplace
types.
out there.
You feel a strange amount of regret touching this, and you lose 4 sanity points.
Ow.
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 If you wouldn't mind, if you could draw up a list of the other artifacts that have
No!
affected you this way.
Well, I mean, nothing quite this visceral, I would like to say.
I see.
They're not...
Darling, are you okay?
I touched it.
Well, you were warned
Leaf.
not to.
Ow. It doesn't actually hurt. I'm just mozzing ow for dramatic effect.
At least you have always been one not to follow the rules. And
That
you
is
see
why I was called in.
he takes out a book, and the edges seem frayed and rather damaged. Maybe even a little bit touched by salt. And he kind of hobbles his way over with his stick, trying his hardest to seem as
I'll
real
come
as
to you if this is for me.
This was your mother's diary upon her time at the ship.
Back off.
Aye.
Give me a moment with
Sorry,
my,
I'm so sorry.
Now-
with my missing mother's diary.
Now's not the time, generous.
Some of the pages seem to be in the dialect of this language,
Interesting.
but the first 3 are in English. And he gives you that for you to read.
You write anything in that book, I'm going to rip the page out.
Well,
I'm talking to the reporter, if he writes anything down, I'm going to rip the page out.
Do we?
no.
I'm threatening him.
We need the reporter.
I think perhaps I will have a private moment first, though.
Of course,
if
of course.
everybody's okay.
Yes.
And I privately go off to a corner and read the first 3 pages, just quickly skim them to see if there's
I will.
to see what she was talking
A
about.
cat comes up to you and starts.
I will send you over the
Cliff
first
notes.
3
Oh,
pages
I
of the
just
book.
got an idea.
You got a
Looking at the pages as well, you can tell that the first 3 pages contain what you can assume might be a cipher written in the margins.
Remember, I'm not on my technology.
Yes, I will send it to Dion then.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, sir.
I will send it to Dion. Dion can have access to it.
Yay!
Yeah. See?
You get the
It's
first
just the opium jiggles.
Howdy.
3 pages.
What are we up to?
So I'm looking at this.
We're very nosy today, Nachi.
Feel free to talk amongst yourselves while I'm
You-
sorting this out.
Are able to read it out to the players if you so choose, or you can.
I think
keep
I'll
to
read it
yourself
first,
at this moment in time.
just in case.
Excuse me, sir. I feel like you've been eyeing me this whole time and
Aubrey!
you need
Ashcombe,
to-
stop there!
Ashcombe, stop eating plastic!
you fucking fool! You bloody fool! And
Ashcombe is
I
trying
was just
to-
wondering if I'd done anything to insult you in any way, or...
You've been here when you're not supposed to be here.
You
I,
did kind
See,
of
you
crash
see,
the
I'm just-
party.
It's
You've been invited now, but
I
I'm
should
watching you.
I should say that Tom is here on recommendation. He is very good at keeping people out of our business. And I suppose what we are doing here
Since he flashed that camera,
is
I'll
rather
flash a
important.
homemade private security card. That's how we said earlier before the stream, but you've not got an invitation. I was like, oh, I'm going to batter fuck out your character.
Yeah. How many do you think we can put on?
Great question.
Another one?
If you don't knock them off, you're
How's your time been, Lisa? How have you been?
Oh, you know.
Okay, let's not.
It is how it is. It's going normal, going
Eating
naturally, as always. What about you?
Oh, still as dashing as ever.
Well,
Sure.
this is
Whatever you say.
disturbing.
Disturbing, you say?
Yes. It seems that on March 9th, this... stop writing. It seems that on March 9th, this artifact was uncovered.
I can
beneath
see you writing.
the Elders Plaza.
You're right, I'm not.
And you would know currently at this moment in time it's November.
I can see you writing behind your back.
I'm not writing, I'm not.
It seems as if
Oh, hello, Mum.
it was
Oh,
wrapped
Mum.
up in linen and sealed in a crate with copper nails. And apparently it caused my mother to have some strange
I see that
dreams
pen under the paper. I'm
of
taking the
spirals. I presume that's something you're familiar with now upon touching it, the spirals.
Honestly, no, though. There wasn't a lot of spirals in that. I might when I sleep.
Perhaps.
What?
Something to look forward to.
Yay. Delightful.
4 days later, on March 13th, they left Callio for... Sorry, no.
Just realised that the
4
back
days
is my
later,
face.
they start
Yeah.
by saying, 4 days ago, we left Callow. So, they left Callow immediately upon finding this discovery. It seems as if there was a lot of malcontent upon the ship. 2 days later, 2 people died. And it describes a rather visceral scene of them lying in bed, screaming silently. There was no sign of struggle or wounds.
Screaming silently, you say?
Lips open as if in a silent scream.
Like, yes.
It seems as though they thought there was some kind of illness that they caught. And the captain is quoted as saying, "Better to let the sea forget than God remember."
I really have to write this down, you understand?
The deckhands are avoiding
already
me like the
written down.
plague. I can hear them talking in hushed whispers again. They were sick. The doctor. Who else could it have been? What's in those boxes? We don't know. We don't know. And then the final entry is on March 17th, 2 days later. It just says 5 more.
There is more to that, but you can't decipher it just yet. You'd have to take some time to try and...
It seems after that she started writing in this
Goddamn
other strange
Italian.
tongue, this dead language.
This is very important stuff, you understand?
It seems as though within the first 5 days of the journey, 7 people died. Questions, Lisa?
That's still not my name, it's just
Liza. Lise.
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 Deary.
Where are you from, my friend, my darling?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Yes, I
Whether
would like
I-
to know, yes,
It
that's my
adds
job.
to the mystery, don't you think?
It adds to the mystery,
It
don't
adds
you
to the
think?
You
mystery.
talk French again, you're getting a book.
Might, and you are fully welcome to say no. I know it's a tough time, but might I be able to hold those notes for a brief moment?
You may place one hand upon the cover.
That's all right.
'Tis all I need, baby.
Might I use force contact?
You can use your force contact.
You're a Jedi.
So if you
Yeah.
would like to...
You just shove me.
Into the fire.
So if you would like to roll me a power
I will
roll,
also use force contact.
I will.
Force him into the fire.
POW, a power roll. Your power roll.
Gang, gang.
Well, I believe.
He's already smoking.
No way, I get another 100.
I'm smoking a vape, there's nothing, man.
92! God damn it!
Would
You're
you
not
like
a
to
Jedi.
perhaps would you like to perhaps push this? I
thank
would
you.
like to point out
I
if
would
this
very
goes,
much like to push that.
if
But
this
if
goes
it goes wrong,
I
it's a
would-
It's
really
a
bad
really
thing.
bad
I
thing.
would very much like to push us.
It's not gonna go wrong.
Yeah, you put in a little bit more effort.
Yeah,
It
he's
seems
already
the spirits
rolled.
are quiet today.
73.
73.
And what's your power?
85.
Nice.
Yep.
Tell you, he's not gonna fail it.
Yeah, he's already rolled his nat 100.
Yeah,
Surely that's
so-
not going to happen again.
You begin
Could it kill
setting
everything
yourself,
in him?
Not if I kill you first.
setting yourself down. You place your hand upon
Damn carrion.
the surface of the
What's your
book,
problem with me?
and you're transported
My problem
to
is that you're right about that woman's grief.
the Meridian Star.
Okay.
You seem to be
Exactly.
inside.
Psychically, I presume.
Psychic.
No.
None of you see this.
And a puff of wind is just boom, gone.
Miss
What?
Lease places her hand on the book, and her eyes begin lolling back into her head as she looks straight up. There's a little trickle of blood dripping from her nose.
Well, that ain't fucking good.
The ship seems to be swaying aimlessly, and you're in some form of cabin. You begin looking around, and you hear a slight coming from the porthole. The curtains are drawn.
Oh. I would like to walk over, listen to see if I can hear anything behind it.
Again, for a couple of seconds there's nothing, and then again against the window.
Well, I might as well slightly undraw it. Have a little peek. I know it can be dangerous.
You begin undrawing. Please roll me a sanity check.
I'm
It's gonna
going
be
to live
insane.
forever.
30 minutes of this.
He was born.
Yeah, Vinny's the one character that's
I've
really
already had two
no.
sanity rolls
Is
as
that
well.
no-
This will be a
Is that
second.
no sanity? What I need to roll under?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
So
I'm
it's
glad I did write that down.
with your reduced sanity.
93!
It's not a critical failure this time, at least.
No critical
It's not a critical failure this time. At least.
What's the mechanic on? It's like more than 10% of your total
So
at once.
96 and above is a class of critical failure.
Right.
You cannot spend any points to reduce
I feel
that.
like you need to put this
You lose
Hi.
another 3 sanity points
Ow!
as you begin
Sorry,
crying, and you see this contorted, twisted mouth, crabs crawling around the gaping hole that is left, teeth twisting in the shape of the tablet, the eyes blank and glossy, almost like the lights of lamps through a fog. The hair seems like seaweed drenched against this woman's head, and she's on the other side of the ship, where the ocean should be, clinging to the side. And you wake up back in the room. Back in the room with the others around
Are
you.
you alright, love? Would you like
I
glass
say,
of
well, I'll be
water,
able to use my
perhaps?
first aid skill to appears to be taking a seizure.
Ashworth,
yeah, you can,
Ashworth
you
the
can.
tea.
Ashworth,
Well,
some
it's a-
opium, please.
Ashworth, stop
Miss-
eating that plastic and
Miss-
come over here.
Ashworth, get a spoon and get me some heroin.
Miss Lease is Ashcroft, and he gives you over your
Ah.
tea. It's like a little herbal blend that they give you to help with your.
So that would be a
as you-
5.
As
See
you
in the
upon
first aid.
seeing this, can I inspect the tea
yeah, okay,
to
of
see
course.
if there's drugs in it? Because I had a pretty odd experience, and I've just watched this one have
yeah,
a
you
seizure.
just had.
The brandy's on
Okay,
it.
Would that
let's-
be?
Let's have a look.
You're not gonna
The brandy might be the safest
So you
choice.
should worry.
I guess probably just intelligence.
Yeah, roll me an intelligence check then.
So that's below 80.
I thought you were wanting to roll dice.
That's cocked. The other one.
Good boy.
72.
Somebody
Just below 80.
it's
Is it?
definitely
was
smelling
wrong.
and sniffing,
Below.
looking at it. It looks like tea. It looks like tea should.
Okay.
There is
Shoulder
obviously
knife is
some
used
sort
on a
of
guy.
herbal element to it.
Fucking 5.
But you don't get the sense that possibly there could be
Quite
something in the
important.
tea. But you're not entirely sure.
Came down
Okay.
my glasses. Because I think that's where I put them.
But yeah, you come back into the room, and as you do, Lord Hargrave kind of makes his way over. He's like, "Oh, Lise, what did you see?"
What do your
See?
elf eyes see?
See, what do you mean, see?
Ah, enough, Owen. You will understand in due time.
Yes.
The riff-raff
Shut
doesn't
up,
matter.
riff-raff.
Shut up before we put
I
you in the
saw
opium.
the ship. I saw it sailing.
My mother's ship,
Yes, you said your mother was on the ship, right?
the Meridian Star.
Right.
That's the one, I'm assuming. I didn't actually see on board the ship. But I did see on board that ship that book was on. And
Which would be the Meridian Star.
it
Yes.
would be. You said it was recovered from the Meridian Star, but anyway, getting ahead of it. What do you think I saw?
That's an odd question, darling.
It might be,
Hmm.
but it makes just as much sense as what I saw.
What have I seen in my dreams?
What did you see in your dreams?
Well, I am not a sensitive man like you are.
You're a man.
I am not as...
No,
yeah.
he's not a man.
He's
Not a
man.
sensitive man. Could still be a sensitive lady. We've not ruled that out yet.
That's true.
All we know is that this one is not a sensitive man.
You're going fizzle bottom again.
I have been visited in the night upon a sea as still as mirrors, and it has offered me many things that I desire.
Well, aren't you lucky? I got a face full of ugly and a rocking ship.
Well, at least you are contacting the dead after all.
Yes,
Perhaps
but that
it was
doesn't.
a mirror.
It was a window. I suppose it might have been reflective. But my teeth are not like that spiral.
Spiral, you say?
Yes, the creature, person, thing had spirals.
Like this. And I don't touch,
Yeah,
but
don't-
point.
Yes, exactly like that.
Do you touch it? Yes, like this!
Roll me another sanity.
You know, I think I will actually touch it. I'll
This-
trace it.
that
You've
colour.
already touched it, so you don't need to roll another sanity.
I'll just trace it. Yes, exactly like this. Bet you wish you could touch that.
No. No, I don't, from the sounds of
How are
things.
you going to carry it then? Anthropologist?
Well, I would rather it stay in its location right now.
I was planning on leaving it. This is neither my area of expertise, nor is it seemingly safe to carry.
Does seem
Sure it
like
is.
there's been quite a chain of incidents following anyone being
Yes.
away.
I know
Near the
not
site.
to which you refer.
You've just told us you had a vision horrifying
That was from your mother's journal.
Did the
regarding this piece of ancient history, though. This is what the
What
book
ancient
discusses.
history?
would
The
the
tablet.
would you link?
You remember you touched a tablet, yes?
This tablet?
Yes, that tablet.
I don't see anything bad happening now.
You actually press a button for a nuke.
Oh,
Oh
Can I do a spot hidden for the compartment?
Dang it.
Is
Can I
there
get
was
another
there any
brandy?
the face? Was there any resemblance with?
If you say me,
Obliged.
I will hit you.
I wasn't going to say anything of the sort, darling.
And if you ask for her mother, I don't know what
I
she
wasn't
looks
going
like.
to say that either. I was going to say
She looks like an
the
older
mask
version
that
of
is
me.
downstairs. Was there any
Oh, yes,
link
the
you could
smiling
make between
mask.
them?
Then there
Well,
was-
it's a different civilization. I'm not sure the two are connected.
The mask
Well,
is the same civilization as the Naughty Chico. So,
Oh, sorry.
so it's the same.
It's the dagger and the rubbing that
It's
were
the
the different.
dagger and the rubbing is the same. The
The
mask,
what?
the rubbing, and this tablet
rubbing?
is connected.
What are
Did
you
it-
talking about?
did it
Robin?
look
The
like
dagger.
him?
The parchment
chalk-
that was in
Right.
this thing downstairs.
The
Right.
chalk rubbing in the
I
pocket.
didn't realise you actually didn't know.
Did it
I
look
didn't
like they
know.
were kind of similar?
Yeah, they are connected. They
I'm
are
just
the
being
same
tired.
language.
No, he's asking
No,
did the face he
the
saw
face
in his
and the
vision
mask.
look
Um,
like the mask.
Could you have linked the two?
Would he have thought to link the two?
Would you like
Well,
to
I
link the two?
asked him to link the two. Well, her, sorry.
You're not entirely sure. When you took a look at it, it was definitely a death mask, but it was undistinct.
Would you like to
It
see?
didn't really look like
No.
the mask. The mask doesn't really look like anything, if I'm being honest. It's a face, but it doesn't
Very
have
well.
many features.
Not necessarily.
Do you mind if I ask, Lord Hargreave, what did you have in mind for us to be doing here? You mentioned that there would be an investigation, but we've not
Dearest
heard where to
Rachel.
start.
Well, we have the book to begin with, your mother's journal, and after that, I have another book. It is Andean,
far more newer than what we have uncovered here. But it could hold links towards us. And Madame Lise here, she is here to
Yes.
contact those upon the ship.
Indeed.
She is rather connected to the world beyond, far more than any of us. And Tom, you're going to keep everyone safe. What is going to happen here must be kept from prying eyes until we are ready to let it out. That is where you come in, Owen. You have walked into a rather hellish situation.
Of course, but I'm very interested, and absolutely do not fear. I will not be showing this off to anyone until
And the
I am
time
ready,
is
until
right.
everyone else is ready. I have no advantages in divulging any of this information previous to figuring out the entire situation.
But once this is deciphered, there may be more to come.
Not
But I need to
okay.
know what is written in your mother's journal. And I
I'm
need
very
to know
interested on that myself.
what is written in this book that I will give you. And then,
Well, I suppose we can get started immediately if you could provide some sort of
The
writing
second
desk.
book I'm very interested in.
well, it is getting late. And we have
My desk.
rooms set up for
I
it.
can roll.
There is a writing desk there. And we shall
Why?
fetch
A little like her.
and we shall fetch the
Roll
other
the
book
five.
in the morning after breakfast.
No, it's already on the
So you'll all have, those of you not needed for the translation, can spend your time around the manor until nightfall.
Can I do the book?
Very
We
well.
may have an event going on at that
We're
time,
playing?
In the morrow.
tomorrow night. But we need this book deciphered.
Very well. I can begin work on this immediately. If I could just have dinner sent to my quarters.
Ashcroft can take you all to your room. You can deposit your belongings, and we will have food sent upon.
Might I have a quill and parchment?
We can procure that for you, yes. We will bring you over a quill and parchment.
Delightful.
Miss Lees.
Thank you.
I would ask that I not be disturbed the rest of the night.
Ah yes, Narnia rules.
Of course. I am rather strained from my time around the tablet.
I understand. You'll be busy not sleeping.
I'll be busy trying to sleep as hard as I can. Ashcroft shall be a call away if you need him.
Your knives.
I ask that you stay within your rooms at night. This
There's something
manor,
wrong with your manor.
this manor has a personality after dark.
Yes, apparently it hates candles.
What?
I remember she was asking earlier why it was so dark in here.
Well, I mostly remember that she had a seizure about 5 minutes ago, and now she's rambling nonsense. I don't say
Says
that.
the reporter.
Kieran's touching the tablet. He's touching the tablet. Tom, if
He touches the tablet and it just woof.
I bite my finger! I bite my finger!
if I could be so bold to ask you, stay within the tea room tonight.
Okay, buddy, I'm sorry.
You're the one paying.
Just make sure that no one shows up, and no one breaks into the house. That's Fedora, Malini.
No, I just had the urge to say, wait, you guys are being paid?
I
He's getting paid on the left and the right.
I don't understand this feud you have against me, so, well.
You're not
Yeah.
supposed to be here.
No,
Not
he
only
is
that,
here now,
He's
and
actively the biggest threat to our secrecy.
Well, so you're becoming
I
very
agree.
violent.
I will.
Well,
have,
if he's
that and
confined
you
to his room for the evening, I see no way of him conveying this message. It
And is he
seems...
going to stay
I
in
don't
his
know.
room?
He seems
Of
to
course
have
I'll
a.
stay in my room.
He
Do I
seems-
trust he's going to stay in his
He
room?
seems to have a rather
I'm telling the truth.
fun thought of carrier pigeons.
you get the
Well,
sense that he.
Can I try to spot
possibly
him
is
to
telling
see
the
if there's any way he could be hiding a carrier pigeon on his person?
Okay.
Can I do Lisa
roll
relax?
roll a spot hidden?
Can I do a first aid to check his asshole?
91! I have no idea if
Uh,
they
No,
have...
Oh, it is.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
91.
Yeah, there's a strange pigeon shape in the back of his vest.
Damn.
He's already released the pigeon.
Perhaps you are correct, Liza, but maybe we should kill his pigeon.
He's already released it.
I do not communicate with pigeons. I'm part of the press.
That's
Let's
what
ask if
someone
you
who communicated with pigeons would say.
I'm going to bed.
Hi,
Ashcroft.
your name is going to bed.
Ashcroft begins taking
Hello,
you all,
going to bed. I'm Liza.
begins taking you all to your rooms, and any objects that you shall request that are within the manor will be delivered to your rooms.
Give me that.
I just wish for some writing implements and some dinner would be lovely. Is there any chance I could get the parchment and the death mask from the civilization connected to these artifacts?
I will fetch it straight away, so long as you do not take the parchment out of its container.
I have no interest in damaging the artifact. That should be sufficient.
I'll have dinner brought up to everyone in their rooms.
Good,
Steak, please.
Except for me, who's not going to be in my room, because I'd be nice to stay in the tea room.
I shall contact the chef. He
Have, like,
lives
What a
within-
sophisticated palate.
I have sharp, insightful, strong-willed are my...
And you translated that to steak, please.
Steak, please. Yes. Yous are all right across from each other, by the way, your bedrooms. So
Who am I deliberately across from?
we would be deliberately across from Madame Lise, and
I'm
then
going to wake up and get jump scared by you in the morning.
across from that, we have Little Owen's room.
Just
Yes.
middle of the night, I'm leaning over you, go. I'd like to see those notes again.
I'm going to settle down in front of my writing desk, eat my dinner, take 2 lines, and then stay up all night deciphering.
So I'm setting up in the room with like the rubbing, the ceremonial dagger.
Well, no, not anymore. I'm taking the...
Ashcroft takes you down to that room
And it's kept dry, nothing's in it.
and
Oh fuck, sorry, it's broken.
takes down the piece from the mantle, places the mask upon it, on its little thing, and begins walking upstairs with it. If need be, I can bring you hot beverages, sir. Only a call away.
If you wouldn't mind refilling my flask.
Of course, sir.
And I'll
And takes
find a chair, set up my hat, and find a wee table.
You do the Indiana Jones sleep. Oh, damn!
takes out.
Da!
Well, it's not a revolver he pulls out. He pulls out an old Luger, an old German pistol.
Oh, you scared of the gun?
Does it click?
It does.
Do not shoot.
Oh yeah. Mochi's like no. But yeah, you get given your parchment and your quill and your ink. You get given
From the second you were asking for a gun, I was like,
books,
oh yeah.
parchment, ink, quill, and you're left to your own devices at night.
I'm trying, but there's that goddamn thing.
I'm not gonna lie, I might lose sanity over what I try to do.
So anyone who is trying to stay up throughout the night, could you please roll me a Constitution throw?
I think I'm gonna stay.
That'd be nice to
asleep
stay up.
for tonight.
Can I do something?
Critical success
Can I
on
do
a
something
3 total.
and then-
You are up the whole time.
I'm just
Can I
like-
do something and then go to bed?
You can do something.
Oh, that.
Like, this isn't the first time I've been up all night reading.
So my con score is 70 and I just rolled a 14.
Oh, yeah, you
Crit success again.
you get given your flask, and you're able to manage to stay up throughout the night.
Now you roll your 100.
So, yeah, we'll start off with you, obviously, since you're looking to do something cookie. So please.
Can I try and draw the monstrous face on the paper with my pen?
Do you have the art skill, darling?
Yeah.
I do, I have art.
Yeah, she
Yes,
does.
he is a.
Um,
she is an artist.
Yeah,
She's
roll
French.
for it then. Roll for it.
I
She's
have the art.
French!
Yes.
She
74, I
speaks
failed.
74. Yeah, you get a stick figure going.
What?
going
No,
you know.
this is-
I get a stick figure with a little spiral head and I'm like,
I'll say you get like it's not a perfect rendition. You're not going to be able to tell who it is from it. It's very basic appearance and all that kind of stuff, but you can get the gist of what you saw.
Okay.
You
No
sit there
details.
all night with a quill, and in the morning you're just like, fuck, I've always been great with charcoal, but I can't do
Why
this
did I
bloody ink.
fucking
Why did
ask
I
for
ask
ink?
for a quill?
Um,
I've done charcoal drawings for the last 60 years, and I asked for a damn quill.
But yeah, you finish that and you can head yourself off.
Well, I'm not. My heart's just not in it tonight. I'm going to bed.
So you don't try and stay up.
No.
You spend like 10 minutes not drawing, and then
I
you go
spent 10
That's
minutes
not fair. What
doodling.
often happens is you try to draw. That's not drawing.
Everybody who ends up falling asleep, could you roll me a luck check?
Oh no.
Oh.
Oh, I see. I see.
Oh, I see
Sneaky,
how it is.
sneaky.
I see.
Are you
how it
sleeping?
is.
Yes.
No, I stayed up.
No, he's
I was asked to make sure nobody
both,
breaks in.
You both manage your constitution.
Oh, yeah, I forgot
Oh
mine.
yeah, you crit. We both crit success
you
con
both-
save.
You're both.
You come down the stairs,
Is
mate.
luck 3d6 times 5?
You've gotten back up them.
I'm not going nowhere. I've
roll
got my lovely
3d6
books.
Times it by 5. That is your luck modifier.
What's the what?
Uh,
Sorry, what?
So it is.
I wasn't prepared for
remember
this, so I'm
earlier
just
you
going to
rolled-
roll it on some
You
So
rolled
I
a
think-
75 or something.
Alright.
No. You rolled it earlier.
I'm
Remember that
compelled
was
to
what
do
you
Oh, I
multiplied.
did.
Yeah,
And
he
I was
was.
70.
70
you
was
got
what you got. So you're trying to get below 70, which
So,
is
so when
fail.
I've got
I heard the
82, that's
Sorry, I
failed.
did the clicking and I heard more.
Okay, good to know. Good to know. Good to know.
Oh no.
Keep that in mind. Keep that in mind.
Okay, so
You're going to slowly start believing in the occult, boy.
Oh, I already
You better
believe
not
in the
sleepwalk.
occult.
No, you don't.
Well, I don't
Yeah,
have any of
put
it.
you
but
under
it's not
pressure.
like- I don't have
75.
any notes that
75.
specifically
You
say
rolled
I
a
don't believe in it.
75 as your sanity. Can you do me a sanity roll? No, a luck roll, and tell me what it is.
You
What?
sleep walk
75?
down the stairs
So,
while you're going
That's
down.
how much luck you have, or did you roll?
I rolled.
So what is your actual luck?
Courtesy
You know-
of Jenna.
I
Oh.
couldn't find it.
It's got
It's
to
no,
3d6. It's 3d6
Your
times
actual
five.
rock, you need to roll
Oh,
3d6
that's
and then
fine.
multiply
Then
that
that
total
is-
by 5.
Then that is 75.
So your luck is 75. And now roll me a d100, and you're trying to get under that. 75.
That's pretty good luck.
That's
That
pretty
is
good luck.
pretty good luck.
17.
17. That's
Oh,
fine. That's
man.
fine.
I've lost
You can spend luck if you are very close to getting like a critical success or a success on a roll. You can spend that amount of luck. You take it off your luck, and you can success on that roll. However, if I ask for another luck roll and you've spent all your luck, well,
You
you're out of
also
luck.
fail.
You know. Okay, Owen, you have a fantastic night ahead of you.
Yay.
Give me 14 consecutive sanity rolls.
We'll get to your rolls at the end of the night for what you need to get.
Okay.
Owen, you get yourself off to sleep. You nod off. Your little head against the pillow.
You wake up, Thomas has got his skin against your head.
You begin hearing the sound of sirens.
The sound.
Of
sirens. They're really muffled, like almost echoing through clasped hands to ears. You open your eyes and you're standing in the middle of Briar Lane. You know this location. You've been looking around. This is where you grew up. Your house should be, and you turn around and there's a skeleton, rubble, bricks piled up around you.
Mummy.
You feel there is something drawing you towards the rubble.
Oh, you're having a lucid
A little-
nightmare.
A
Terrible.
little bit of ash begins falling around.
Sounds like a lack of opium problem.
The siren gets louder, you hear people calling,
Good.
and you begin trekking across the rubble. As you walk, there's no dust on you. There's no dust really building upon your hands or anything like that, but there's no sound really once you get in the threshold of the building. No birds, no breeze, no nothing. You no longer hear the sirens. There's a little teacup next to you, unbroken. And you see a brooch that your mother used to wear.
Sirens.
Yes, you loser.
Yeah,
So
sirens.
you no longer hear the silence. You
You
just
know-
said it was
you no longer
quiet.
hear the sirens.
I thought
You
you
see
popped sausages.
your mother's brooch. All of these items uncovered
He wasn't in
by
another
by the ash. And then a coat your father wore at Sunday church, folded neatly. Your hand goes over the top of it, still partially warm.
Then you hear a voice. You're not entirely sure if you know it. They're just further in. You just have to keep looking. They're waiting for you.
Mummy!
Mummy!
Daddy!
So would you like to keep heading further into the rubble?
Yes.
It seems to be building up a little bit more. The walls seem to be back intact.
Mother!
Mother.
Father!
And you walk down a long stretch corridor. You can hear the ticking of clocks. Every single one of them loud and synchronized. But they don't go past 3:14 a.m. at night.
Damn father and his clock collection.
At the far end, you see a half-open door. There's a little bit of a little shred of light pouring through, and you can hear the clinking of crockery and the murmurs of voices.
I'm going to push the door open as hard as I can if I have this option.
You push the door open, and there sits your mother and father at the table, cooking. It looks like breakfast has been laid out in front of you. But they don't seem to acknowledge you're entering into the room.
Hello.
Their skin seems grey.
It's been so. Are you alright? Mother? Father?
Your mother kind of looks up to you and... You didn't look for us, did you? Not really.
No, but I...
Your father looks up right beneath you and you couldn't even try. You left us.
I'm so sorry. I didn't know what to do.
I was 4.
I was a child. I was a boy.
Well, no, that's the whole character.
You hear a voice in the distance, and the beautifully laid table of food. Sit down. Confess. Let me in. And you begin to watch as the food spirals on the desk in front of you.
I'm gonna... I mean, at this point, I'm definitely, if I have the option, try to wake up.
Okay, I would like you to roll me... your choice, you can roll me a power or a sanity check. Oh no, the screen went to sleep.
You're no waking up, mate.
Help me.
Which screen went to sleep?
It's the bottom under the... No. Right where the leg is.
I got it.
What was that noise? Sorry, yeah.
But yeah, I would
That
like
was
to,
like
you to
waking
roll
up.
me a power check or a sanity check, your choice, whichever is
What's the
stronger.
power check?
POW.
Power is this
Power.
one's
Power
60 as opposed to your sanity, which is
Power, that makes sense.
75 or
Not
70, sorry.
I'm gonna try the sanity, I think.
So you're looking to roll below your sanity.
This has happened a lot to me before.
That's what I was
Was
saying.
that cocked or not?
No.
I go downstairs.
73, so
take
it'll
off
pass.
the jacket,
You
which is when I brought
You
this.
You can
This is
spend
my jacket
3
pocket.
points of luck,
But I didn't give it up.
Would you like to spend 3 points of luck to pass?
because you get 70 luck.
Wait, did I
You're
say I was
still
using-
not
Your
Sanity,
sanity's
Sanity,
60
yeah.
and your power's 60 as well, but your luck is 70,
No,
so
mine-
you
Yes,
could spend
no.
13 luck and succeed if you wanted,
Yeah,
but
no,
you
wait.
can also
Me and
fail.
I did
Did I
consider
just
immediately
say
shouldn't be
that
on,
I
by the way.
use sanity?
You
Yeah.
get away with it.
Yeah, you use sanity.
And it was
You can only use
70
sanity or power and they're both the same.
Yeah.
And you get 73
No,
on your
I've got
dice.
70 for sanity.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I do, but that's...
Sanity 60.
Oh, sorry, it's the luck that I
Luck,
rolled
you've
for.
got
Yeah,
70.
Sorry.
70.
Right, yeah, sorry. Okay,
That's
well,
what I was explaining to you.
So you
you
can
spend
spend
13
13.
luck to succeed, or you can
or you can fail.
Can
Can you push a sanity roll?
you cannot push a sanity.
Yeah.
I'm gonna spend those
think
luck
it's more
points, I
power.
think.
Those luck
Yeah,
points.
go on.
You feel yourself drawn towards
Yeah,
this
spiritual
chair,
work.
almost
Spiritual.
instinctually grabbing it, getting ready to
So
sit,
you've got 10 more power.
but you pull yourself
Do a bit
back.
more strength, aren't you?
Everything is wrong
Got the
here.
same
Their skin is grey, their eyes aren't even the right colour. They're not even speaking in the right voice. These aren't your parents. And boom, you wake up.
How unfortunate.
You can see it's the morning now. You're in a little bit of a pale sweat. Though your curtains are still drawn. And you hear at the window.
I'm gonna go open the curtains.
Open the curtains, and out in front of you, you see the grand garden.
The
lovely-
the grandmother.
Let me in.
You see lices in the window.
A grand
This is a
garden,
third floor. I made a
a
mistake.
large hedge maze, and nothing there. Now we're gonna get to your rolls, Dylan, for what you got. I would like for
A dead languages roll.
a
Hopefully.
dead languages roll or an anthropology.
Well, my dead languages is higher by 5.
That's fine.
Filthy,
So you
actually.
might as well.
42.
It's time for
So I
my
succeed.
morning pipe.
Perfect.
I see.
What's half of 75?
You're the MDM this week.
That would
37.5.
be 37.
Yeah.
So I could spend 5.
Yeah.
And have a good
a
success.
good success. Yeah. A hard success. Sorry. Critical would be 15.
It's hard again.
Yeah, I think I'm going to spend 5 luck and go down to 50 luck.
Okay. Well, with that, you definitely see that your mother has left clues throughout her journal writing. She has left you a cipher. And you work your way throughout the night and you begin to understand it. What would you like to translate first?
She has writings in her book in this language, right?
Yeah.
Probably her book first. I would leave the scroll till later if it was time, if there was time.
You'll have time later on in the afternoon to decipher the scroll.
Yeah,
And
I think I definitely want to focus on what my mother was up to first.
so this is going to be relatively. It's not that much in the grand scheme of it, text wise. But there is quite a few. So this is translated from your mother's journal.
It's not that much, since 50 pages.
It's not that much. I wish I would have had handouts. I should have done that. Pages would have been nice. But while he's having a look over that, Tom, you have an uneventful night. Ashcroft comes in the morning and kind of pats you on the shoulder. So if you would like to take a rest now while the others are having their breakfast, I can have it brought up for you later.
That'd be quite nice. And I'll
Take your keys. At least you wake up. Yeah, your picture's pretty fucking shite. I'm not gonna lie.
Not only that, does this count as a spiritually active location?
This is a spiritually active location. Yeah, this whole entire building is.
I see.
Does that mean you have bad dreams or something? Is there something on your character that's important?
I didn't feel like I had any bad dreams.
You
had a wet dream.
passed your luck roll. Passed your luck roll. Let's say that.
Yeah, because well, I was thinking about that and what does that happen anyway?
No, no, it was all to do with the luck roll.
Okay.
But yeah, you're all kind of aroused from your rooms. You're brought down to the breakfast table, and Lord Hargrave is already there with what looks like a youngish chef dressed up, and he's kind of plating out all the breakfast materials.
Is that the young chef?
That is the young
Yes.
chef. Yes.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
You're given
It's French, don't
sausage, bacon, poached eggs, some selection of exotic fruits.
Exotic butters.
Chef, there's cigarette ash in my eggs.
You do not complain. You shut up and you eat your food.
Pulls out
Um,
a shotgun.
Putain.
But yeah, and you do see in the dining room above a large display there is a couple of swords, ceremonial looking swords.
Whoa.
And above that seems to be a double-barreled shotgun
Dibs.
above the wall.
Oh, hello.
Oh, a little face.
Handsome.
But you're all brought down for your breakfast. Lord Hargrave is there having conversations
So
with
just,
you.
where was that shotgun again?
It is above, in the dining hall,
Dining hall.
above ceremonial swords.
Dining hall. Shotgun.
Is he
It might
taking
It
notes?
might not have any bullets.
He's only taking notes for the
Sword.
fucking shotgun.
Shotgun.
But he's still
Sword.
taking
Look,
notes.
we've all heard of Chekhov's gun. I'm making note where Chekhov has put it.
In the drawer, usually.
This time he's put it on the
Pay
mantelpiece.
attention to the fact that there is cat in your soup.
There's a cat in my soup.
Say it again, Frenchie.
Dear God.
No!
This is unforgivable.
Good morning, Madame Lise. I hope your night was uneventful.
Remarkably so.
Lord Hargrave looks rather rejuvenated from the night before.
Oh.
Still an old man, but it looks like he possibly.
Thank Christ.
It
He's
looks like
now
he possibly
24.
He's
got-
not an old woman, he's
um,
trans.
It looks like he
Productive.
possibly did get a little bit of
Is he
rest.
eyeshadow?
Also, when I
Um,
blink, the bottom seems dark. Bottom that is good.
When I blink, it seems.
Good morning, everyone.
Madame
Should I have
Lise,
climbed
Do
would
I go down as well?
you can come down once you're obviously finished.
I'm finished.
Translating.
You seem good.
Madam
you seem
Lise,
like
would you
a little
please
carrot.
give me
Oh.
an occult roll as you're sitting at the table?
The table's been
Sitting at the
dented.
table.
I sit down
Sitting
at the
at the
table.
table.
Ah! It has
Sitting
family!
at the table?
The table's from the ship.
78. I pass.
Hmm.
Do you have 80 luck?
Occult.
Occult.
Occult
Occult,
is 80
sorry.
occult.
I have 75 luck.
You sit down and you begin feeling an echo of something.
Air.
Maybe a spirit, and you look around and there's sitting across from Lord Hargrave. There seems to be a gentleman in a white porcelain mask. And he begins facing towards you. He doesn't look at anyone else that enters the room or anything like that. And you feel the words, "Write your name,"
Thank you, darling.
until he comes for it.
Alright, Camden
Would
then.
I happen to have seen this ghost before, since I've been in his house?
This is a new one. You've not seen him before.
You're not Jimmy. Well,
You've not seen this one before.
the ghosts ask, I might as well.
Roll me a sanity check.
I'm just gonna start rolling. I'm gonna start writing my
I
notes.
said it. He's
As I
gonna be
see
insane.
Liza going to write her name, given what I've just read here, can I attempt to stop her?
If you get down in time, yeah, you can see Liza's kind of like looking blankly off at the table, and she's kind of scratching something.
Liza, put down the pen, darling.
It's a quill, actually.
Cool.
There
I
it is.
tried. I
Yeah,
tried.
yeah, you managed to stop her from it. But you
It
seem
doesn't sound like it. It sounds like they're fucking continuing.
you seem like it wants to
Use,
take you to the guide, the entrance hall. It seems like that's the area that it's trying to bring you towards.
Darling, what were you writing?
My name.
Breakfast.
I think it's vitally important that no one write anything down for the next couple hours.
Sorry.
I'm just gonna
what?
stand up and walk
Why?
to the entrance
You
hall.
stay here.
I
This
would
is
like you
vitally
to-
important.
As you're now, the full gravity of the situation begins hitting you.
Yeah,
Roll me a sanity check
Yeah,
from
I,
what you
I
just
suspect
read.
And if you-
I was kind of
Yeah,
hoping
like
I
that.
wouldn't have to, but
But-
I was reading it going,
Sorry.
I'm not going to cope well with this.
What are you talking about? Why are you writing your name? And why-
Critical 1. 1.
Critical
Damn.
success.
0, 1.
You are.
You bastard.
You still take one sanity, obviously, from
Eh.
what you've read. But yeah, you don't have any other adverse effect. It's definitely spooked
What do
you.
you- what do
You're
you
not.
mean?
Back off.
You're not entirely sure what's going on here. You're a woman of science.
Oh, I'm spooked.
Yeah, you're a woman of science, and this makes absolutely no bloody sense to you.
What?
I need everybody to stay here for just a minute. And here, I think my mother has gone mad. And I think this artifact had something to do with it. It seems everyone on the ship died during their travels. And my mother has documented the entire thing in this lost, forgotten language.
I'm taking
I see him
notes.
writing.
I
Yeah, you see him writing.
sincerely mean
I'm gonna grab the
You
quill or
should
pen or
not be
whatever.
writing.
Please, let him continue. We need this information out eventually.
I mean
It should come from us, though.
This
We were just warned not to let
specifically
anything rip.
states.
Not anyone who is not already in this room, Tom. Please.
Alright.
I strongly advise that you just leave it until I'm finished, and you can judge for yourself afterwards.
You're through the road.
And I'm going to read out March 17th, 5 more dead. They did not die violently. They simply stopped breathing, blinking, even moving. They sat on their bunks, eyes wide, mouths whispering until their lips turned black, their skin slackened. The sailors did not ask what happened. They simply dragged them to the edge and threw them into the ocean, like empty husks. But last night, in the fog, I saw hands grasping the hull, pale and bloated. Their eyes glowed like moonlight through oil. March 18th, I did not dream. The missionary woman knocked on my porthole from the outside. She was soaking wet, hair floating like seaweed. Her jaw hung wide, her voice came from beneath her tongue. He unspools what you bind, he eats what you regret. It continues for a couple more pages until afterwards, March 19th. The crate was not opened, it opened itself. The linen was ash, the copper nails were melted to slag. The tablet now pulses like breath, like insect wings against a drumhead. The spiral glows faintly when no one looks directly at it. I think it's feeding on the guilt, on the silence. We are not carrying it, we are its nest. March 20th, only 3 of us remain. The cook hanged himself with curtain chain from the cold locker. Raves wanders through the fog, muttering names that none of us recognize. We never saw him again. Captain Hayward tried to stab the tablet with his dagger, and the blade turned to powder. He began speaking in spirals, and she specifies, I don't mean metaphor. I mean his mouth moved in impossible ways. He leapt into the sea with a smile, and the sea swallowed him like a child's secret. March 21st. I don't know how many times I've written this entry. The words fade if I leave the page too long. My own name resists my tongue. I try to sit and say aloud, and it slithers into something else. The whispers say, you brought him across the salt, now you are salt. Last night the crew returned, not walking, not swimming, carried in spirals, like driftwood circling the drain. They knock on the hull and call for me by name, a name I no longer remember. March 22nd, question mark. There is no more sun, only spiral skies and glass water. I no longer fear the Father. I understand now. We were wrong to record. We were wrong to record regret and not confess it. Quare Mantuk is not evil. He is necessary. He is the correction for memory, the silence beneath the screen. And that is where it ends.
That does sound an awful lot like what I saw in my vision.
It sounds ominous, and it sounds like writing
everybody
empowers it.
who heard that, so everyone apart from Tom, who is up in his room, to roll me a sanity check.
Me including.
You've already done yours, so you don't need to do it again.
Sanity.
10.
I've
You're
just rolled
You
51.
lose
You've got
1
60.
point of sanity
Ah,
because
60.
it's,
I've rolled 51, so
so
yeah.
you pass.
You lose
You
51 points.
you still lose 1 point of sanity
Yep.
because this is. You now realise that you are in something that you don't fully understand.
Thank you.
Does Mickey want to hit?
Well, this is quite.
What about Alistair? Does he lose sanity?
He has sanity.
He looks unfazed by the words.
Asshole.
This is rather disheartening to hear. But what happened to the bodies? What happened to the? Where did they all go? Your
Well, they were
mother.
thrown into the sea. That was recorded while she was vaguely sane. That was written in English earlier on.
How did your mother? Where did she end up? How did the ship end
Well,
up back
from
at port?
the sounds of things, Mother went missing after this last diary entry on March 22nd. That was It's November, right?
November, yeah.
That was some months ago.
I'm afraid I believe she joined them in the sea.
I'm starting to suspect you're correct. It sounds as if these people were throwing themselves into the sea by the end, and it seems as though my mother succumbed to some type of madness along with them.
Tied
Perhaps.
to the tablet.
Tell me again.
Tied to the tablet.
Yes, it does seem like the tablet. I will say she was mad when she wrote it, but she discusses the tablet melting the crate around it, turning the linen that was wrapped around it into ash, and the copper nails that we sealed it with into slag. And she also mentioned it glowing and pulsing. Now, I must admit, yesterday when I was inspecting it, I did hear some pulsing. I know you experienced some type of vision when touching it.
I did.
It sounds as if this is, I don't wish to sound mad, but magical in some capacity. Cursed, one would even say.
Evil.
I would not like to put out the word magical, Doctor. I think this is science. Science that we don't understand yet. From places and beings that we do not yet comprehend. Look at our past. We once thought it was impossible to fly. Now we have whole entire battalions of men shooting and dropping bombs across oceans.
Feel targeted.
This is.
I do believe that's in the next 20 years, Professor.
They're doing it at this current.
Are they really?
thing. Yeah, they were.
I thought the Blitzing didn't start till the Second War.
Partially doing that.
My family was eliminated.
Killed in a bombing.
Killed in a bombing.
Sounds like you had some closure. I wish I had the same. I'm joking.
I-
I don't say that.
Boosh! Well,
should
at
be
least you know what
kicked out
happened
of
to
this
your
house, man.
family.
I think mine died of syphilis.
Sounds about right. Like mother, like daughter.
Hey, I'll have you know,
I've had many daughters and they all died of syphilis.
I'll have you know, I only have brittle bones.
I only have avian flu.
It's quite troubling.
Have you managed to decipher?
No, I was up all night with the diary. I haven't done anything else yet.
So you have not rested yet.
I have neither rested nor have I translated anything else.
But it's okay. I took.
But it's okay, I'll have another line and I'll be fine.
It's alright, I have this opium right here.
Have it banged out.
If it helps, I rested.
You look like you've rested.
Thank you.
If
You
I may
do too,
interject,
you look
you
better.
look as if you are a lot better today.
I was not plagued by my dreams last night.
Well,
Rather,
It's because they fucking me.
That makes the two of us.
rather greatly.
Didn't they lay the bastards in?
Yes.
maybe they passed it on to me then.
Oh.
You had concerning dreams last night?
A little stranger than the usual, but nothing I'd never had before, really. You're quite right.
Perhaps.
This house is, this manor is strange.
If I might pry, was there any of the imagery described in my mother's journal that relates to you? Anything about
No.
Can I pull up the picture and go, anything that looked like this?
This was something.
Anything
personal.
like this?
Anything like this picture
Well, I
I
mean-
drew?
nothing about
shittily
What is
drawn
that?
woman with a
It's-
spiral mouth.
It's the spiral mouth, the wavy seaweed hair. I actually think it's her, Mother, if
There
I'm
was
being honest.
nothing about regret or confessions or salt.
No,
or...
none of that. None of that.
Very well, I suppose. Nothing about salt.
All of that is personal matter, but I.
So
Like-
no salt in your dreams.
So what you're saying
So
is,
you
you,
have a
get to
personal
ask us questions, breaking every boundary, but when we ask one question,
Well,
you still
to be
haven't
fair,
answered any of the questions I asked you.
the answer
I
does
sure
seem
did.
to be no. Like they answer the
Anyhow,
question. We
but
just
I'm
don't get any new
curious.
information.
There was
I'm very
the
curious.
spirals. There was a moment where these spirals appeared. I don't. It's true. I've not seen those before.
Can I do the classic, like, old person trying to figure out if you're sick, and I'm just gonna
You can, yeah, you can.
Give him opium.
My
Don't
God.
need this.
It
right
looks like you have an opium deficiency.
He feels like a regular person. Doesn't seem to have a fever.
Feels
Obviously
like a
quite-
regular
Quite all right.
Quite
Not a
upset
fish
by what he experienced last night.
Try it.
I think whatever is going on here, we are connected to it now.
You've got
I
something
believe
with
this
the idol.
tablet is the key to it, and I have ideas that I must discuss with you, madams, when we get some alone time.
I feel that this is important. Perhaps we should be saying these things openly.
This is information that you cannot do anything with. This involves the occult and rituals.
I'll have you know, I have an occult of 60.
Oh,
That's pretty good.
I'm rather occultish. Sorry, 40, but I'm still rather occultish.
That's half mine.
From the information.
Yes, and I'm less than a quarter of your age, sir.
Sir?
Madam.
Madam.
My God.
I'm going mad, leave me be.
And you see, he kind of picks
I thought
himself
that might
up and
already
begins kind of like
I've not yet had
he's
my
came
morning opium.
across the room, kind of walking around. From what I understand,
We're all fucked.
this tablet seems to be a containment of sorts. Information I have received from my dreams, from whatever is connected to this. I have never seen it directly, nor spoken to it directly, but it has enticed me with rituals and binding. And I believe it may be connected to the tablet.
If this tablet is something to do with binding things together, it seems to be allowing them out.
What was,
Whatever.
what was that line you read about spools and bindings and he eats? I didn't
That
quite
thing
catch.
about he eats regret.
Eats regret me perhaps.
It does seem that in the end, a lot of the shipmates were racked with guilt. Perhaps for the bodies they tossed
He
within the sea.
unspools what you bind, he eats what you regret, was what the woman told my mother while she was insane.
He's going to eat my ex.
Perhaps.
If
Maybe
that is
it's
what
not
It
so
sounds,
bad.
desire.
it sounds as if this entity is feeding on some sort of confessions and regrets. Whatever is going on, it sounds as if there's something connected to regret and confession.
If we don't feel any regret or guilt, we should all be fine, shouldn't we?
Could you roll me as you get
Another
nestled
bourbon.
down to sleep? A luck check.
Just 3 stories up, which is bang, 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 do, do, do,
While he's doing that, the line "I no longer fear the father."
My luck is a 60, I rolled a 64.
Oof.
That's rough, bud.
And you can't spend luck to get lower.
Nah.
I'd like to spend my luck to
You
lower
can't
my
push
luck.
luck, can you?
I would like. No, you cannot push.
Can I push the French?
We will get to you in a second, son.
The line
Which
"I
one?
no longer fear the father." Would I be familiar with? Given that my study is anthropology and that would include religions, is there a father figure in the
Deuteronomy.
religion?
So, roll me. I will say, with what you've got, roll me an anthropology check, please.
The study of birds.
39
39, which is
out
with
of 70.
So, from your understanding, from what you've read and garnered about this very, very new society, there's not a lot of information going out. You understand that this seems to be giving off vibes of a chthonic figure, a figure from the underworld, not very commonly seen in this time period and in this area. Their gods tend to be about rain
and cultivating and harvest and fertility.
Yeah.
You have never come across anything even remotely close to this
I've been looking
until
for
the
my glasses,
Aztecs
I can't
show
see
up,
shit.
which is a long time from now.
So it seems like connection to maybe one of the very first death gods.
Very, very possible. Very possible this is one of the oldest death gods that you have come across.
What can I use my writing investigative journalism
Jamie.
skill for?
Well, you can use that in reference to something you might have heard about Imogen or her
Right,
mother.
Like current events, finding out info on current events.
Okay.
Finding out information, basically.
Cool. Never mind then. What about?
I suppose we can get back to Mr. Lucky.
That's
Mr.
all.
Lucky over here. I'm going to say, while this is happening, you, Lise, there's a great disturbance in the force.
No, that ghost.
Indiana
There's-
Jones is upstairs with his
Indiana
cat on his
Jones.
bones.
No,
No, it's reverse. So it's du-du-du-du-du.
Mochi's left the kitchen, by the way, to
feels
watch
like
it.
there's a some sort of psionic disturbance
No.
within the house.
I'm Anakin.
Obi-Wan,
You
stop
feel it
contacting
coming
me.
from upstairs, and you feel like you might be able to tap into it.
Oh.
If you would like to roll me a power roll.
I would like to roll a pearl. I'm gonna put up my veil.
Be gentle.
I'm gonna put on my veil.
That thing's not gonna be gentle.
I get a 70. The power roll succeeds.
The power roll succeeds.
Suddenly, in the middle of your nightmare, you see the oldest woman possible, veil drawn all over her head.
You,
Just like, tell me your secrets.
A bright red stick in one hand.
Lise, you find yourself in a corridor,
Yeah.
and you feel the hand of a child on your leg pulling you in a direction.
Ew.
Yeah, okay. Yes,
She's
keep
like,
it.
I never had children.
It's
Get
okay.
off me.
And Tom, you begin hearing shells. Boom, banging in the distance. You smell the muck and the stale and the sweat and the blood. You open your eyes. This isn't the manor. You're back in the trenches, motherfucker. That you have been out of this place for so long. It almost seems alien how perfect the slats are. They weren't like that when you were there. You know that. You were in this place for years. You could begin hearing something off in the distance. A whimper. Possibly.
It's Lisa trying to get that kid off her leg.
Get off my leg!
I'm a spinster.
It almost seems like a man sobbing somewhere.
Could still be Lisa.
It's still releasing.
Can I reach for my flask before I do anything?
It's not now. Didn't have drink in the trenches.
It wasn't invented yet.
He didn't have drink in the trenches.
It fucking was invented back then.
There definitely was.
They just didn't like alcoholics go rampant in World War One, unfortunately.
Why not?
The trench
No, it was all cool
begins
kids.
snaking off in front and behind. In front of you, you hear some odd whimpering. The duckboard's too symmetrical. The filth is there. The smells, the sounds, everything else. This might be a German trench you're in.
Well,
Yes, it explains the symmetry.
Well,
Those damn
start
perfect
approaching the
Germans.
window.
German engineering, some of the finest in the world.
a heavy feeling in my gut knowing what I'm kind of walking towards. I'll start going towards the window.
You begin moving forward, and as you do, after a few steps, there's mirrors everywhere, fogged and cracked. Can barely make anything out of it. But there is an old woman watching. Lise, you can see through this.
She holds up the kid.
Lucian, take
Body
bullets!
shield!
You see through these mirrors. You see Tom in the trenches. But this doesn't feel right. This doesn't feel like like a spirit. This feels like a memory, and it's been tampered with. Tom, you begin moving forward.
That sucks, buddy.
You see a flare go off in the distance, and you remember that flare. You remember what lies below it. You can hear your name being called out.
Can I keep going?
You turn a corner and you see, laying in the mud, caked, a young lad. No older than maybe 16. Private Ellis. His chest is raising rather slowly. You can see pinpricks of red seeping out from his uniform. And he's staring up at the sky, alone.
Private who?
Private Ellis.
Ah.
Yeah.
I see.
Ah.
It's not the one I thought it was.
No, it's not that one. You remember this night?
Mm-hmm.
It was the last push. You had to push them back. You promised you'd be back. But you left them there. His chest is just slowly moving. You can hear his breath getting ragged.
At this point, have I taken my Luger?
You have your Luger at this point, yes. Are you taking the gun out and you aim at Private Ellis?
There's no saving him.
His eyes dart to you, and he looks covered in fear and terror. Tom, you said you just... They came, Tom.
Aye, lad.
Bang.
Liza's like, damn, he cold.
Could you roll me? Could you roll me a power check?
His last words
Power
are,
move.
Yeah.
His last words are, it's just a flesh wound, Tom. I'll be fine.
I just stumped my knee.
Yeah, you watch
I
this.
really stubbed my
you
toe,
watch
Tom.
all of this go down.
It's not my blood. It's someone else.
I killed them all, Tom. I'm fine.
Oh.
I single-handedly saved everyone.
So that was an 84. I have a power of 75. Can I push that?
You would have to spend 9 luck to do so.
You can.
You have to spend luck to
worry,
You
I
push.
can
spend-
spend luck
Oh, you can
on
push.
it.
Sorry, yeah, sorry.
You can spend luck on it, but I think in the situation that you're in, you don't have the time to push it.
Okay, but I'm allowed to spend luck if I so
You can
choose.
spend luck if you wish to. Yeah.
How much luck you got?
60.
So you dropped to
Rookie
51.
numbers.
Oh, let's fucking go for it. Which one? There it is. I'll use luck.
Bang. You shoot, the head caves in a hole, and from it you begin seeing legs crawl out, bloated bodies gorged with blood. 8 of them. Some sort of an arachnid, maybe a tick, you think? And there's thousands crawling out from the wound. But you manage to wake yourself up just as they begin crawling across the trench. You lose 1 point of sanity. But you don't hear any voices.
So
It
my sanity would go from
seems-
75 to 74.
yeah, from 75 to 74. But yeah, at
Yeah,
least you
twins.
see the ticks as well, but you feel a sense of frustration coming from something. This isn't how it wanted it to go.
Unfortunately, I've had regret that I've been just done a little bit of catharsis for.
You do wake up though. So yeah,
I'll wake up and I'll go throw back the whatever alcohol's in the room.
yeah,
We'll throw it back.
you've got a little desk with brandy and whiskey on it. So, and your flask is back now. Your flask is back.
Thank God.
I fuck the flask up, down a bottle of brandy.
As you get up off your bed and you go over cock, you begin drinking, you look down. There's mud on your boots. It wasn't there before. You haven't been anywhere near mud.
I finish the drink and I'll go to under the pillow where I kept the Luger that night.
Is there?
How much ammo's in it?
You have.
I had 8 max, I believe.
You still have your 8. It looks like you have not expended a shot.
You do that ranger thing of tasting the mud and you're like, French,
No,
German mud.
I've been there.
I see.
This was the Somme.
Rationally, it was just mud from the night before. But I didn't notice it was there, and I'll clean it off as I compulsively normally would do.
So at least
There's
you've just
fuck all
experienced
at all
that.
happening.
But you know now, feeling that didn't seem like spirits. That seems like memories. And there's something causing this.
And I'm assuming I do recognise the boy grabbing my leg.
You do. You know who he is.
Yeah.
He's the only spirit you've felt apart from the masked man so far.
Well, he's trying to lead me somewhere, and if he's an actual spirit, I'm just gonna hold his hand, trust him, bite the bullet, and try and fall.
You'd like a bullet?
Yeah, I'll bite it.
He leads you down a corridor, and it begins getting quite smoky. And there's hints of orange, and it becomes harder for you to breathe. And then there's webs, all burning in embers. And you see, in the distance, something in those webs. 4 legs attach to a wall, and it lifts itself up. You can't fully tell what it is. It seems to be covering itself, but you know it's there. You feel it. You feel its energy.
Use your psychic powers to fight it.
And it looks at you, and it knows you're here with it.
Don't die, French
See another
lady.
2 legs begin approaching. This thing dwarfs you in this space.
You can
Approaching.
fight it,
You
Palpatine.
hear a faint click in the odd as it's coming.
I see.
She was
I'll
a code to
turn-
say you're a bitch.
I'll turn to him and go, why did you bring me?
the kid's gone, bro.
Why did you do?
That kid's gone, bro.
Oh, dickhead.
Ow.
You don't know when
That's
you
a-
went, but you haven't
Timothy,
felt
you
him.
bastards!
You haven't felt him since the smoke.
Ow.
Use the force push.
I'd like to...
End your bloody vision.
Yeah, I think I would like to leave that smoke if I can, and try and go back to the kiddo.
You turn around and it's just smoke. You can't see your way. You begin moving through it. There's more smoke. There's more smoke. It gets deeper and deeper until you can barely breathe. And you feel something collide with your face.
Ow.
You reach your hand out.
It's Imogen. She's just like batting you with something.
Burn.
Is that a leg? Is the smoke begins to clear slightly and you see 2 legs dangling like a ballerina in stockings.
I'm not gonna look up.
Okay, roll me a power roll to come out of your vision.
Fuck, 93.
93.
Put that dice away.
You hear from the distance, let me in.
Back off, you
Let
spooky bitch.
me in.
No?
Let me in. And 2 hands shoot up and pull you up to the face of your sister. Twisted and contorted, not the same, not the way that it was before.
The one that fought the vampire.
You wake up,
Ow.
back in the room with everyone else, and you feel like garbage. Please reduce your sanity by by 6. How much have you lost so far by now? 'Cause
What
I
was
think
your total?
we're
I've
getting
lost 15.
15. What was your total?
85.
Oh fuck yeah!
Damn.
We're getting close to you.
His sanity was 85.
Yeah.
Highest
Damn.
sanity because
But it
he
used to
has
be
to
safe.
deal with the spirits. But yeah, you wake back up. Your nose is gushing with blood right now.
Darling, are you alright?
No.
What happened?
No.
No.
Tom shot a chant.
No.
What is it with you darn women? Whenever we want you to speak.
I've been rather forthcoming.
I jest.
All men these days are the same.
You see Lord Hargrave kind of gets himself up again and begins heading out from the room.
Where did you go, Lysa?
Please.
Well,
Please.
depending on if you can get my name right.
Shut up, you old bat. You ought to remember in 10 minutes anyway.
Fuck you.
Anyway, have some
Fuck
opium.
you.
I might have slightly invaded our friend's dream.
By our friend, you mean
The one not here.
the policeman?
He's a policeman? Yes, that one. Jackets man.
Tom.
Tom, yes, the military man.
Well, I knew he was a policeman.
I never introduced myself as Tom. It was Thomas. He said Tom.
He
Well,
keeps
I
saying
said
Tom.
Tom.
Well, now I know he's a military man on top of that.
Oh, right. And what do you mean by infiltrated his dreams?
Well, I just entered them.
Went in my ass.
I stuck a couple of fingers in there, wriggled around. Yes,
Inception.
I entered his dream, and unfortunately, it turns out we are not fighting spirits, Alistair.
Is that...
I have things that I must attend to.
No, hold on.
Wait,
that's
no.
not how we're ending
No.
this particular interaction,
What?
sir.
No, this is rather important. You said you wanted to do rituals with me later.
I must collect some resources for that.
What? Hang on.
When we say not fighting spirits, does that mean you regularly fight spirits?
Lisa and I have on multiple occasions, yes. A lot of the artifacts that we find come with emotions bound to them.
And this is better or worse than a regular spirit, so to speak?
It seems pretty worse, if I'm being honest.
Well, what does it seem like then?
Hentai.
Worse, I guess. I don't know what it is.
It's
What are you
giant
doing,
tentacles.
tentacle?
It just seems worse.
Oh, well, what did you see?
Did you see any of the imagery I described? Spirals or
You asked me the
perhaps
same question.
That
Have
is
you?
bloated corpses or...
And I got no correct answer from you. I did not see a bloated corpse, just memory. And a
Memory.
couple of changed things, but mostly just a memory.
Did you hear knocking? There seems to be a lot of references to knocking.
You know,
Oh,
I
I-
did hear knocking.
I did actually.
I think it's vitally important that the next time we hear knocking, we run away as quickly as possible.
What if someone wants in?
Then fuck them.
They should have known to just walk in the door.
If
Yeah.
someone's knocking and they want in, perhaps we should have a safe word or a password or something.
Did you see any of the?
No, we're not doing knocking. That's
No,
fine.
that was the knocking that I heard.
Oh, excellent. So
What?
if we hear knocking, we know that we're not going that way.
Oh, by the way, it grabbed me in the dream and
Oh.
forced me to do something. I
What
didn't want to
grabbed
look at.
you?
Something. It looked like a spider, but it grabbed me with hands.
A spider,
Yeah, a giant spider.
as in it had 8 legs.
Giant spider.
Did you not? Wasn't the?
The chalk rubbing had
Yes.
imagery of insectoid creatures. They were like very long ticks with 8 legs.
It looked like a spider.
It looked like a
Right,
spider.
well, spider then.
Don't write it down.
I don't think that was the meaning of the. It's my job.
Ashcroft, make sure they have what they need. I must excuse myself.
Did you see any of the spiral-like motifs?
Did the cobwebs look spirally?
The cobwebs were spiraling.
He's seen the
in a
things that
direction.
were in my dream, right?
He's seen everything that
Cobwebs
was
were
in
in a
your dream.
spiral direction.
The bullet wound was the spiral, I believe you said.
Intense
Oh,
crawling.
just in case you missed that.
And in our dear friend Job's dream,
I've been nothing but nice to you, you old tag.
he shot someone and it created a spiral bullet hole.
He shot someone.
Yes, it was necessary, unfortunately.
I'm going to shoot you next.
But it was only a dream.
Well, it seems we're all. And you didn't have. Well, you didn't.
Well, I
sleep.
haven't slept.
Yes. Well,
Nor do I intend to,
Yes.
by the sounds of
Yes,
things
maybe
going
we should
on.
just all stop sleeping permanently.
I think that might be wise.
I have enough medicine to keep me awake for a long time.
I'll be borrowing some. Thank you very much.
It
Well,
costs
it's very
money
troubling.
to borrow medicine. This is not a church.
Nor do churches give out free medicine.
Exactly!
The church handing out opium.
They probably did.
Get your opium
To-
waivers.
That's
To
where I
put
learned as
everything
a
back
kid.
together.
Back in the good old days.
Do you think your mother might still be alive?
I feel like if she is a danger to everyone around her. The ramblings and the writings here don't speak to a sane mind.
And-
But
believe-
I will remind that the last writing is months ago, and she was not sighted leaving the ship when she arrived. Even through the most generous descriptions of luck, I fear we may have lost her.
Well, then what are we to do? If every crew member seems is reported dead,
Barring this lord who seems to have touched it and is having less than negative reactions.
I touched it?
He left
you
the
had
room,
a
by the way. He did
shit
kind of
dream.
shuffle himself away.
No, I didn't. I slept
You've
great last
invaded
night.
someone else's dream, and you've had a vision ever since
Yeah.
you've had strange visions.
I invaded his. Maybe he was bad for not touching it. If I just hadn't have invaded
I
his
must
dream-
admit, my scientific mind is curious. Are you down at breakfast now? No.
No,
Washing his boots.
Perhaps we should go and meet Tom. I'm rather intrigued to find out if the dagger that was used here in the book, it says that the blade turned to powder. There is a world here where we can prove the supernatural immediately by trying to stab this tablet. I wonder if someone has a knife or dagger that we would have available.
There's a massive sword above the mantelpiece.
This is
Come
true.
on, city yourself.
Part of the family.
it's fucking hilarious because in the book it said that the captain tried to stab it and the dagger turned to dust and then he went fucking insane.
Yes, that's why I don't want to do it.
But you're going to get the guy to do it who wasn't
Worry.
here to hear that.
I'm gonna no. First of all, I wanted a dagger. I think creepy
Worry
fucker in the
not.
corner should be doing it.
Magic woman.
I think
I've experienced
I
in
think
the
Lady Liza should be Lise.
Where are you
Lady,
getting the
I
R?
don't
Lisa,
know.
right?
I think Lady Lise should be. I wonder if with your occult
I
powers.
knew it!
Well, we need a dagger.
I'll grab a sword above the mantelpiece.
Well,
You do
I
remember.
knew it.
given that the experiment previously was done with a dagger, I wonder if recreating it completely faithfully might be helpful.
You do remember that there was the rusty dagger, and
There is a dagger
tea
in
room.
the other room.
However, it is rusty, so there is no telling if you stabbed that into any hard object whether or not it wouldn't disintegrate on its own anyway.
Is the butler here?
I have a butter knife
Ashcroft
with
has
breakfast.
stayed. He's been like
Ashcroft.
kind of.
Can I ask a favour? I presume, given the lovely steak you served me last night, that the manor is equipped with steak knives.
We are equipped with all manner of knives.
Can I be presented with a large, perhaps a carving knife would be best, a kitchen knife?
I will go see Bobby and see if he'll give me a knife.
I would be grateful if I could have 2 knives, please.
I will fetch you 2 knives. A steak knife and
And a kitchen
a
knife.
kitchen knife.
Can I ask, is there a second knife for me if I go insane?
No, honestly, the second knife is for me so that I can defend myself
If
from
I go insane?
anyone who might go insane.
So
It sounds like there's a large spider, and I don't want to deal with that.
saying that, you add into your inventory a kitchen knife that does 1d6
damage.
Kill Cthulhu. One
One
point
piece
of
of-
damage by
Stab Cthulhu. And you're given a steak knife as well.
He can't reach me under his
You
big
know
toe.
that the tablet is up in
Fucking Dark
Lord
Souls.
Hargrave's office,
Dark Souls
and you assume that's probably where he's going off
What the fuck is
to.
he doing? Oh.
The sound of silence.
We take that kitchen knife, the dagger, the steak knife.
Stab him.
Perhaps this would be an opportunity to do some actual reporting. If you wouldn't mind observing Lady Lise as she attempts to recreate this experiment.
Of course.
I would rather you did not disturb his lordship when he is in his study.
Oh, he's in his study,
Yeah, he left to go up.
staring creepily probably at this tablet.
Well, I do not seem to pry on his lordship.
Yes, well,
I do.
perhaps Lady Lise could.
He did want me to go up and do rituals.
That was
with
my
him.
point, is that they want a private meeting. Is there a world here where he thinks he's a little old, that Lady Lise is coming to join him? I'm just asking.
He might have dementia.
As my Lady Lise.
I shall ask his lordship.
He
Thank you,
might
Kyle.
have dementia.
If he says no, we will drop the subject immediately and we will return to other matters.
He raps on the door. You hear like and the clanking of something. Come in.
We leave him to do that in private.
Yeah.
I'm not intruding on that at all.
He goes in and he's in for maybe a minute and a half, and he kind of comes back out. He's like, Lady Lise, he will see you.
Delightful. Might I have the knife?
I give you the steak knife.
Would it be possible if I were to record?
Stay outside,
It
scrub.
seems they wanted a private meeting.
Stay outside, peasant.
Fuck.
I'm going to sex
You're like
him.
that. I've been wanting to use this. But yeah, you're led in.
Mosey on inside.
You can see Lord Hargrave. He's taken out these large candlesticks that you've seen before, with tallow candles in the top of them. He's arranging them in a pattern. He's like, I am preparing for tonight.
I thought your house didn't like candles.
As they're doing that, I'm gonna go try and translate the chalk drawing.
Can I use my listen and/or stealth at the door, like just keyhole, or if I can see
Yeah,
through the
okay.
keyhole?
Roll me a stealth to see if
You're gonna get shot.
Ashcroft believes
Yeah.
that you're not going to do anything shady.
Big Ashcroft is gonna just stab you in the back.
What's the?
Tom walks by.
Is that
Hey! Bang!
9.
Nice.
Yes. What's your stealth?
Is 30.
Higher than 9.
You've got it.
Nice.
Which is a hard success as
yeah,
well. It's
hard
below
success.
15.
I am sure you can entertain yourself around.
Oh, very well. Yes, of course.
I must prepare for tonight.
You must prepare for tonight. Yes, yes.
Good day, Ollie.
Ollie.
Owen.
Owen. That's
Owen.
the one. Yes.
Yes.
O-
And then he
Oliver.
leaves. He kind of.
I think there's a lot of dementia going on.
Oliver.
You see him walking.
We are all
uh,
very old.
You see him walking off towards the library. Yeah. Okay. Give me a listen.
Yay. That's 56, and my listen is 55.
Hold on, you
Fuck.
can spend luck.
You
I
can
will.
spend
I
You
will.
spend
Or you can
one
push
luck
it.
and succeed.
Yeah.
or you can push it.
What's that again?
Push it for free, but if you fail the second time, it gets
It's fucked.
It
catastrophically
gets
bad.
really bad.
No, I'm gonna use 1 luck point
All right, and then
for it.
What you at luck wise?
I was at. Where is it? Is it this one?
Yeah, so you're
Oh, is
at
it?
58.
No, because. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because I
58,
changed it for
so
you.
minus 1 again.
so 57.
You die.
Well, you understand that we use them for rituals, and that is why we must keep candles to a minimum.
You're rich. Buy more candles.
Don't you have
The
electricity?
house
for
has
God's sake?
electricity, Lord Lise. Just use a light switch. For crying out loud.
Stop whinging about this aspect of my house.
Now,
You're
just
perfectly within the
Light
power
witches don't have flair.
will you pass me the ash and the salt?
Well, I'm about to make some ash.
And there's like a sack over beside him, and he's rearranging these things.
Me and my fellow party members, the party people, some might say, we had
We've started calling ourselves the party people. You weren't here for this.
we had an idea.
Go ahead, because I
Lady
have one
Lease,
as
your
well.
accent is slipping rather wildly.
That's actually quite a part of my character.
As
I,
you
Opium.
I had an idea.
I'm
as
mighty
well.
good at talking, lad.
Lady Lease, I need you to lead the anthropologist to the library. There is a book hidden within the rafters in a box. You must lead her to it.
I know you're 75, but I want you to climb the tallest ladder in the building, and then root around
Can
in the
I
attic.
try something first?
What?
Well, well, the book said something in it. You know, the notebook, the journal. I wanted to try something.
I would like to know what it is before. I read the journal.
Well. I'm gonna pull up the stick knife. It says it can turn a dagger that stabs it into dust. I want to be able to stab that thing and it turn into dust.
Well, listen here, little miss. I need to know.
Don't make fun of my medical condition.
I need to know. This tablet cannot be damaged in any way. I need it for what will happen tonight.
It's a stone tablet.
It is, and it
One would
is.
think.
it
Stabbing
could-
it with a steak knife would leave it fine.
Tom gets PTSD.
I will
here,
allow
John.
you to touch it with the steak knife, but you are not allowed to use too much force.
He says to a 75-year-old arthritic woman.
Yeah, like,
Kick down the door. I heard German. Ah, no.
realistically, I do not believe I could.
What's your
Very
strength?
much. 35.
You're not even going to hit this.
Yeah.
You're doing a fucking mess.
Step aside, Alistair.
Step
Let a
aside.
professional.
Roll me a strength roll, and you see that now. Now that you're doing that, he's preparing what seems to be some kind of ritual circle around these.
That's fine.
candles.
We better go find that sacrificial knife because I've got a feeling it's got to go somewhere soon.
10! I actually
10?
hit it.
Yeah, you do. You hit it, and
These dice are much better.
clunk.
Does it turn to dust?
No, you just hit a knife off a tablet.
Oh,
Well,
You scratched the iPad.
no. The
Wow.
pad.
Does the tablet look damaged?
It doesn't look like there's any kind of damage on the surface at all. It's still pristine, not
Well,
a single scratch.
Sorry I bothered you. I'll hand you the salt. I'll hand you the ash.
You
and
do
I'll
feel the energy coming off of it a lot stronger than what it was last night. And it
That's
almost feels like
fucking
it's
beautiful.
watching you as you begin leaving the room.
I think it's your fault as well, mate.
Hey,
Fucking.
I've not done it.
Alistair, before I go, that thing's much stronger. Please do try to spend some time away from it.
I will when the
All I did was what
work
should be
is
done
done.
long ago.
Lead her to the book. She needs to decipher it.
Alistair, be completely honest with me. Do you know what's in that book?
I know some of what can be found, but I cannot translate it all.
Then why did you hide it in the rafters?
I wanted it to
For
feel...
dramatic flair, darling.
I wanted it to be kept away in safety. But I want
was written by
these people to
Spider-Man.
feel like they are in control of the situation.
Put it in a damn safe then.
It is in a safe spot. Like I said, I want them to feel like they
I'll
are...
break a hip going up there.
I
How
want...
much does the journalist hear?
He's hearing like that.
Most of it.
I want them in control, to feel like they're in control. And
So he hears specifically, I want them
The
to
book.
feel like
The
they're
book.
in control.
And all that kind of stuff, yeah.
Okay.
I need them. They are conduits to draw it in.
I'm just saying.
What's it?
I'm just saying. Journalist
Something-
boy hears them saying specifically, I want them to feel like they're in control and they're conduits. Just throwing that out there, journalist boy.
Thank
Will be
you.
It has
paranoid.
spoken to me in dreams, Lady Lease, and I trust that you will be on my side at the end of this. They are
I trust Lady Lise is gonna get her ass beat.
victims.
Fucking try swinging hands with me, pal.
Prissy, they are.
Iron opium, baby.
I understand a few things, but these individuals must willingly think they are helping free themselves from this thing, but they are drawing it in for me to do my job.
I'm gonna be so honest.
Meanwhile, we cut to me translating more of his
Yeah.
shit.
I'm gonna be so honest. I believe that drawing it here is a bad idea.
Lady Lise, you do not understand. This is about continuing my legacy. My blood has been cursed for generations, and finally it has hit me. I have no heir. This goes to nothing when I die.
He's infertile.
Find a kid and like adopt him, I guess. Kidnap him. I don't know.
If I bind this entity, Lady Lise,
It will be my child.
immortality awaits.
I don't think you really want that.
I do. I must continue my research.
I don't
I
think you
do.
really want that.
You know not of what you speak.
You must understand.
I do.
We have been working at this for years.
Yeah.
You must understand this is what it has all led to. And you must play your part.
Well, I cannot argue with that.
I respect
Really?
you, Lady Lise.
I'm just gonna.
I could.
I'm gonna open the
And
door.
round
I
about
think,
then, you would have heard him, her walking towards the door.
Yeah, and I'm absolutely
Looking at it.
yeah, going to the nearest door next.
I'm
next
just
to it.
leaning to
Yeah.
the so, oh,
So, yeah,
what a
you-
beautiful sky.
You bring yourself
yours.
into one of the other rooms that are unoccupied by one of you guys, and I would like you. Looking around, the room hasn't been used for years. There's dust on some of the furniture. It's still well kept, but it looks like it's only prepped whenever someone is to stay at the room. Could you roll me a little spot hidden for me, please?
Yay! I was gonna ask.
Hello, some.
That's 800.
Huh?
No, it's 80.
800.
You got 80. What's your spot hidden?
Fuck yeah.
Like
That's not a number.
60 or something.
Yeah, probably. Down. Oi.
I think it's page 3.
Spot hidden. 65.
65.
A wee bit higher.
Yeah, you see there's like a lantern on the wall. It looks iron. There's like a wardrobe. There's a
So many
bed.
candles.
Write that down. Write that down.
Write that
Iron,
Um,
iron stuff.
but yeah, an iron lantern.
Iron Man.
Yeah. Not gonna.
You see Tony Stark in the corner.
I'm gonna
You see
just
Timmy
go to the
Stark.
door
A
again
box
and
of
like
scraps.
listen to hear if I can hear movement outside.
Lady Lise, you would open the door just as you hear a faint little from down the hall somewhere.
My damn tinnitus. I'm gonna go find the anthropologist.
I
Who
must
would be-
seek out the librarian.
In her room, at this moment in time,
Frantically hunched over this chalk drawing.
roll me your dead languages roll.
33, which is a hard success.
Hard success.
I just realised something stupid. You'll find out when I realise.
Oh god.
She's actually got a switchblade. She's trained
Oh,
as a
this is to
gangster.
you, isn't it?
Yeah. I've got a +2 proficiency to gangster weapons.
So it seems.
Shit me. No.
What?
You're not reading it.
Oh,
It seems.
Stop doing your job.
It
Stop metagaming.
seems This may
I love being a journalist in D&D.
have reference to this
Make it your next character.
entity by some kind.
It's an adventure game, so
Maybe.
you want to be a space journalist?
I want to be space man.
That's what
It's
the
a job.
projections seem
That is
to
a
be.
thing.
Okay.
I shall think about
So,
it.
Lady Lise, you come in.
But before I come in,
Okay.
I realise something.
Yeah.
How am I gonna get in?
It's just as the
What?
bedrooms aren't locked.
Okay, let me knock on the door then.
I immediately launch my desk chair at the door.
Roll me a sanity.
Yeah, because
What a sick
that Because it would be rude to barge in.
That would be rude to barge. That's a 3. Yeah, you got it.
Damn.
You rather quickly barge your door, your chair up to the door, and you're like, "Don't let it in! Don't let it in! Don't let it in!"
You can hear me on the other side going, "Don't let it in! Don't let it in!"
Dear, it's me, let me in.
It's a trick.
Oh, is he Scottish again now?
She.
Sorry, is she?
Can I use spot hidden or something to see if I believe?
You could use that earring.
Like you can open the thingy and peer at it. And
I don't want to open shit. I want to from just the voice.
This would be a power roll, you see, or roll me an intelligence roll if, to see if you're.
We don't want to let it in, Matthew.
Open the door.
34 out of 80, so that's another hard success.
You're like,
don't want to let it in, Daddy.
God, it's the old woman. I'm overreacting possibly. I've not
But
slept.
it's not the old woman.
And like open the door a peek just to see,
I've
you see
spanked the
just
lamb
an
at this
eye.
point.
Hello.
She's standing there with a steak knife.
I'm terribly sorry, but
We're now roughly about midday at this
I
point.
have a
By the way,
book
it's starting
for
to
you
get
to
later
read.
on in the
Oh, yeah, I
day.
have a book for you.
Very well. Continue.
Oh, I
Do
don't
you
have
have
it. No, it's in the library.
Oh,
But
well,
I need you to come get it
Okay.
with me.
okay.
I'm just gonna put it out there that I am from now on gonna be waiting for the Lord to leave his study.
Okay, you would hear 2 footsteps.
Do I know where his room is?
Tom's room. Yeah,
Yeah.
you would know where Tom's room is.
We're all
It's-
across from each
they're all
I'm
crossing, like,
gonna
the thing.
I'm gonna outside the room just say, Thomas, we are heading to the library. I was wondering if you wouldn't mind accompanying us. Not knocking, not like just speaking through the door.
Give me a minute. I'll finish shining my shoes and I'll straighten my jacket. And I'll get a cigarette lit and I'll come out with them.
Comes
Ah,
out,
Timothy, you're
smoking.
here.
He rolls it up, smoking away, and you head off to the
There's been a lot of developments in the morning that you've been unaware of. Safe to say that there is some type of possibly sickness connected to this tablet, and it seems to be driving people mad.
Yeah,
You
that.
would-
Um,
At this
dream
moment
that
in time,
we
you
had.
hear your companions kind of walking by the door, talking in hushed tones to each other.
it seems as if there seems to be a lot of violent deaths happening around this tablet. So I would just prefer if we were all together a little bit more. There also seems to be a lot of mythological connection to knocking. So if you hear someone knocking at the door, it seems better to. I believe the military phrase is shoot first, ask questions.
Is that why you barricaded me out?
Yes.
We do need to come up with a safe word.
Perhaps speaking through the door works well.
That's so rude, though.
I'm prepared to waive my manners in this current situation.
Besides, if it can knock on the door, surely it can speak through a door.
I've heard no indications that it copies voices so far. Till I do, I'm happy to trust voices.
I've heard it talk.
Did it sound like any of us?
You, speak.
Okay.
No.
Think
No.
think you
No.
lot are a
You hear a little
bit
fake.
too deep in your volume.
Ooh, the spiders are back.
No, it sounds like maybe a child's feet, kind of like.
Oh, the Lucian is back.
The Lucian?
You're the Lucian. Anyway, to the library.
I'm the Lucian.
Yes. To the
Like,
library.
Really committing
He's
to this
slowly
loss of
losing more and
sanity.
more age as he loses his sanity.
Anyway,
But yeah, you head
to the
to
library.
a rather large library, and you see while you get up here, it almost seems like it's a converted attic space. You have to go up another set of stairs,
Very well,
and
Lise.
large bookshelves lining the walls.
Lead me to this fabled book.
Well,
You also
I'm in
notice the windows in the library would lead out onto the roof, if you were to look for roof access at any point.
I was told that the book is in the
Is
rafters.
it locked?
What, the windows?
Right.
You can try a window.
Yeah.
No, it's not locked.
I'm going to find a hammer, some nails and some boards, because clearly that's just
Oh,
a
he's
breach.
gonna-
Don't go
Yeah,
walking out
right,
onto
you-
the roof.
I've been told to secure this location.
You would have to go leave these two in their book quest to go find hammers and
Tom,
nails, but I'm sure
perhaps,
you'd be able to.
perhaps later. I
Get Ashworth to do it.
truly would feel safer if we were all together.
Alright.
Get Ashworth to do it. If we were all together,
Yes, the journalist is missing, but
I'm glad that you see it the way I do.
Dirty scum bastard.
I'm glad that you see it the way I do. Anyway, the book is in the rafters. Is there a ladder within sight any of you can see?
There's ladders connected to the bookshelves,
Delightful.
but
His
someone
plan is
would
for
probably
actually
have to
what we
shimmy
prefer.
along to grab where it is. You don't know where in the rafters, so
Well, you can't
And-
let the ladies do it.
I need
can
a
I do a spot hidden to
I
see if
need
there's
a
an
spot-
obvious place?
spot hidden for it.
I too will do a spot hidden.
31 out of 50.
Yeah, you do. You see, there's like it seems to be this.
There's
older-
literally a big
Looking-
sign that says "Book hidden here."
box here. Yeah.
No anthropologists allowed.
I too succeeded.
But yeah, it's an older looking bound box. There seems to be a lot of wax connected to it and
Wax.
parchment wrapping it.
By the forgotten gods, Lisa. But, truly, why is it up there?
I asked.
What is going on here?
I asked. Believe me, I asked. But he gave no answer.
This
I cannot climb those ladders, or I will throw a hip.
I asked, but
I know, I'll climb the ladders. You can't let
genuinely
ladies do this,
Oh,
Jonas.
no, yeah.
Can I please go retrieve this?
Roll me
Athletics.
a strength.
Athletics.
If you have climbing,
Thank you, my
can
good man.
roll that as well.
Well, currently we'll go at 25.
Thank you, Michael.
Yeah, you managed to take one of the
what
ladders.
is your strength?
No, it's none of your business.
You managed to take one of the ladders, climb across,
Mate, you
grab,
rolled so well, even my strength would work. You succeed.
grab the book under your the box under your arm and drag it down. Upon opening, this
7 spiders crawl out.
7 spiders crawl out.
7 spiders, 6
spooky
patches and patches.
spiders.
That's it, spiders.
Sliding across the
Spiders,
floor.
So this is kitchen. This is far more.
Oh, this is actually one of the languages I specifically studied.
This is one of the languages you specifically studied.
Cultivated.
This is
I think it's Matt, it's not a second.
probably roughly
We're
about
gonna
the
set
time
them
that the Spanish had fully taken
You
over
have
Yeah.
South America at that point in time.
So this would be post-Aztec.
And it seems to be a priest's journal. Could you roll me a language to decipher?
What language is that?
Priest.
10,
Damn.
which is a crit success.
Which is a crit
That's
success.
more than 15% less.
I know you're rolling nothing over there in the corner.
I'm not rolled below. Okay, I had 130.
I mean, you can see I'm not cheating.
I know. I just. It's despicable.
You begin
He's hacking.
flipping through it,
He's
and
pretending.
it seems to be the perspective of a priest.
Hey, sector gaming.
And they begin talking about entities.
Oh,
And it puts an emphasis on thrusting through thresholds, forcing through thresholds, burning, fire,
It's just the word thrusting
Salt.
threshold for 52 pages.
Wow.
That sounds like a
burning, fire, salt, binding, cleaning,
comfy and you look down.
admitting to one's soul, letting go.
It seems to be an old book about confessions and binding of objects.
Well, that seems quite on topic.
Yeah, the church would say stuff about that.
I think it would become prudent for us to cease confessing things about our past. If anyone asks any information about our past, I feel it is rather important that we deny all knowledge
So I
of
was
our own past.
right.
I believe so.
I was right. That damn reporter. They've thrown us under the bus.
I think
Speaking of a reporter, we're going to quickly go over. You maybe wait about 15 minutes and you hear and you hear Hargreave.
You know what's that?
And you hear Hargreave coming out of his study.
Sorry, just one more time. Okay.
I need the salt, and you hear him kind of walking
I
down.
handed him the damn salt.
As soon as I've heard him
He needs
walk
you to
past,
He needed Epsom salt.
He needs.
He needs
he
the
needs
pink
bath salts.
Himalayan salt. Pink Himalayan.
Of course.
uh,
Everyone knows that Eldritch loves pink.
I'm gonna try and sneak in as fast as I can into
Try
and
his,
lick the
into
salt.
his study.
You sneak in, you slip your way into
Do you
the
even have
study.
sneak?
Yeah, well, I have stealth.
Stealth.
You don't need to roll for stealth.
Yeah.
He has definitely gone towards the kitchen, you can tell.
But then I'm
That's
gonna go
worth just
for my
1.5. What are you
spot
doing?
hidden.
There's no one else there. Roll me for spot hidden.
Yeah, I'm looking specific. That is that 2 cocks. Yeah.
I would say so.
Yeah, it's cock.
Hey,
Whose name is
29.
Gogo?
29.
What's your spot hidden?
29 is 65.
Which is a hard success. It's below half.
So I'm looking for like any of his personal, like, diaries or
You
books
Dear
or
diary.
anything.
you see within
I love Liza.
Dear diary.
She keeps asking me to put in candles. I simply can't stand it. I want a divorce already.
You see the candle set up in the way that it is, and
Eat a
the
candle.
circle of ash and salt.
I
In
know
the
I'm
room.
not there, but spirals or
Um,
circles.
They are in a spiral-like pattern, and he
Damn it.
seems to be replicating the pattern on the surface of the tablet, which is now placed in the centre of said circle.
He's bloody touching it again.
He's bloody touching that damn iPad.
You find a journal, and it starts off very normal at the beginning. You're skimming through the front of it, and it's all about his expeditions that he goes on,
Yeah.
and about his mother and how she was the consort to Queen Victoria when she would commune with Albert in the spirit realm.
Oh, how's that?
And a lot about a curse, his blood being dirty and accumulating in him, and his inability to have children. And he has nothing to pass. He has no one to pass this on to.
When he refers to this, is it the sense of the curse or the house?
It's in reference to his knowledge.
Right.
Everything.
Just in case I'm like.
I want to give this curse to my child, but I can't. Damn
I'm
pass
wondering
on
if
this
he's
syphilis.
trying to literally pass on a curse.
it. I need this curse to go
A
on.
page. Roll me a sanity check as you look at something that no one has is supposed to stare at. A ripped page from a book that is not this one.
61.
Is it that thing that I drew?
I've failed that, haven't I?
Oh, Mochi,
Yeah,
what are you
'cause
doing, buddy?
I'm at 59
What is
now.
he doing?
Is he
He's
eating?
up at the window.
Is he eating plastic?
Oh yeah, he is. Mortsy!
Yeah.
You're a good boy, you just stay there
No
now.
mistaken.
Thank you for
Mortsy,
noticing
you're
that.
not
No
mistaken.
mistaken.
Yes. What are we up to, darling? You sneaky fuck.
Captured.
You've been scooped and detained.
The page is a swirling mass of Latin and a bunch of different other languages, pictures of eyes and mouths and teeth and tentacles and knowledge that you can't truly comprehend, and in it you see what looks like a crooked collection of fingers wrapping in an insane length, like 6, 7, 8 knuckles even, in a spiral-like motif. You flip the page again, you lose 6 sanity by the way.
Oh fuck. Let's go.
Sane? I was sane once. They put me in a room full of tentacles.
So
A room full of tentacles. The tentacles made me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once.
The next page that comes up, I must contact the doctor. She can go for the slab. She can get it.
The slab. Syphilis.
I must convene with Madame Lise when I have it. It is all coming together.
Oh yeah, it's all coming together.
It's all coming together.
I just wrote, I must contact the doctor. She can contact the doctor. Fuck's sake.
I must contact the doctor. She can contact an actual doctor.
Something is slap.
You also, with that spot hidden check,
You see his PP collection.
No.
you find
He's pulling his cocks out.
You should eat one of the candles.
I'm gonna pocket that journal, by the way.
Take a big chomp out of one of the sides of the candle.
You can do that. You find a strange piece of chalk. There is a weird text written on the side of it. You're not entirely sure. It's nothing you've seen so far. It seems strange, almost number related in a way. But you
Damn,
couldn't,
my one weakness.
you couldn't decipher what the
arithmetic.
language is. You have
like a
found
vampire
chalk
starts
of
counting it.
binding. This chalk can be used to draw a temporary threshold on any surface, door or window. And it lasts for 1 hour until the chalk is smudged.
I'm going
And you
to
get
take that
3
with
drawings with it.
me. Oh, I like it. Oh, I
Yeah.
like it.
That's all you get.
Cool. Chalk of what?
Chalk of binding.
Yeah, binding.
It's got a picture of a gag on it.
So you guys are now, you've all finished searching through your book. You've read this rather easily because it's not in some weird language that you have to try and decipher. And it's getting later on in the day.
Can I use the library to see if I can find any more information that he may have been hiding from us?
Roll me a language check.
I'm gonna head towards the
That's why
library,
he
by
keeps
the way.
his secret books.
You slip your way out. And
That's
again,
a critical success again.
you
I
hear
close the
grumbling. You hear grumbling from downstairs as you
He's
think
grumbling?
Hargrave is coming.
Yeah, that's a
critical
total
success.
of 12, which is below a quarter.
You search through this library. There is
Wait, is it 35 divided by 2? Yeah, it's
an
below a quarter.
insane amount of occult material in here. How much? What did you get?
12 out of 70,
So
which
not,
is...
not a critical success, but a hard one.
You said critical was less than 15% of
Yeah.
the... so half of
Oh, yeah,
70
then-
would be 35, half again would
So you
be
got a crit.
17?
17. So I got below 17.
Yeah, you got the crit then.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, there's a lot of occult books. There's one about the Enochian script, a script related to angels and angel speech by a man known as John Dee. There is books on witchcraft
John Dee.
and Wiccan practices. A lot on many different religions around the world. But there's one that takes to your fancy for some weird reason. It's almost slightly calming. There's a strange symbol on the neck of the book, and reading the title, it's The King in Yellow. You've never heard about this book before?
Okay.
Feel really drawn to it. You should pick that up and read it at some point. Maybe not now.
I'll pocket it. I can add the King in Yellow.
Yep. Stares directly at the camera.
The King in Yellow.
The King in Yellow. But this looks like if he was hiding something from you, it wouldn't be here where you can easily find it and access
Would
it.
it be in the rafters?
It'd be in the rafters.
Yes,
where
genius. Oh, wait, went on.
Someone led you to the book.
It'd be in his pee-pee.
But yeah,
We'll just shove an entire book under his foreskin.
Good enough, I've got to look for
you
that.
get the sense that
Well-
book you read is all about
Least
owning up to regret. There's a lot about burning things with fire, burning it away,
spiders.
forcing it back, and forcing it through a threshold unwillingly.
In the King in Yellow or in the book?
In the book that
previous
you read
one?
previously.
Does it seem like
It's all about an uninvited guest, the book.
this would be how to get rid of an uninvited guest? Or this would be how to keep an uninvited guest inside?
You're unsure.
Okay.
You're unsure.
Would you share the King in Yellow
No, you're
finding
just
with the rest of
uninvited.
us?
Yeah.
Since it's just a regular book.
I mean, I would probably be like, you would see me pocketing it. You would see me stealing from the library.
Can I roll?
Because I'm not hiding that I'm doing it from the party.
Can I roll Mythos?
You can roll a mythos roll on the King in Yellow.
I really hope I get that.
I have fairly good mythos.
72.
Jesus,
Yeah.
man.
No.
In fairness, I'd roll lower than a 12.
Like you're
You
really
have a 12 in
desperate to read
myth
this
Yeah,
book
you
at
also
some
haven't
point.
rolled lower than like a 60.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I,
You
given
passed any
the
rolls?
like
I have.
the creepy nature of what's going on, would it be
Some of the
possible
stuff
for
of
me to make an
80s.
occult roll to see if there's something odd actually calling me to this?
Yeah,
Because
well,
I have a lot
yeah,
of
you can-
personal
you can
interest
roll
in the occult.
You can roll an occult roll or a mythos roll.
You check your phone, you see Cthulhu's phoning you.
No, 92
92.
Cthulhu.
out of 40 as well. So
Bro, 6 lines is really fucking doing you right now.
Yeah.
You've been up all
Yeah.
night. And it is getting quite late, so what would we like to do?
not fucking sleep. I tell you that
Lord,
much.
Lord Hargrave has locked himself within his study.
Good
And
for
there's a
him.
slight patter of rain.
You guys want to go
I'm-
knock on Alistair's door?
No.
Have I been
I'm
asked to stay up
definitely
again?
gonna go and find them.
They have not spoken to you yet at this point. It seems like Ashcroft is off doing things. Like you can communicate
is
with
he?
him if you wish.
Yeah.
You know, there's a chef down in the kitchen doing something,
Oh,
and
yeah.
Lord Hargrave is desperately in his room doing something.
I want to go to the shotgun.
You can go with the shotgun, yeah.
Yeah.
The shotgun.
I'm gonna go.
I'm
to,
gonna stick with these two. Like
You
I'm,
would-
I'm gonna drag them
Yeah.
with me.
You would at this point have
I'm gonna-
joined your
yeah.
companions.
I'm happy to watch you thieve. I just want to be next to you when you do it.
I never said that's thieving. I said I wanted to go see if the shotgun's loaded.
You go down, you take it off the wall. There's 2 shots in it.
Where? So how far away is the dining room from the tea room?
Right across, directly across from.
I put it back where I found it.
I'd pocket those shells if I were you.
Could I?
You realise those
Honestly,
shells
that's-
are useless without the gun.
Yeah, but
Yes, I believe that's her pitch.
Yeah.
Meaning
You would have the
you
shells.
would be the only one who would be able to access this weapon.
If I were to, in a pinch, need to use the gun, would reloading it be detrimental?
reloading it would. So, in the way that Call of Cthulhu works, it is turn-based, action-based.
There's an action to
yeah,
reload.
so it would be an action to reload.
As someone who's had a lot of
So,
experience with
would-
firearms that use one though.
It would take you time to reload the weapon, but you think you'd maybe be able to do it and then quickly shoot it, but you wouldn't be very accurate with it.
No, we'll leave it loaded. But I would perhaps take one of the sabres with me to the tea room.
You can 110% take a saber. Let me go. Let me give you the damage class of it. You
Can I
don't need to know
please
anything
have a
about it.
look at the idol that was left in the room? It's the only thing in the room that I didn't have a look at properly.
Yeah, you can have a. It's a strange looking thing. There's almost like tentacles coming down from where its mouth should be.
Yeah.
Perhaps
an occult roll?
roll me a occult roll, yeah.
Mate, I don't know why you're making all these occult rules. There's fuck all going on.
Damn.
Many occulty.
Not lucky with the occult. 83. Can I push?
Hello,
You can push it, yeah. You can push it.
Wow. You have a problem?
70.
You are
Sorry.
French.
Well, it is tagged Valdivian, Ecuador, 2000 BCE. That's all you really. That's
So you
that's
guys
all
was
you
in
really get
Ecuador.
out of it.
As you're looking at that, I am gonna walk up to you.
Your antique sword does 1d8.
Ooh, 1d8. Look at that.
It's easier to scare somebody with a sword than it is.
Um,
I don't think it is.
Doctor,
Well, you never point a gun at someone unless you intend to kill them.
Well, could we
I
have
thought that's
words?
exactly why we would point a gun at someone.
Sure. I hesitate
That's
to
the only
be
reason you
separated
point
from
guns.
You
the.
also don't know
From
I
everything.
the group.
understand
Oh, no,
that
you would
this
I
is,
would know.
this is
No,
very
you know in the
important.
dream I had.
We can go one room
I also know
across.
that you had a
Yes.
history.
Let's,
Wait.
let's do that.
And
But
the
you
two
don't
of
know for
us
sure I haven't done, 'cause I've
exit
been keeping it
and
secret.
leave those two
them,
chatting.
whatever they're
So
doing.
they're in the tea room. You guys head off into the
Dining room, I guess. The room next to it.
Yeah, or you could just go outside into the hallway where
Yeah, I
the big
think
glass
that-
ceiling is.
Kind of just like I'm gonna make sure that they're not listening.
You're all just talking to each other, yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah.
I'm essentially just going, why wouldn't you have a shotgun?
Tom's just kind of showing off this knife to Lisa now,
Big
like this
sword.
big sword, and he's like, "Ah, yeah, man."
The shotgun would be
So
better.
he actually like attaches it to his belt and all that as well.
Is that a cavalry?
You know, well, you were.
We should
I'm assuming the library.
Indeed.
Yes, I overheard something quite troubling. As you could imagine, I was trying to see what I could hear from keep an eye on what was happening in the other room, and I overheard something quite troubling. I think I'm just gonna like show her the notes I've taken, including the whole I want them to feel like they're in control, they are the conduit, I trust you will be on our side, blah blah blah. Like the conversation I overheard.
Well, if that is his goal, he is failing drastically.
Well, I pull out the journal. I hand it to her.
Anything in the language that
Um,
I'm literally just gonna skim to see if anything pops out at me.
so you scroll through the journal. Do you go to the?
I'm gonna
Oh, I
skim.
avoid there were a couple of pages.
What do you say? And then you get to the page. You roll me a sanity check as you look at it.
You doomed him.
No.
Yep, you just killed him.
64. I do believe that's less than my sanity.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's
74. So I pass.
74, you pass.
Fucking killed him.
You're still gonna take 1 point of
Oh.
sanity damage.
See?
You begin reading this, and Lady Lise, if you would like to look at it at some point, we'll get you to do this as well. Roll me an occult roll. An occult or a Cthulhu mythos on this.
Well, given that my
You wanna go
mythos,
for your,
my mythos is 6,
But if
and
you
my
get it, you get a lot of information.
Yeah.
occult. 36.
Well, there was a 6.
Yeah.
You-
which is below my occult. Not by a lot, but
You've heard in whispers in a lot of underground locations late at night of a text created in a Sumerian desert long ago, known as the Necronomicon. This page, with the motifs and the grotesqueness of it, and the fact that it is so damaging to your psyche just to look at, you understand that that might be what it is. And
a
it's
page
written
from
in
the Necronomicon translated.
It's written in Latin, and it seems to be in reference to consumption of guilt and creatures that feast upon humans as if they are prey.
Given my occult nature, and the fact that I've already kind of stated that this is likely feeding off of us, given what my mother was saying, can I look at the book that I was given from the rafters and work out whether the rituals in here would be able to be warding in some way from a creature that is described in the Necronomicon?
Roll me an intelligence. Roll me an intelligence.
Good. 51, which is way below 80.
So the book.
No, it's not half, but it's...
So the book that you found in the library does seem like it is related to warding. However, the journal entries that you have from Hargrave, nothing to do about warding, is to do with binding and tying
Controlling.
an entity to one's self to gain immortality through the entity. It seems like Lord Hargrave has gone stark raving mad and wishes to live forever.
Can you see anything
Get that
in
man
here
smoking.
that could stop what is happening? Any...
Well, there is rituals described. Hold up the first book, the Rafters book, for self-protection and self-preservation. And then I hold up Hargreaves' journal, or a recipe for absorbing such a creature and gaining immortal life. I fear perhaps we have fallen for a trap.
Well, what do we do?
Not to be crass, we do have a soldier with a loaded gun.
Do you?
Let's go
Martin,
shoot the old
please,
man.
Again, I'll say you don't know, but I have this gun.
I am.
I know you have a shotgun. I know we have a loaded shotgun. I watched you check it.
I'm just reminding you don't know where the pistol
I know there's a loaded gun in that room.
I suppose I am reckless. That's one of my traits.
Can I take that shotgun?
You more than
You have to walk by
take
us.
that shotgun.
No, I don't. Actually,
we're in the tea room,
you're
they're
in the other room.
left.
The other room.
I don't have to walk
Yeah.
jack shit near you.
You go in and
Can I make a stealth check to hide that in my
you're not
dress?
hiding. It's a full shotgun.
down the bodice,
No,
pointing at my
Your
genitalia?
tits are looking rather pointed.
Oh.
It's a shotgun, like the Stoker verse once said. You're
Yeah.
not hiding a shotgun.
This is fair.
You're gonna have to openly brandish it,
Just-
but you have.
Well, I'm
the
not
shotgun.
brandishing it. I'm carrying it.
Yeah, you're
I'm
carrying. Yeah, but you've got it.
That's
you
not
know,
what
I've got it, but I'm not like
So-
son of a bitch.
You know,
I'm no harm.
if Ashcroft came in, you'd be like, "Oh dear God," you know, like you've got a shotgun. You know what I mean?
That's fine. I walk into the other room carrying a shotgun.
At least he had the right idea.
She.
Gee, how rude.
She.
Just because I have a beard does not mean I am male.
Right, I'm terribly sorry. Though you could get my name right at least once.
Shut up,
Even
Lisa.
though it's like a double barrel shotgun, it's not.
Oh, could I now?
Can I ask your intentions with that weapon?
Self-preservation.
There is apparently
Good, sir.
giant spiders running around.
Self-preservation from...
Whomever may mean me harm.
Although I do have a question.
You all feel like you can hear sirens in the background.
From whatever that is.
That is
All of
pretty
you hear
rough.
it. All of you hear it.
Does everyone else hear this?
Yes.
Damn right.
Oh, your accent came back. A bit.
It did, yes. I'm.
I've been shocked. you
I'm
two.
no longer Scottish.
I've been shocked.
When I'm rattled, I'm Glaswegian, unfortunately.
Oh.
It's a side effect of the language
Of the opium.
Cocaine.
of the cocaine.
I don't see why sirens are such an alarm. I know we're far out in the countryside, but...
Does it sound like police sirens, or does it sound like
It
bomb
sounds
sirens?
like bomb sirens.
That's an alarming sound.
Right, well, with that new context, yes.
I was thinking Sirens of the Ocean.
He pulls
What the?
No, sir.
He watches this man.
Neither of us are
whips-
pointing guns at each other, I hope.
He kind of racks back.
Are we?
Racks back and puts a
Just
bullet in
do
the
it.
chamber. It's now getting relatively late on
Does this
in the
look
night.
like a... I know nothing about guns. Does this look like a two-shot shotgun, or...
It's a two-shot shotgun. It's like a
So-
double barrel that you have to cluck.
I'm
like
going to
that.
take one of the bullets out so that I gain two uses of it rather than expending...
So it's one of those things where there's two triggers. So you pull one, you pull one side. You pull,
Perfect.
so you can either shoot both
Just
at the
because
same
she
time.
wouldn't know anything about
Yeah.
guns, I know there are... Yeah.
And this is 4d8 damage. Two
Very good.
per 2d8 per shot.
I'm feeling left out without a gun here. Anyone got a spare? No?
I don't have a gun, but there's a large amount of knives in this.
I know, I was given one earlier.
Yeah,
God,
That's cool.
place.
Tom's got a sword attached to his belt, you know.
Oh, that's a great idea.
I'm just saying that the scenario we're in is rather unfortunate.
I'm still waiting you explaining the scenario. You've walked into this room with a shotgun.
There's like a
understand
lot of
that
things that you could pick up if you were looking for a weapon, by
I'm
the
one.
way.
I would like to pick up the other sword.
You
I'm
can go grab the
prepared.
other sword, yeah.
Fully
Hell
to
yeah.
let you in
1d8
on
damage.
everything that we've discussed so far. I will say, every time I've explained it, people have gone mad.
I really don't believe in your
Very well.
occult
And
nonsense.
I read him everything, barring the last few lines where it says the name of the entity.
Okay. Do roll me a sanity check because
thought
it is
so.
quite racking. It's not just the thingy, but
And I obviously don't read anything about the newly translated,
Yeah.
just what everyone else
Yeah.
has heard.
95.
Damn.
5. Oh jeez.
I reckon you
I
don't
think that's
have
just
that.
avoiding that crit thing.
It's one away from a crit, by the way.
Critical failure.
A critical failure. You lose 5 sanity. As you begin,
69!
You
As I
begin-
watch you bleeding from the nostril openly, I'm like, I was honest
You
and
don't-
warned you.
you don't hear the name of the entity, but
you start to feel something, and all of you begin hearing the sound of mortar shells in the distance, and the occasional pa, 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 bang, bang, shots of guns, men yelling, the smell of smoke, blood, that coppery taste in the air.
I think we need to check on the Lord.
You hear a knock at the front door.
Ow. Can I walk up to
Nobody answer that?
Can I walk up to Jacob, put my hand on his shoulder and go, "It's okay. It's not real, probably."
Fuck off!
It keeps rattling.
Anyone makes a move towards that
Nobody's
door.
home. Sorry, we're not in.
The first person
Can
who
I
opens
roll?
that door dies. And if the other thing on the other side doesn't kill them, I'm going to.
What if it talks?
Did you two talk about that book in the other room?
Tom.
Yes.
Shut up, you're dead.
Tom.
I think it wants
Do
you.
we hear you say,
It's
"Shut
cold,
up, you're dead"?
Tom.
Yes.
It mimics voices.
Okay, so it mimics voice. You should not have opened that door earlier.
So
You
anybody,
shot me, Tom.
the only people, we're not listening, the only people who can
And I'll
talk
fucking do it again!
are the three
I
people
did shoot
that
you.
we
I
can
saw
all
that.
see.
3.
There's 4 of us total, you're only seeing 3 people.
What if I'm looking in a mirror?
You don't count as a mirror.
What about
That's not a person, that's a mirror.
You.
Alistair?
I'm
He was
prepared.
doing rituals in his study. We need to go and see what
Yeah,
he's
I
up to.
know.
I'm prepared
As you all,
to say that I may kill Alistair.
as you
Yeah, I
all,
like it.
prepared to say that. I'm just throwing it out there as an idea.
Why?
I'm prepared to
Why?
kill Alistair.
Why are you going to kill Alistair?
I'm not happy with the way things are going here.
you kind of hear that.
I've taken a lot of cocaine and I've not slept.
No, think about it. You're losing yourself. The creature's
I agree.
winning.
We
The
hear the
creature's
knocking.
winning here.
As you say that, knocking stops actually, and you hear
You
the
can't hear
sound
the cosmic
of.
horrors if you're all yelling
Yeah,
at each other.
exactly. you hear the sound of multiple legs kind of rushing past you.
Oh God.
That's
Yeah.
that damn spider
We're not
again.
listening. We're not listening.
We need to go and see the study.
I'm prepared to
I've
ignore it.
already seen the study.
The rain's getting heavier now, and it's getting darker.
I think-
Am I
think
able
I'm
to
gonna
make
go.
a connection that they were talking about the book and then the sirens started and then they started pushing into my past and told me about the book and then something from my past come up?
Mm-hmm.
Which one of you has sirens in your... Why is sirens important? No, don't even know why they're important. Sirens are important to one of you.
I mean, I've heard a siren.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Stop talking about that fucking book.
I warned you.
The,
I'm
mo-
going to the study.
the sirens are him, the motors are me.
You're not
begin
going
rushing up the
alone.
stairs.
I'm gonna start
You're
walking.
gonna-
No, whoa,
You
nobody
have-
leave.
You're not
No
going
way,
alone.
by the way,
The
you're-
window is
you're-
openable.
You get your wee camera. I'm going up the
Yeah,
stairs.
yeah, I'm going up the stairs.
Can I just grab
Take a
him by
vote.
the neck?
Take
and
a
just go,
vote.
The window
Do we
can
follow? I vote yes.
I mean,
He's trying to grab him by
I'm
the
trying
neck.
to grab
Oh,
You're
him
in the
and drag him
distance.
back.
It's the sound of a child
Unless
laughing now.
Oh God.
You're no
Does
clue
it-
where it is. It's coming from somewhere.
Can I
That's
ask,
not me either.
Can I ask? Is it? are
I'm
you
sane.
okay?
I swear.
Roll me an occult to see.
83 just misses.
Just misses.
I hear children laughing, and I'm just like,
You can feel. you can feel it. It's a male child, but you thought he was closer, not that far away.
No, I'm pretty sure that one is me.
No, I'm pretty sure that one is me.
That one might be mine.
I think that's not
Might
my
be
child,
sure.
but I do know that child.
But yeah, you,
I've
you
been
rush up the
taking my
stairs.
prescription as requested by my doctor, and I'm perfectly
My
sane.
psychiatrist.
You're holding a shot.
Twitching, pupils wider than the sun.
Is it possible to dual wield, like, gun one hand, sword the other?
You will not.
You still
be
only
able
get
to
one
make-
attack, I
You still
believe.
get one attack, but you can have your gun out and your sword.
But it won't cost me any, like, action or anything, economy, if I've got both drawn.
No, it doesn't.
So I
it
won't need to,
doesn't.
like, swap, waste actions.
No.
Well,
you
then
won't
I'll
swap
dual
it.
wield.
Dual wield what?
Antique sword and the steak knife.
Okay, fair enough. When you go then, you've got a steak knife and an antique
You're
sword.
You're not the only one who can
I'm
dual
just
wield.
moving to
You've
not-
got-
Before
you've
we
got
go,
up to the door.
before we follow, I'm gonna grab the dagger,
The ceremonial
The
dagger.
the ceremonial dagger, and I'm gonna ask if we would like to follow.
No.
No, we're just letting... Okay.
Yeah.
Fuck it.
Yeah.
That's the one that keeps asking questions.
So
Die,
we're
little boy.
we're just letting the journalist die.
You can hear
Yes,
them rummaging
I'm not
around
saying
in
no.
Alistair's
I'm okay with that.
I'm not saying no. I'm just checking.
They can come back if they want, but I won't know if it's them.
Can I barricade the front door?
Of course, what would you like to barricade the front door with?
I believe there's tables and such.
Roll me a strength check to see if
it's the return of the giant
anything-
table.
The tables.
The tables have never let me down. Can get back in the dice box.
That was a 90. You're lucky.
4.
Hey!
Oh.
So that's like 60. But that's now a 4.
I can't read.
So a 4 in total.
Barricading the
4 total.
door.
Yeah, you're like, you pick up one, you
He
pick up
finds-
another, and
he
you
finds
slug
the
them
hammer,
over
nails
on
and
top
bolts.
of each other.
I hesitate to explain. I believe the entity's in the house.
Imogen,
Quite frankly, I think it's
you
everywhere.
hear from the
I
door.
hesitate to say that one said my name. It might be mine.
Stop acknowledging!
You got my book, child. Let me in.
I
I can
Read
help.
my books, Mark.
If
You
we
can
ever need to
stop
leave,
it.
there's a window.
That's in the study
Imogen.
with the peasant.
You can hear that.
I'm
No,
ignoring it.
No, I can't. Neither
sorry,
can
I
You
you.
let it in, I shoot you.
Neither
I
can
didn't
you
mean
can't
it.
hear it.
I'm not letting it in.
Good.
I
You want my
don't
shots?
believe it. Even if that is my
Imogen,
Even
and you
if-
hear again these multiple legs clacking against the wood.
Sorry, mother, the door's locked.
Sorry, her mother. We're not home.
Mother, the door's locked.
captain
What would you
says
like
no.
to do now that
Stay
you
outside in the
You're
rain,
a,
mother.
you're a risk to yourself, and you deserve to be out in
I'm
the
gonna
rain.
knock frantically at the door.
I will not be disturbed.
I gotta kick the door down.
you can roll me a strength.
What's your strength?
Not that
Not good. I don't even know if I
You
have
break your foot.
45.
No, but shit,
Believe
so
in
the-
yourself, cock knuckle.
That's 28. There we go.
Oh.
Not bad.
Ah, yeah, okay, yeah, you put
Hey,
your
if you spend
shoulder
full
in.
luck, you hard success.
And, you can see Hargrave is there with Ashcroft as butler.
Oh.
And the
They
candle
both-
goes, oh, they're kissing.
They're both strapped to the waist, and not in the way you would expect.
And you see the design is now complete. They seem to have put these runes around the outskirts of it, and the
Wait a minute.
the slab
fuck
itself
Cthulhu
is
about the
slowly
prop.
pulsating and light and an energy throughout it. You almost feel like when it's really hot in the summer's day and there's that kind of heat line coming off of it. The light, the candles are all lit and all that kind of stuff, and Hargrave looks over and is like, "Are you fool?
What the devil is going on in this house?
Out of curiosity, how far away is that? Are we likely to hear it at all?
We just
You
hear.
would have heard him put the door open. Yeah, you would hear the.
And then we
the
hear
crash.
what the devil's going on.
Yeah.
You have broken the threshold into this room. You fool!
What are you doing?
Have you let it in?
Your mom.
What are you talking about?
The
No.
thing outside, you've heard it.
You
I
know
know you
of
have.
it. You know of it.
I have seen it for days. It has been in my mind.
He's nuts.
Ladies and gentlemen, I do believe that was a cue to go and kill Hargreave.
No, because I've seen it as well. Oh,
You're not on the kill list as of now.
But I'm not a definitive on the kill list.
Precisely.
Ah.
Hargreave sounds like he's a lost cause.
I don't think
You're
he is.
here now, boy. Will you take part in this ritual? It is the only way out.
What?
It is the only way out now.
I think he's gonna blow on the ash and the salt pattern.
Okay.
No.
Wait a minute. If he's
do that?
keeping out a spider,
Bomb.
why didn't he lock
The
the,
lights go
top
out.
floor larder window?
Every light in the house.
That's
gone.
why I
The
wanted to
electricity
fucking
is
nail
gone.
it shut.
The lights.
This wouldn't be a sanity roll, would
The,
it?
everybody rolling a sanity check
Yeah.
as the flames
Okay,
around this
so
circle
I say
begin
we kill the reporter.
bombarding up
Hey,
towards
I
the
get
sky.
5.
Hey, 27.
27 to
92.
I'm gonna say
26!
anyone that succeeds, you still take 1 because
Yeah.
I would
No,
shit
my
myself.
69!
It's alright,
I'm sure as fuck.
It's alright,
not
I got
succeeding.
69.
Dylan, 5. You lose 5 sanity, please. As
I hate you,
kinda
Dion, you
start
took away my
breathing
69.
But you
heavily.
gave me 69.
You can hear your mother's voice from the other side of the door calling for you.
Yeah, I've got 52 now.
Dion took my 69, can I shoot him?
You fool! What have you done? I must rebind it. I must start all over again.
I heard all about your plan this morning.
You heard wrong, Chucklefuck.
Someone must go and turn the lights back on. They must go outside. Ashcroft. Any kind of Ashcroft just kind of sitting there with like a wee, he's got a wee lantern in his hand. He's like, I'm not entirely sure if I am.
Ashcroft, don't listen to that man! Ashcroft, you should be on our side by the sounds of things.
Sir, I will go check.
Ashcroft, I'm a doctor. Don't listen to this man.
Ashcroft,
there,
I'm a better
Ashcroft.
doctor. Listen to me.
No, we're not in the room.
You're not in the room. You're downstairs.
Yeah.
You
How
can
do
just
we lose
hear this.
Sally?
We're shouting.
All the lights in the White House went black.
Yeah, I'm just screaming up the stairs at him.
Okay.
It must be the fuse is blown or something. Why would
Fuse
you
is
do
blown my
that?
ass, old man!
Why would you look at a ritual and think blowing out the lines that protect us would do anything? You fool of a boy!
Tom, come with me.
Full of a took.
Full of
And
a
I'm gonna go up the stairs, holding shotgun out.
You can hear.
Ashcroft, can I
Lord
get
Harvey.
that lantern? Following them upstairs.
He's. I need to go outside.
No, you don't.
I'm standing at the threshold
No,
when
you
Tom,
don't.
both of us are pointing shotguns.
He's gonna
I'm
hand
just
you
gonna
the
take the
He's
lantern.
gonna
No,
hand
you're
you the
not.
lantern. And
You're not going anywhere either, miss.
Are you gonna go outside?
I'm just gonna slowly back out the room.
Fine, she's dead.
And walk downstairs.
Okay.
How are you
If
getting out?
If you unlock that front door,
There's a back door.
I'm gonna shoot you.
I'll just take the back door.
Let me rephrase. Opening any doors is gonna result in your immediate death.
I'll go to the library.
Okay, you
No,
go.
don't let him go to the library.
You're not shooting him.
He's gonna go through the windows.
Did you let me
He's
board
gonna go
up the
through
library window?
No.
No, no, they didn't.
No.
They didn't have boards and nails.
Stop him
Oh,
from
they
going
didn't-
to
They
the
didn't have
library.
boards and nails.
Shoot him.
Okay, I won't open a single door.
How far away is
We-
Lady
He
Lise?
wants
We
to
must
open a window.
stop.
How
we
far
must
away is Lady
stop.
Lise?
By the entrance to his study. Everyone, calm down. I can fix this. I need time to restart the binding process. We can still bind it.
I know you want to do something.
Bollocks to that. I'm gonna look in my book. Is there anything? Is there anything in there about actual warding?
Can I look at my page as well?
Roll me an occult. Roll me an occult.
Oh yeah! 1!
1.
71.
1, just a crap.
I'm gonna push.
You can push. We'll get to you since you get quite a lot.
73.
Aha.
So you
Worse.
have to take the 73 and you fail.
You accidentally tear it in half.
You begin panicking at this moment
Yeah,
in time.
I
You're
think
like,
that's fair.
You're a scholar. You've never been through this. You're holding a shotgun, and there's something at the door that sounds like your mother. Who are these people? You would understand that salt can be used to create temporary thresholds, and you know that you can use them to perhaps maybe trap the entity or protect yourself from it.
I see.
As you're thinking, I'm just gonna scream, the next person that moves, I'm firing.
I'm going to protect us. I'm going to...
Explain.
Salt
I
keeps
could
things
fix it.
away.
You don't talk.
Salt keeps things away. I'm still going to the library, but I'm going to put salt on the window ledge.
Ah, we're doing a Spiderwick
Imogen.
Chronicles.
Imogen, you can help bind this thing.
Let
you
him cook.
understand the language. Perhaps we could save your mother from it.
No, I don't think we can.
I think Mother's dead now.
I think she's a bit worse than dead, I'm afraid.
And I suspect that this entity has eaten her and will eat everyone else in this house.
You're currently on a second floor, on the second floor of this building, and you hear
Mother, if I hear your voice again, I'm gonna
from
I'm
the
gonna
window.
shoot you. Mother,
You pull the trigger and you break the threshold.
Owen.
that's acceptable.
That's not
Not
bad.
interested in that.
Dinner's ready.
Why can't my mother come visit me?
You just ate. Don't listen.
You're not hungry enough.
boy, you die.
There's a chef downstairs.
I think he's dead.
Has anyone checked on the chef?
No.
Bollocks to the chef
He's
downstairs.
French, he's doing great.
Roll me. He's Scottish. His name's Bobby.
Oh, right, yeah.
Please tell me Bobby's at the door.
roll
Just
me-
like,
Bobby's fine, he's big lesgy.
Bobby can square go that thing.
Bobby's square good this spider, he's sorted it already.
Sanity check.
That's a 32, so I
That's
do
not bad.
pass.
Come on, son.
Nicked his head. Fuck off.
I abandoned them. I shouldn't have been there.
I'm gonna slap them.
Yeah,
Can we
I was
shoot
gonna say
the
when-
reporter?
I want a strength roll to slap the fuck out of this
You can
person.
slap the reporter.
96. Critical failure.
You go.
I smack the wall nearby and break 2 fingers.
Say critical failure. You knock over one of the candles.
Oh no. Was it oh no, all the lights are off, right?
All the
Stop
lights are off.
confessing!
Can I walk over to the reporter?
The
gently
more
grab
we
them by the
confess, the worse things are going to get.
shoulders? Can I gently grab the reporter by the shoulders?
That's more confessions!
Lift their head, look them in the eyes and go, if you don't shut the fuck up,
Me?
I'm going... No, the reporter.
Right.
If you don't shut the fuck up, I'm stabbing you in the gut and throwing you outside with that monster.
We
It's your
have
choice.
the way out, people.
One more word about binding this creature and not warding it away, and I swear to any god that will listen, I'm going to blow your fucking head off.
You hear from outside the window. I'm here.
Who's that? Sorry.
You hear from outside the window. I'm here.
I don't give a
Yeah, but
fuck.
I'm
whose
listening.
voice?
It sounds
The spider.
indiscriminate. You're not sure.
Is that the voice that I heard grab me and go, you
Yeah.
look, oh, that's the thing from my
Hey,
nightmare.
that's my old friend.
And you can stay out there.
Nightmare creature.
Let me in.
No.
Give me a moment. What's your pitch? Why should I do this?
Are you actually roll me a sanity check?
Yeah, I'm talking to it.
To talk to the nightmare.
16.
16.
Which is actually no. Yes, it is. It's a critical success.
Critical success. So yeah, you don't lose any sanity, but you just hear it kind of cackle. I get to feed,
You're not helping your case.
and you forget everything.
Again, I worked very hard to learn the things I did. You're not making a case.
You could be back with your mother.
She's fucking
She's
dead.
dead.
She's dead now,
Oh yeah.
and I don't particularly want
Oh,
to
yeah.
join her.
If you say one thing, I'm
You get
gonna
your
bash your
family
brains
back.
in.
Why do you want to join your
Tom.
dead family?
Put a bullet
Change it.
through his heart.
You didn't have to go over. that
Why
night.
does he get to change and I still get dead? You're losing your course. I'm the reasonable one here. You useless sack of shit.
Lies. Lease.
Yeah. You gotta get my name right.
Liza.
Liza.
You completely fucked his pitch for me.
Yeah,
You just
I know.
shouted over at Tom never heard that shit.
Eh,
Whatever he offered, I did not fucking hear it.
Lease. You get your sister. You could have stopped it. Saved the boy.
I don't think I could have.
You're an old lady. You'll be joining her
Yeah.
soon.
I don't think I could have stopped that.
Window. Open the window.
We're not even in the same room as the window.
Everybody roll me
Yeah.
a power check to see if you can resist opening this
We're not
window.
even in the same goddamn room as the window.
That's a 39, I think.
Oh, I fail with 1 point. I got
Oh,
an easy-
God.
You feel?
I fail.
You feel
I would like to
drawn.
power.
Power.
Hold on. 7.
Yeah,
I
I-
critically success again.
That's, right, okay.
Nice.
Yeah.
I got
I
39
passed as well,
out
48.
of,
I powered it and I passed.
out of 60.
You're not allowed to with power roll.
Damn. Fuck.
Yeah.
Can I use luck?
Can't use luck on a power roll. You
Fuck.
failed it. You want your sister back so desperately.
Well, I
So
guess
the
I
other
better
half
open
of
that
you-
damn window.
You miss. You begin walking. You see Madame Lease walk
Nah,
to
nah,
one
you
of
got
them.
I pulled the trigger.
Are you
Can
gonna
I ta-
shoot
can
Madame
I
Lease?
tackle-
If I shoot Madam Lease in the leg.
Okay.
Can I tackle her while he's shooting?
Right. Okay. We're gonna do this. And who has the first? Who has the fastest in their stats? I think it is
I'm
you.
Dex 55.
I think it is.
Dex 60.
You. Yeah. So you would take your shot first. Roll me a gun check to shoot Madam Lee's.
This won't kill her.
It might.
So I
Yeah,
need to
no.
roll below a 75 to pop you in the leg.
Pop. If you're trying for a specific spot, you are looking for a hard, so you need half of 75.
Half 75.
And if you get above that half, then you don't choose where you're hitting her.
Okay.
Right in the skull.
91. Can I push?
I don't think you can hit.
I'll let you know.
If you
there's not
push, you're
enough
going to
time
shoot one of
'cause,
us.
Okay, pushing takes time.
Yeah, pushing takes too much time.
I'm going to tackle her.
Go for it.
Please tell me
Strength.
I just dodged
Strength.
everything.
You do expend a bullet, by the way, as it ricochets off into the
82, I kick another candle.
Madam Lee's.
Ah!
You begin walking your way over to the window.
Disgusting.
You see it. You draw the curtains.
Is it the same thing?
There's your sister.
Oh.
It's
Her
not.
eyes big.
You're fucking
Real.
useless, paper boy!
I know it's not real, but it's still weird to see.
Let me in.
Don't open the damn window.
Is the window even openable?
It is.
They
You can open
failed
it.
their roll.
Let
Can
me
I
in.
make another roll to see if I can break out of it?
Roll me.
You're very generous.
Roll me another power. Roll me another power.
You're very generous, and for that I thank you. 31.
31. As your hand reaches up, you feel a little tug on your leg. Like a toddler.
Oh, is it you again?
It is, it's your nephew.
Oh, hello there.
And he's shaking his head. You all see a little boy manifest by this woman's leg and begin shaking his head no.
Close the damn blinds.
You pull yourself away from the window.
I will close the
honestly,
blinds. will
I feel
close the
bad
blinds.
suggesting it.
Shoot the chow.
I feel like I need another sanity roll.
Roll
That
a
shit would
sanity
roll.
rock me.
Roll a
Yeah.
sanity roll.
Seeing a dead kid inside is gonna rock me.
I've seen
Hey.
more than enough death.
23.
A
So I'm
3.
fine.
I got a 3, so I.
A straight 3,
No,
crit
yeah.
success.
You're all fine.
I was like,
You roll me one as well.
You want me to roll one?
Yeah, you just seen a dead child manifest in front of you.
But it's very
I
reassuring
fucking shot a
to see
child.
that he
You've
walked
shot a few.
away.
I'll do it again.
I'll fucking do it again.
Bang! Another bullet.
56, I fucking will do it
Yeah,
again
yeah,
because I
that's-
fucking passed my sanity.
You're in pitch blackness. You've knocked over a candle. You've shot off wildly into the distance in
I'm
heart.
gonna grab Hargreave
Yes.
I'm Ord!
by the fucking scruff of his shirt, and I'm gonna go. If you don't bind this entity away from this house, warding, not binding, warding, I'm going to kill you.
You can't ward it now. It knows your names. Every one of you.
It doesn't know mine.
It's been
I
there.
called her Lisa.
It's been in your mind.
There's a bed in
You
this room,
are-
right?
I ain't
By
seen
it.
shit. I ain't
saw
seen
that.
shit.
That's true. She's been awake for the
You
past
have heard
72
your
hours.
mother
I heard some
at the
things,
door.
and I'm
There's
not prepared to believe that they're entirely real.
There's a bed in this room, right?
You can try it.
No, this is a study.
Yeah.
So there's a table.
If you give me the time and assist me, I can bind it back into the tablet and save us all.
Did you let it out of the tablet?
No,
Is he talking shit?
the fact that we all regretted something in our life let it out of the tablet.
That's just any one.
Wait. If you're telling the truth, and this tablet can hold this entity safely, prove it. Show me something in this writing that proves you're telling the truth. Because all I've seen in your journals is immortality.
That is what I seek.
And that's not going back into the tablet now, is it? I've read them. Don't lie to me.
Don't you do it?
Yeah.
I planned on
I'll stab
binding
you.
it within myself as a conduit to its power.
I'm going to feed you that tablet sideways if you speak another word about being immortal.
It is possible.
And it won't be through the mouth.
Think of the science.
I'm thinking of the science.
Think
Science.
of it all.
I'm thinking of it. I think we're going to die if we
I
don't.
think the science.
You're gone mad, and he pulls a dagger out and stabs
Oh
at
my
you.
god.
I'm gonna blast this motherfucker with a shotgun.
Okay.
I'm gonna gut shot this prick for point blank.
Right, we're gonna go off of what's your.
Dex 55.
We're so fucked if
Yeah,
if
you're
we
so
don't
much
know
faster
how
than him,
to-
so you get your
to
shot
find
off
it.
first. So roll me.
What's
Do
my
you-
attack stat?
You do not have guns.
Nope.
35. You're looking for above a 35.
53. Now hold on. 35 to 53 is only 18.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to spend 18 points of luck.
Okay. Roll me the damage as you shoot
that's-
this old man square in the bloody
That's
chest.
me down to
2d8.
2d8.
48, was it no?
4d8 for
Well,
both
if you're
shots.
if you're doing both shots,
Oh, right.
it would be 48. 2d8 for one shot.
Okay, where's some d8s?
I do find it funny the fact that my old lady, probably shuffling, dodged a bullet and dodged attack.
You did.
3 and the 7.
10.
10. Okay. Yeah. You see this old man coming at you, and you
Bang!
whip around. And as he's kind of striking down, he kind of looks at the barrel of the shotgun, eyes wide. Bang! His whole entire head plasters the wall. You've just took this man out.
I guess he's not getting that immortality then.
I fucking meant it. I'm not fucking around.
Now that's the stability that opium gets you.
Now, I think we can all agree that I'm in charge now.
I guess that leaves me to bind it in the tablet then.
Do you know you knew how to do this?
No, he did.
Well,
I'm gonna have another look. No, he didn't. Specifically, he didn't.
He knew how to bind it into himself, which meant he knew how to bind it to that tablet.
text it again.
Why does your
Don't
voice
believe-
keep changing?
I don't believe you. No. We're not talking
That's
about it.
beside the point.
We're not talking about that.
It's been awfully quiet for a while. Nothing's wrapped at the window lately.
I don't give a shit.
Ashworth, where are you?
Is Ashworth still in here?
No, like Ashworth has disappeared at some point.
He
Oh
went
God,
outside.
oh God.
He went outside to turn on the goddamn power,
I'm
and he left me with the
gonna
lantern.
point my shotgun at you, and I'm gonna say, "Put salt on the door and the windows now." You gather up all these candles and put them back up, right?
Why are you pointing a shotgun at me? That was my plan originally.
I'm using it to point.
Use your damn finger then.
Use a loaded firearm to point.
So
Perhaps
you
you're right.
all can try and decipher the mad ramblings.
Well, I'm first of all, we're
Yeah.
just gonna secure this place with salt
Yeah.
as a threshold.
I'm
You can
salting.
do that. There's a bag of
everything.
salt in here with a.
I'm also
warden
going to
right
try
side.
and make multiple circles so that it takes multiple barriers for it to try and get through.
You wouldn't be able to do
Yeah, that's
that.
not really
and
how salt
really,
works.
it's not
Worth a
really-
try.
You could make a circle and then stand in it, but you couldn't do like multiple circles to like impede.
Would it help if I
impede
put a
the-
table or something against the door to further slow it down?
Couldn't
I
hurt.
mean, it couldn't hurt.
Yeah.
you couldn't hurt. Roll me a strength check. You can grab.
Looking at
Harvey's big brick thingy.
the symbols that he had prior to it, because it was only dust that he blew out the way. I presume the vast majority of this is still vaguely intact.
A
I can
lot-
see that it spirals.
A
at
lot
the
of
very
it is
least.
still intact, and it looks like it is an exact carbon copy of what was on
Necronomicon
Tablet.
page? Oh.
no the tablet.
Can I?
95.
Would this be an intelligence check to assume that,
I'm good at avoiding those
given
comments
that it's a
on that regard.
spiral, placing the tablet in the center would channel it toward the tablet?
You can
Would that be an intelligence roll or an
roll me an
occult
intelligence check on that one. Roll me an intelligence check on that one.
Or, 29, which is...
You have an intelligence of 60.
No, I don't. I have an intelligence of 80,
Oh, fuck.
so it's a hard success,
Oh, yeah.
but not a
I
crit.
forgot we were the same.
You've never really been part of like a ritual like this,
Yeah.
or an occult ritual like this. Maybe.
Occultist.
I'm salting the windows. What do you want?
If we place this tablet in the center of this ritual, is it likely that it will be guided into the tablet.
What rolls it?
An occult roll.
Oh, yes.
Not using these dice anymore.
42. I succeed.
If you spend 2 luck,
So-
do you hard success?
I do.
You
It
get,
might be worth spending 2 luck to hard success this.
It probably will be. I'll
You spend the 2
spend
luck. Well, you've been part of binding rituals before, and from what Hargrave has said, if you are to complete the ritual in the way that he was doing it, you're going to have to sacrifice someone to put the entity into. It's not going back
Does it
into
need
the
to be a
tablet.
living person?
Mm.
Hargreave died really recently.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
guys.
but that might end up being the same fucking.
We trapped the spider on an old man's body.
You know.
I killed the motherfucker once. I'm prepared to do it again.
Yeah, the way he's doing it requires a sacrifice.
You hear a bunch of thumping sounds coming from downstairs.
Ashworth, let the creature in.
It's not our business. It's not our business. We're not listening.
Not yet, anyway.
We're not listening.
I'm setting
my
up with a
God.
gun aimed at the door.
We've got salt on. We've got salt.
Salt on the windows, salt on the door, and a circle. Ashworth, you've done this to yourself.
Ash, you're gone. I'm sorry.
You're gonna be okay. Just run at the creature. That'll buy us time.
If you should kill it, that would be helpful.
Why did you give me your lantern? That would have been really useful.
I bet he regrets
Why did you
that.
go? Why did you go out anyway?
Rolling a sanity check if he's all listening to a man getting murdered downstairs.
Ashworth, are you okay? 70. I
Oh my
succeed.
god.
Oh,
I succeed, but only by 8
no.
points.
Okay.
critical fail at a 99.
Oh.
I got an 87.
Oh.
So you
bad
both
as well.
fail.
Yeah.
Okay.
How does my luck always, like,
Yeah.
whatever I, like, this is a
Flip-flop.
success rate. Okay, I'm
Yeah.
over here now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
flip flops.
Right. Dion, you lose 3 points of sanity.
Okay, yeah, I can live with that. I can live with that.
Kieran, you lose 8.
Ooh.
How much have you lost so far?
I started at 75, that's me down to 60.
How much did you say?
You lose 3.
3.
What's the percentages that you need to lose?
He's just made it.
I'm
He's actually just made it.
I'm at 49
So we
now.
are going to...
What did you start at? 60?
I started at 60, yeah.
So he's lost 11 out of 60.
Right, okay.
The Germans are coming!
Ah!
It doesn't help the fact that I can randomly do it.
I would
at the
like
same time.
you to roll me a D100.
Oh.
Well, used to have fucking
99,
stabbed me in the
99,
dick, so.
99.
For the record, I've lost 9, just in case that's important, because I don't know what the thresholds are.
71.
So,
I've lost 16.
now roll me just a D10.
7.
You begin frantically laughing.
Oh god. Oh, I love this part.
You look around the room. You're back in the trenches.
Shooting children.
And there's 3 goddamn Germans in front of you, man.
Oh god.
You got your gun.
Yeah. Whatever German looks the most heavily armed.
The one with the shotgun.
Does one of them have a shotgun in the hands?
One of them does have a shotgun. Bang.
Fire out the shotgun!
Roll me
One of
a
them's
firearms
got a
check.
notebook.
For Britannia!
Ah.
Fuck me. 15? That's like a hard critical success or some shit, bro.
Yeah,
My gun
is.
skill's 75.
Imogen, you're kind of panicking at this moment in time. All you can
No
hear
shit.
from downstairs is the sounds of someone getting throttled around a room and screaming.
Which didn't affect me all that much, to be fair.
And then you
But this
hear
bullet
Tom
does.
begin to kind of shake and he bang, he shoots you in the chest. Roll me damage on Imogen.
Is there any bonus damage because
No, just-
I rolled so well?
Just roll me a d8 then.
It's
Roll me
a D10 for the Luger.
Oh, a d10.
That'd be fine.
Yeah.
9 points of damage.
I've tanked worse.
You take boom straight through the upper portion of your
Oh,
shoulder,
yeah,
and
yeah.
it passes
Points.
straight through. You come to. You just shot Imogen.
Son of a bitch!
Imogen, retaliate!
No, we're not retaliating.
Fuck, you're right. Sorry.
We're all going a little mad.
I got a little too into it there. Anyway,
You'd like
salt-
to roll me a sanity check, Dion.
Anyway, salt circle's done. Salt is on the window.
I'm sorry, good stuff.
So the windows have been salted. The doors have been salted.
And I've done a special little
That's
You
circle.
lose more sanity.
You've been assaulted.
You lose another 3 sanity.
Can I use my intelligence as like a medicine thing to try and pack my wound with some cotton or
You
something?
can. You roll me your intelligence. It's been
46 now.
I passed by 30.
roll me a D100 deal, and then roll me a D10.
You're not getting the guns.
That one.
And you don't have any weapons, as far as we know.
68.
Mhm.
And then a what? Sorry, D.
No,
just
D10.
one D10. And a 7.
Do you know what? This is fine. You should just walk downstairs, walk out the door. None of this is happening. None of this is happening.
Let him go.
You're just gonna leave. You should just leave. You should totally just leave. You're fine.
Let go is the best answer to that.
Like,
Buys more time.
creatures don't exist. These people are mad. They're shooting each other. You need to get out of here.
Thankfully, everything's barricaded.
Your mum and dad is waiting at home. You just
For
need to
the
get back
record,
there.
he tabled the door.
You did.
Yeah,
He did.
But there's a back door.
No, the door to the study. He said he was going to
Yeah.
barricade
there's
it.
a
He
table,
tabled that.
so you would have to kind of.
You need to make a strength roll because I had to make a strength roll to put
As
it
soon
there.
as we watch him starting to do that, I'm like,
Shut
I know you just shot me. Stop him from leaving. You
I
owe
will
me.
try
I'm
to
gonna
restrain
shoot
him.
You owe me.
You,
I will
Roll.
try to restrain him.
this will be a contested strength check to see if he can slip under the table and get through the door.
Ooh.
Well, can I ask, at what point do I go insane?
So I'm.
What,
What, am
numbers
I?
wise?
How much are you left?
I'm
on?
also
69.
rolling a.
Out of 80?
You're making
Elevate.
strength as well, I
Strength
think.
That's 25.
You've got a higher threshold. because of what you are.
27.
Hell yeah.
You just managed to grab a hold of him and pull him back.
Oh no! Wait, you don't understand.
Shut up,
You
paper
don't
boy.
understand.
I'm going to make another occult roll
None of
if
this is
possible to
happening.
try and create a ritual from what I see here, comparing it to the warding section of the book only.
You're right, the creature doesn't exist. Go to sleep.
So
What
Go to
roll
sleep.
would that be?
Looking at the warden section of the book and looking at the symbols here, they do not match. The warden section of the book is written in Latin.
Yeah, which
This
I read
is-
fluently.
This is written in
No.
the Norte Chico language. This is thousands and thousands of years
Yeah.
before that.
I'm not interested in binding, I'm interested in warding right now.
You get the understanding that warding at this moment in time will only keep it out,
We're trying to bind it to
Which
the tablet.
is helpful though.
which will give you time.
Which is kind of helpful.
Friendly reminder, nobody touch the tablet, only I can do that.
You get
Just
the
in case anyone
idea
gets that idea.
that if you had some form of chalk, you can copy the symbols you see there and protect yourselves.
Okay, everybody,
Am I still?
We're looking for chalk.
Oh,
everyone, we're looking for chalk.
You've come back.
Um,
You've come back to yourself.
I
now
have,
Oh,
they've
really?
grabbed you.
Go to sleep.
No,
Go
I-
to
I-
sleep. There's no creature. You're right. Go to sleep.
I found it.
Wonderful.
It is.
Oh, that's
that's
warding
I'm
chalk.
sorry. Yes. the
Do I
warding
recognise
chalk.
this as suitable?
It's chalk. It would work. Yeah, you could definitely
Sweet.
write the designs needed.
Would I need to roll anything to do that, or can I?
This will be an occult roll.
Go to sleep.
Who would you like to draw on first as well?
Oh, I have to pick a person.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I fail, so I guess me.
Okay. You,
I'm like trying desperately
you
to
begin
find
drawing
somewhere.
it, and you're like that. It could work. It could work. I only have enough to do another 2 people.
No, dearie, let me draw it. I have experience.
Okay, fair enough. I give the chalk to you, and I show you the symbols that need to be drawn.
Me
Have you had a look at this page yet?
I haven't.
It's
me-
the warding stuff.
Yeah, but that was written on the Necronomicon.
Just say, I know that.
No, the book that I was sent to.
Oh, that book
from
yeah,
the
no,
library.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Whilst they're
That's
doing
it.
that, I'm looking around for more of the. Well, no, I suppose you're.
Well, what a
holding
time
me
to
on.
forget my glasses.
No, could you get him the chalk? That should be over by now.
Oh right, yeah, you did say. Sorry. I'm
You've came
going-
back to your
While,
senses.
while
I'm no longer
Lysa's
choking
doing
you out.
that, I'm going to bite the bullet and I'm going to look at the Necronomicon page again.
Just
Alright,
any
okay,
more
you go.
normal chalk. I'm looking for.
You've already looked at it, so you don't need roll sanity.
Okay. Is there anything useful on it?
Well, there's a lot about entities consuming emotions, that sort of stuff.
Nothing binding on the Necronomicon page,
Nothing binding on the Necronomicon page,
but in the rest of the journal.
there is information on warding away such entities,
That's what we're looking for.
removing all regret and forgiving yourself for certain actions can draw the thing away. However, the more regret you feel for what you've done, the harder it comes for you. You don't even have to open a door to physically let it in. The more it degrades your psyche, the more it degrades your mental state, the closer it comes.
I think I'm gonna be trying to, because I've gathered that this is the case. I am trying to think about everything, and to try and.
So you're thinking about what?
I'm going to say out loud, the more we forgive ourselves for our past wrongs, the less this entity will feed upon it. And I want to say right now to the world, I should have gone on the trip with my mother. I was wrong to be busy, I guess. I was wrong to have a full-time job.
Honestly, I don't think you need forgiven for that. I think
I think that's pretty true.
I feel
Yeah.
You
I
need
was
a therapist.
I feel I was justified in keeping my full-time job,
Wait a minute.
and to be honest with you, I had no way of knowing that my mother would die such a gruesome death from my actions.
You're from downstairs.
You're already dead. Just accept it.
I
Forgive yourself while you're
I
at it.
fully forgive my own actions,
Can I try
and I say that out loud.
Okay.
And I've taken enough cocaine that I believe it.
Okay.
Can I try and roll psychology to see what would help them forgive themselves?
Yeah, go for it. Go for it.
I can't wait
try
for
and
this,
psychologically
oh my God.
help them.
I succeeded!
So what do you say to me?
What do you say?
Listen.
Have you tried opium?
It's not your fault.
Listen, there was
It's not
nothing
your
you
fault.
could have done. But
I-
if you had went, you would
I
only
agree.
have joined her and more people would have got hurt.
100%.
I think you're 100% in the right.
With you entirely.
Everything's okay.
Agreed.
Well, I've done what I can do.
Now about this dead sister, I roll psychology.
you can roll a psychology.
Oh!
33, I succeed.
33. Okay. What would you say?
It sounds like
Skeleton.
you've had a traumatic experience in the past.
You don't even
Multiple.
know what
I
it
have
is. You
no
don't even
idea
know what
what's
it is.
going on,
Yeah.
Yeah.
but I just want you to know.
Hmm.
It's vital you forgive yourself.
I mean, honestly,
Lise, fair enough. It's nice to hear it. It totally was your fault, though.
Not only was it never your fault,
You should have listened. You could have stopped
you
it.
done everything in your power to stop it.
You fully did not do everything in
Can
your
I-
power. to
I
stop
believe
it.
from the bottom of my heart that it was an unwinnable situation.
can I tell
That was a
her,
winnable
Can I tell
situation.
her the story?
You can tell her the story.
I would put my hand on her shoulder and go, listen, my nephew, that boy you saw earlier, he came crying asking for help, and I ignored him for my job. So essentially,
I relate.
he died in a house fire. That was my fault. And then my sister hung herself because it was actually her son.
Well, that's how sisters work, I suppose.
Yes.
If you think about it, you might have outlived them anyway. You're an older woman,
I am.
and I feel like, given your long years of the occult study
I'm only 74.
There's a strong chance.
You're 47.
No, remember?
No,
true.
we swapped that.
You swapped that.
You may have outlived them anyway.
You saw the age of my nephew. He was like 8.
Precisely. And kids die.
I noticed. That was the
That's-
problem.
Sometimes it's not your fault, even when it seems like it.
In fairness, I didn't light that house fire.
Nor did I hope you tie the rope.
So I'll say this: with the information rereading the page, you get the thought that if you can somehow force this thing through a threshold, a threshold like a doorway or something, without openly inviting the thing in, it could have catastrophic effects on it. Don't know how you would do that, but that is also something that you've read in this book.
Lies.
Sometimes
And
a
it does
man's
not-
got to
yeah.
do what a man's got
It
to
does
do.
not like fire as well. That's another thing.
Yeah.
It is weak to fire.
I know we've just had a long chat
Yeah.
about traumatic injuries relating to fire.
Yeah.
The book says this entity can be burned.
Oh.
Now,
Oh.
Anybody else want to? Anyone else want
given your past expertise,
But I didn't light it.
And you have a
perhaps
lantern.
you should learn to light fire.
Oh no!
So you're saying I do what I fear the most to forgive myself?
no!
Give me the lantern.
Hell no.
Hold on.
You've
The
got a
entity's
gun and a
not here.
sword.
Hell no.
The
I can
other
put the
thing
sword
is that if we can trick it into breaking in,
That seems bad.
well,
Wait,
you'd think so.
she's
Yeah,
gone
it would.
insane.
I show the writing that says that. Is it the Necronomicon page before I do so?
It's not. It's the other one. It's the other book. You
I
said the
show
back
it, and I show the translation that I've done next to it on a separate book, explaining that it will be damaged psychologically should it break into a room. I think. Can I roll a very mild, intelligence check to know about? There are entities out there that you need to win insult contests to beat.
What?
Rap battle.
Because there are a lot of
Say, have that silly yellow man.
there's the Mary Louise where you have to talk them down.
you feeling the
You have to basically outsmart them through
the walking
talking.
chalk
There's
bullcrap?
there's other
to
civilizations that
see.
have entities where you have to
There's no
essentially win an insult contest.
I think I know where you're going with this, and
I need it for the light.
So do I. And
I'll
I
turn
feel
around
like-
and see
I feel like
if
my
you do
seance is a
anything
bit more
in
important.
an attempt to trick this thing into coming in directly through word or through any of that kind of thing, you get the gist of the way this thing works. It doesn't need an actual physical invitation, and the more you interact with it, the more that's giving it a way in. So that would weaken your cause. You
So
think,
even should we try and aggravate the creature to
to come
enrage it,
through,
it would
it's
assume
actually
that that's an
weakening the
insight.
it's weakening the barrier.
Okay.
It forces
So-
So you're saying if I can physically force this thing through the door?
I think the more we acknowledge it, the worse things are going to get.
Acknowledge what?
Still haven't heard
Precisely.
it for a while.
So you're saying manhandling it through the door is not a good idea?
I believe
No.
the more you interact with an entity that may or may not exist.
And did you say out loud about the fire?
Yes.
You said, while they're talking, you said there's a wee minibar.
Yeah.
I'd like to look at the alcohols and see if there's one that's flammable.
Anything high proof?
Brandy, whiskies, that sort
Gonna
of stuff.
take a massive swig through one of the bottles, and my intention is to do what fire breathers do,
Okay.
and basically, if when you see the creature,
But
if I can convince
you
him
mean,
to give me the
you mean
lantern.
keep the bottle, right? And not just keep drinking as you're...
Well,
I'll come through the door one day.
it will require a roll. I am so fucking here for it. I'm so
Okay.
fucking here for it.
I'm
Just
gonna.
Because I will have
Clarify.
lighters for my
We
cigarettes.
haven't heard any of the weird stuff other than a guy being killed.
No, don't think
You
about
have
that.
not heard anything in
Don't
maybe
think about
it's
that.
Shut
been-
up. It doesn't
you
exist.
guys
Since we
have-
killed the guy.
You guys have
Doesn't
been
exist.
here
Don't
having a
acknowledge it.
conversation
No,
for
don't
about
think about
half
it.
an hour, you'd say.
I think
I think we've solved the problem.
you would.
Why don't you go downstairs
No,
and check?
not anymore. I'm good.
Go downstairs check.
We all should go downstairs together.
Yay!
You know.
There's two scenarios going forward, as I see.
Mhm.
One, you place this tablet in the centre, and we attempt the ritual of binding
Mhm.
for an entity that may or may not exist.
And we have a potential sacrifice already there, ready to.
I'm also prepared to go
you-
grab Bobby.
Gain the. You feel like you
It's been a
probably can't use Ashcroft since he's Hargrave
yeah.
because he's been dead a while now.
Oh.
Yeah.
I am
There's no
prepared.
blood left in his body.
I'm prepared to go grab Bobby.
The bottom jaw's still intact, so you know. The
Just
bottom
saying
jaw's
that.
still there.
There's a sacrifice in the room. Shut up and keep on.
We can go get Bobby.
Something will go right with that, basically.
Something's going to go right with that. Shut up and tell me your plan.
The other option, we could send one of us to sleep now and see if it's gone.
Still
Not me.
silence, you've still not heard anything.
Well, I've got things that I.
Since it's my plan, I'm prepared
Maybe it has gone, guy.
to sleep.
And don't worry, I'll be with you every step of the way.
Have you reset up the ritual that you need to do?
Nope.
No.
You all had conversations this whole entire
Yeah.
time about how
you start doing that. It's
you all
not going to sleep.
panicked. You shot each other for a bit.
Well,
Hey, one of us shot one person. You can't do that.
No,
Point's gonna keep her.
There's no. He's shot a person as well. You've shot a person as well. There's two of you have shot someone.
Fucking keep arguing.
Don't know how you are going to explain this to the police when they show up.
the
Well,
boats
should
are
they
here.
That's not a police officer. That is an ex-army official who's a mercenary. Basically, he has nothing to do with the police.
I'll take it.
Fuck 'em, we'll sort it later.
You've shot a really, really high up lord who was related to
I
the
take a
royal
photo
family.
of the dead body.
You can do that. You got a picture of him.
Hey guys, you wanna?
It's
Well, I
just
think
fucking
that's
him
next to
like
the
that.
I think it's selfie next to the body linking us to the murder.
So what are we doing? What's the
I
plan?
would like to draw
I think
glyphs
you
of
should,
people.
you should set up
Hargrave.
this occult ritual again.
This one.
Well, no. And I show them in the book the warding one. The one to give proper, clean bill of health to this room.
If you can do that, you can make
Get
sure
rid of
this
the
room is
termites.
protected.
Set this up right now.
Do we have the things to set up?
You have the chalk that you can be used to set it up, and you can set it up for it will last an hour.
At
An
last an hour.
An hour.
more. And we only have
And
this
this,
one
that
piece of
would
chalk.
mean that room is completely protected
For an hour.
for an hour. You cannot get into that room.
Can I use? You said the chalk had 2 charges left.
An hour?
Is it one charge to
One
I
charge,
did mention
so-
that I was looking for a normal chalk anywhere else.
There would be regular chalk, but not warding chalk.
Oh,
I think we need warding chalk.
Okay, I'll set this up, but
wasted.
no more after this. We got one chance of this.
Agreed.
Okay.
I would
So
like to set up the warding
roll me
circle.
an occult roll.
I'm gonna try one
68.
final time.
You get it.
I'm gonna try one final time to use my
The last bit of the chalk on myself.
vicious library skills to see if there's any other useful materials in this room that
Okay.
are book related.
Okay.
84. I'm gonna push.
I had to.
Oh, okay.
90. Well, that one's cocked, although it's really not gonna. 91.
91.
91. You're like, you're
Shit, there's a rusty
panicking,
dagger in
panicking.
here.
Oh my god, you start pulling books off, and then you accidentally rub up against one of the runes, but you don't notice.
Oh god.
That's fine, that's not my department.
Would I notice it be smudged?
Kieran, roll me an intelligence check.
Huh?
Uh-huh.
71.
71. What's your intelligence?
Pretty sure it's like 40.
Mm.
I don't read good. 55 actually. So
Still no.
Still no.
You get the sense that maybe you can distract the entity. You could draw it in a direction, which would leave an area open. If you needed to do that. So someone would obviously have to be the bait to do
I
that.
don't know how baiting works.
Um,
I've done it in the army.
I'm the master at it.
Mr. Brown.
The masturbator.
I am the masturbator. So what's everyone's plan? What is the plan? How are you going to get out of this?
I'm gonna draw.
You've not heard it. You've not heard it for a while.
Can I psychology myself meantime to try and focus on getting rid of my issues?
Bruh, you dug your mum and dad out of rubble and then left their bodies there and wandered about the streets. You got issues, bro. You ain't getting through that by yourself.
Alright.
You ain't getting through that by yourself.
I was like, I don't know how old I was.
I'm you guys
Can I
rolled
read
psychology.
Can I
on
read
each
the
other?
other book?
Which one?
You know the one.
Okay, read it.
What are you
What
doing?
do I roll for this? The King in Yellow,
so-
obviously.
Oh.
No, don't read that one. Don't read that one.
Oh.
You said
Would
she
you like-
found it important.
Oh,
Would you like to
God.
read the book?
I mean, you said it was calling to her. She's not feeling great.
Oh.
She's gonna read The King in Yellow.
Okay.
Just speed up the process.
Right.
Me,
okay.
Dylan, doesn't know The King in Yellow as a Cthulhu book.
Roll me.
I presume it is one.
Right.
Yeah,
First things first. The
I've
second
heard
you
of it,
open
I
the
think.
page,
The
roll
first page.
me a sanity check.
Cool. 34, I passed by a bunch.
Okay.
I hard success it because it's half of 68.
Right. That is completely fine. Now, roll me an intelligence
I
check.
open the book and it's like fucking blasting me, and I'm like,
Venus.
I've been a fucking reader my whole life.
Roll me
Staring aggressively.
an intelligence check to see if you comprehend what you are reading, and I would like to point out you want to fail this. You do not want to pass this.
How's a critical success do for you, Papa?
You don't want to comprehend the incomprehensible.
Oh God.
I'm like being driven mad as I'm reading it, and I'm like, motherfucker, no information is too unvaluable.
You lose 91 points of sanity
Okay,
Yeah.
as the...
out of 68, how does this affect me?
That's you. You're done. You've lost your mind. You slowly kind of unravel as a play about a man dressed in yellow
Mhm.
begins making his way into a court.
Okay.
And soon it is revealed that this man, who is wearing a mask, a yellow mask, is not wearing a mask at all. There is the name of Hastar, there is the name of many different entities. You have read one of the most cursed artifacts in the Cthulhu mythos
Yeah.
and have lost your mind.
Okay.
You are a bumbling mess.
You have essentially found Cthulhu's brother.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I think Imogen stands up calmly after reading it, looks at you all, and then just squats down and starts eating her own shit.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Did you shit yourself first?
No, I'm digging it out.
I see.
That'll do it.
Okay,
You
so
are, that is you, you're done.
I think we
Like,
found the
Can we get the
sacrifice.
shotgun off her?
You can try.
I think we found the sacrifice for the ritual.
I know she's very injured.
She takes 2 bites, and then she points the shotgun into her mouth, and pulls the trigger.
Oh god.
Okay. I was gonna say I was
No,
gonna put her
no,
in the
no,
face
stop
and knock her
doing that.
unconscious.
Yeah.
You can attempt to.
I'm not running
You
into
can
the bad woman
attempt
with
to
a
grab
shotgun.
a shotgun
I
from
think
this crazy
I think
woman.
I will just fucking.
Okay, roll
Just
me.
because we
roll me
need
Contested
to
strength.
lie?
No,
contested
running
strength
after
to
the
see if you can
shot.
get it out
So
of
it's
Imogen's hands.
basically.
No matter what happens here, Imogen is gone.
I've
Oh, yeah, no,
I
I
failed.
just-
I failed. So contested strength.
Yeah, it's just because I'm.
He wants the bullet.
Oh, 73. Oh.
Hey, I beat him though.
Oh god. Oh no.
Yeah, you take yourself out. You're just covered in.
So you watch Imogen read that book, take 2 bites of her own shit, and then shoot herself in the head.
You
New
might
plan.
craft yourself. You might
New
craft
plan.
yourself.
I'm the leader. Nobody read that book, and we're trying the ritual.
Okay.
While the body's fresh, we might be able to use that
Do
as a
it.
sacrifice.
Let's talk more. Do.
As a ghost, I'm just like, Liza.
Yeah. What do you want?
Let's talk
No,
more.
as
Do.
a
Talking to her.
You can appear to Liza as a ghost, but you are a babbling.
Where's
Yeah, I'm
the
still-
A
I'm still
coming
saying-
from?
You've lost all
Lisa!
sanity.
What are you talking about? I'm gonna
What are you
rifle through your
talking
pockets,
about?
grabbing every piece of paper.
You
Every
find
ritual.
you find
Except for
you
the.
find my mother's journal and a phonographic recording of some description,
The phone.
along with an empty shotgun, the King in Yellow, and a kitchen knife.
Well, I'm not reading the King in Yellow. Get that to fuck.
This is going to take an insane amount of rolls since you've lost the only person that would have been capable of performing this ritual. Both of
I
you
didn't know
were
what the book
needed
was.
for this ritual. You
He
were
said I
needed-
wanted to read it.
You were needed to translate, and you were needed to.
In
Right.
fairness, I did.
So-
It is established canon. I translated it, and I wasn't doing it in my head. I have a notebook.
You've got it written down.
So you do have the full translation.
You've got
I
it
did
Excellent.
my job.
Good, good,
Okay.
good.
So someone's gonna have to. Someone's gonna basically have to help him write the runes.
I can do that.
So who
I'm
would
good at
like to do
writing.
that?
Okay, we're
Oh, you're
safe.
fucking done.
Yeah,
We're
it
safe
is.
for an hour.
Alright, alright.
Wait, alright, so these notes, would I pull out the page of Necronomicon? Because I would. These notes are. Ah!
Fair enough. Yes, you would. Yes, you would pull out the Necronomicon.
Fuck
page. Yes, you would. Roll me a sanity check.
These notes are. Ah!
He's gonna.
This
he's
is
gonna
great.
crit fail it.
Let's see, where's my sound? There it is.
I like to think that they had skipped it. They had
95!
the page.
I'm gonna push it because it can't get any worse than that.
No, you can't.
You can't
Not with
push a
sanity.
sanity roll.
Not with sanities.
You also can't spend luck.
98.
95.
90. Oh,
Yeah, but
You don't crit fail.
I don't.
I like to think that he
Oh,
went,
no.
that Lady Lise went past those pages, and then over the shoulder as a ghost, I'm just like, you missed one.
You lost. Yeah,
I thought you lost your.
Ah! You fully
Second
flashbanged him with that. You lose 4 points of sanity. What are you sitting on now?
65.
Okay, roll me a D100.
Hell yeah!
God.
We only have an
100!
Oh, okay. Right, roll me a D10.
6.
Jesus. You are left inconsolable. No one can get a hold of you. You are babbling, maniacally cackling,
I'm just laughing with you.
and you're like that. You're like that for 10 hours. Until someone can run a medical on you to pull you out of it, basically. You're on your own,
laughing
boys.
with you.
You're on your own, boys.
A medical.
Yeah, you need to pull medical to get out of it.
I have first aid. Do I have medical?
Oh my god. This is not how I thought it was going to go.
Where did you think it would go?
Thought you would, think about something.
You put the King in Yellow in the campaign and thought
I
no
didn't
one would
think
go.
he would read it. I put it
You-
down as a reference.
You had
for
to-
later.
You put that in and didn't think, let alone
We're fucked.
You
Did
thought
you not
I
get it?
wouldn't read it first
I've
of
only
all.
got first aid.
You can try.
You can try, but it would require a critical success to pull him out.
Which
Pull
is
her
like
out.
what?
What's your skill?
1
in
quarter.
first aid?
What's your skill?
For the first aid, my first aid's 40. So a critical would be what?
10.
I mean, I might as well fucking
10,
try.
10 or below.
10 or
What were you?
below.
What were you?
You're looking
I've
at
got
anything?
nothing medical at all.
But you can use
I
luck
mean, I've got
and you can power.
psychology.
You've
but-
just watched what can only be known
Right.
as
Sanity
the
roll?
most- Yeah, roll me a sanity roll.
Man, you did a sanity folk fucking do this.
He failed.
Roll this first.
Yeah, roll this first.
You're just left with a PTSD driven.
You are now back
Oh,
to.
maybe.
I should leave. I should just
Oh,
leave.
God.
I should just
Right, hang
go.
on, is that...
You
So,
got,
what was the so quarter of 40?
You've
I
got
needed 10
12.
more. No, that's 17 right now. I could just lock push that to
You can,
hard success.
and you could.
A crit success.
Yeah, a crit success.
Whatever, right.
you
So
can spend 7 luck.
7 I need to spend. Yeah, I spend 7 then.
There she
fucking-
is. There she is. Babbling, cackling. You walk over and you sucker punch this woman in the side of the head.
You'll get your opium later! Ah!
You're
I miss my
temporarily
opium.
brought back from the insanity.
Ah! Stop taunting me,
And now
Randall.
you're trying to get downstairs.
Why are you? Slap him next!
Do I have the opportunity to stop him?
You do not, since you were.
'Cause I had to deal with him.
Yeah.
Do I need to do a sanity round or?
I
Well,
can
we're
still,
like
I can
roll-
still
roll me a
fail that
sanity roll
strength check on this. Though.
Well, we're in the circle.
Sanity
Strength,
56 is a pass.
You succeed in this.
strength is 40.
So
Fuck!
He just almost crit success on a strength.
you managed to pull the door open
Beautiful.
and slip your way outside.
Why am I
You-
fighting the
you-
three of
I've
you?
never
notices?
failed a campaign this dramatically. Man.
I'm fucking fighting all three of
as
you.
you're looking,
Out of curiosity, can I play Imogen next?
you can do. We might have to. We can rerun this at another time.
Okay, so he's
Um,
dead.
But people
Close the
can
door.
survive it.
Sacrifice.
But
Yeah,
you walk
close it.
outside that door, and as you do,
Let's get my coat on.
I'm rather cold all of a sudden.
you see Ashcroft
Oh, hello.
up in the rafters,
What are you up to up there?
hanging upside down.
Must be getting a book.
And remember, you
Face
don't believe in
gone.
monsters.
Eyes blank, mumbling to himself. A weird, strange, proboscis-like material is plunged into the base of his neck, like a bunch of knuckles together on a tube. You then begin
Strange.
to notice a collection of legs pull out from behind Ashcroft as this strange mantis-looking tick-like entity with 8 legs, 2 of which raptorial grasped onto his shoulders, looks its eyes towards you.
It doesn't exist though.
Yeah,
Doesn't
that's not real.
exist though. That's just Ashcroft. This is what he does.
Yeah.
You watch as
He's a gymnast.
Ashcroft kind of loosely flops out of its grasp onto the ground, and it's a hard thud. You're still walking down the stairs.
Do I have time to shut the door and lock it?
I feel like as soon as we saw him leave, we're shutting the door, locking it, and barricading it again.
You can do that.
Quickly do this
You can do
ritual
that.
right now.
We're fucking trying.
Try.
Well, he's going to be sacrificed.
We know.
Yeah, we're
We're just trying to stop people going insane.
We'll leave that there the now for
Uh-huh.
what happened to poor Ewan. Well, you can tell by the way I use my walk, I'm a wounded man. No time to talk. Bye, Ashcroft. You know.
bye.
So I am.
Oh, hiya, Bobby, you're down the corridor. I'll meet up with you in a second there, Bobby.
Alright, Bobby.
We do the floor, Ashcroft. Yeah, we have work to do.
You don't know.
So I never thought that you were going to be the person that had to do this. So
Gonna take a fucking big swig of brandy.
Well, no, fucking.
Yeah, I'm sane now.
Lisa's sane.
Lisa's saying, but he's going
But
to
there's
have
meant to be 2 of us.
Yeah, he has to assist.
He's
Lisa
gonna have to
in
help
doing
me.
things.
It was supposed to be you 2.
So I'm
And then it was gonna be they 2.
Well, I was given a bad thing.
I'm going to need. I was given a bad thing and I read it. Next time.
They handed an anthropologist a book, and unfortunately, I read it.
I have an idea.
I tried to give you the boot.
I have an idea of all of this
10%
fails.
not giving you the king in the yellow if we ever do this again.
Oh.
If all of this fails, I have an idea.
I need you to roll me an intelligence check.
Right.
That's
So,
not bad. You've above 50% odds.
it's me.
But you've got 55, so statistically speaking, it could go well.
Statistics don't count for shit when I roll.
You've got 60 odd luck.
You've got this.
No, I've got 44 left.
Easy.
So there is a high chance I can forcibly put this through. However, it's still fucking me. Right, so I need to beat a 55.
You need to be a 55.
No, that's not.
76.
Not that,
Well, hold
So,
on. That's still
I
only
know.
21 luck.
I will spend the 21 luck to push it down to the 55 threshold.
Okay. You could also push it.
Can I push and then...
Can you
No,
spend luck
not
on a
spend
push
luck.
roll?
You do push or you spend your luck.
Don't push it.
I think in this case it's better to just spend the luck.
Okay, you spend the luck and
So
you
I'm down
have
to-
just enough to help assist Vinny. I am going to
Told
need...
you it doesn't count for shit. Whatever you set the DC to, add 20 and that's what I'll roll.
I am going to need first from you an occult roll
Okay.
Come on, buddy.
and then a Cthulhu mythos.
79, but it passes.
That passes the occult roll. You manage to get the runes down and
And
you
then
think it's effective.
Then the Cthulhu Mythos. 65. But I'd like to use my luck to push
You're
that
going to
down.
spend literally all your luck to get it down to...
How much luck have you got?
I still have 73.
He's
And he needs to get it down to 12.
got it.
Yeah. Okay, so
What did you roll?
65.
So you need to spend 53 luck.
Jeez.
But I do it.
You manage it. Who is this entity going to be bound to?
Fuck, it needs to be a person.
It can't be the tablet.
It can't be the tower.
Fuck.
Shame Imogen killed herself.
It's gonna need to be me because I can't
No,
think of
me.
it.
Well,
Why
there's,
you?
Because
Well,
you've got
there
the
is
warding
also-
chalk on you, and I literally was telling you earlier about I was willing to suicide.
That's fair. Give
There
me your
is
gun.
also a guy outside going down the stairs.
Can
just
they still
throwing that out
hear
there.
Owen?
They don't hear anything from the second they close that door, they have no clue what's
Okay.
happening.
Are you
I'll also
sure about
drop
that?
the sword, and for good measure, fuck it, you know what, if I'm gonna die anyway, I'll put on the knuckle dusters, but I did disarm the sword.
It seems like you're going to be immortal.
I'm gonna take the sword and move it away from him.
You begin the ritual. You light the candles.
Back
You
in the-
begin feeling the world around you rumble and shake. I'm going to need a power check from you. And this is going to be contested with the entity.
75. I pass.
The entity.
With the entity.
Who we didn't get to see very much of.
Who I didn't get to
Wait,
see
yeah,
at all.
You got a 75?
Don't worry, I'm
75.
getting to see it.
You feel something begin pulling itself through from under the doorway towards the ritual space. A shadow, 8 legs, 2 raptorial, crawling towards you, Tom. Roll me a sanity roll.
Actually, we are safe for an hour.
But
Yeah,
we've invited
but-
it in.
You invited it in.
You invited it in and she rubbed off
Smudge the chalk.
She
God
she
damn
smudged
it!
the chalk.
Right,
You
sanity
killed us
roll,
all
right?
and then killed yourself.
Sanity, please.
You're gonna let me down. You at 76, I failed.
That could be good. It could
Sure,
only.
yeah.
I go insane
exclusively
and
go
start
for-
swinging at it.
You lose 4.
54. And...
Which I believe is
You
not
lost
enough
4,
of a
that's-
threshold.
That's 56.
Oh yeah, 56.
Yeah, you lose 4.
I had the 4 in my head.
Which isn't enough for the threshold. You're not feeling great about this. That might be a German. And it begins
Am I gonna
crawling
get to fucking
closer.
start swinging at this thing?
And it begins rising itself up. First 4 foot, 5, 6, 7 foot tall until it's towering over the top of you. Its abdomen seems to be glowing with some kind of pulsating energy and a rhythmic heartbeat as it begins staring you down. I need another occult roll as you try to bind this to your man over there.
That's a German now.
That's a German breath.
54.
54. Okay.
Fucking want to uppercut it so bad with the fucking fist gun.
You begin feeling this thing approach and it enters into the circle. Its legs surrounding you. One arm goes over your shoulder, another goes over the other. I need you to roll me a power.
What's your power?
Kinda decent if I'm honest.
What is it?
It's like 70 odd.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, go on.
Pow. 75.
Damn.
By the power of fuck you. 68. I pass.
Aha.
You begin to feel the thing tighten around you.
It's in the circle, yeah?
It's in the
In
circle.
the circle.
I would like to unarmed punch it in the core.
Okay,
Because it's a German.
roll me
Roll
for
me, man.
roll me for an attack.
Is it the brawling?
Hey, bro.
Yeah, it would be brawler.
For Britannia!
And then I'm gonna need one more occult roll.
30 a hit.
13.
And a
So that's-
36. Hard pass.
So like a D6 to punch it.
D6 damage, yeah. You got a hard pass.
Hard pass.
1 point of damage. Motherfucker.
You get it. You do get it. You don't think he did very much to it. The thing doesn't seem to very much react to it at all.
Clock this guy in the fucking abdomen.
You get the
Britannia.
sense that a strange eldritch abomination don't really care about being punched, so it's still there. You manage to complete the last
But you do
room
eat it.
on the
It's a
outside of the
message.
circle. You begin feeling the world around you throb. The candles begin to pulsate higher and higher and higher until the flames start leaping against the ceiling above. And you begin feeling this entity open up your mouth and crawl inside your body.
Fucking Germans.
Typical Germans.
It's what they've always done.
Finally, the thing fully encompasses you. This room, it begins to go up like a house on fire.
Oh, not again.
You know you've done this. You've bound the entity to him. Tom, you're so goddamn hungry right now.
There's a
You're
kitchen downstairs.
so goddamn hungry right now.
I'll go to the kitchen
She's
downstairs.
There's
So-
2 dead bodies in here.
Full of regret.
No, we fixed her.
No. no.
I psychologied the shit out of her.
She's so full of regret.
So, the bound.
Bound.
Sorry.
German!
Okay. Roll me a gun check.
What do I need to roll?
It's just 30.
So you're looking for 30 and below.
28.
28. You shoot him in the head. Yeah. You shoot him in the head. You fall down. Roll damage actually first.
And what's
D8,
it?
I believe.
D8. D10 for the Luger.
Oh yeah,
D10 for the Luger.
D10.
What's your health?
It's not your fucking business.
A
Deep
lot.
boy.
Just saying, I tanked one.
1!
You skim the side of his
What?
head and you attack. The building goes in flame. Weeks from now, a headline hits the newspaper. Freak accident kills many in a lord's house fire. Candles caught fire on a curtain. It was a real travesty of justice. Like, everyone died. All the bodies were found. There's a moment where you're like, oh, okay. There's an old man, and he's in an antique shop, and it's just about opening time.
It's
And he
Tom.
opens a box, and he places a strange black tablet on a shelf, and he's kind of like
What'd
dusting
you do
it
that
off.
for?
And from behind him, you hear a rap on the window. Oh, may I come in, sir? It sounds like Tom.
Tom, explain yourself.
You're fucking deep.
And that is where we're gonna leave off.
Yay!
Call of Cthulhu. Tom's a
Delightful.
vampire now.
I lived!
Tom's an energy
What
vampire.
happened to Owen?
Oh, you walked off into the distance. You're mental. You're mad.
Oh,
It left you alone. You had
Oh, yeah.
nothing left for it to
Yeah,
take.
you
Nice.
couldn't
You're a
regret
Yeah.
anything.
You were literally
Nothing
not
left to
affected.
take.
Nice.
You lost it.
He wrote
You
the
can't have
article.
regrets if you're not
He
sane
wrote-
enough to
he-
understand the concept.
I like
of
that you
regret.
got the happy ending because you probably went away and wrote the article a couple days later and was
Yeah.
like, oh, people died in a lord's house.
That's
Yeah,
weird.
Fuck,
you would have
wild.
completely forgot
That's
about
awful.
what actually happened
Yeah.
that night. It left your brain. You actually forgot about your family as well. You don't know what happened to them.
Fucking hell, really?
You can't be
Yeah.
traumatised if you don't remember it.
But Tom became what Lord Hargrave would have became if you had done the ritual with him. He is now basically a vampire.
Aww.
hmm
Aww.
Which is great that he's out in London doing that. You know, just
If
check
you
him
want
out.
to see more about vampires in London, check out our previous
Check out
videos.
the Stokerverse. I wrote this before
Strokerverse.
we done the Strokerverse. I would like to point out.
Oh man.
Honestly, I had a great time.
Yeah, I think
I'm
So-
so you did eating your own shit.
I think it was carnage. It was great. The ending.
I would like
everybody-
to know, that roll off I had with it at the end of the power, who won?
At one.
And that's what it took over?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I rolled a 35.
Oh, fucking
Maybe it should have been me who done that.
I
since
dumped all
I
my
had
luck
higher
into that
power.
one at the end.
You,
Or was that just
you
a
still
straight-
wouldn't have succeeded because
How much luck did you have left?
only 23.
You rolled like 50 odd, didn't you?
68.
68. Yeah, you wouldn't have succeeded.
No, but it's more asking,
No.
like, could have, anyway.
You could have
I'm
dumped your
gonna
luck
roll
into. No, you
against-
can't do luck into power.
Cool.
You can't do luck into power.
19.
Well,
Just so I understand.
19.
the
That was
mechanics.
beautiful.
So you would have failed as well.
Yeah.
thank you everyone for coming to our little adventure
Thank
in
you,
Call of
Keeper.
Cthulhu.
Thank you, Daddy.
Everyone died,
You got it.
except for Tom, who is now undead.
Oh, and Owen.
And
I
Owen
Owen's having a great
I
time.
lived. I had a great. I'm having a
lost
great fucking
all
time.
his regrets, but doesn't remember the night. So you know,
Maybe that's for the better.
No life, no regret.
Imogen
Yeah.
did end up with her mum
Eventually,
eventually,
in a weird way.
and Lise ended up with her family. So people
We
did
all
get-
got a happy ending.
people got their happy endings, except for Tom. Tom
Yeah.
didn't get one.
He might have.
Tom's didn't end.
That's true. Tom's got a lot more going for him. Maybe he can fight his way out. We never know. But thank you all for coming to join us for Call of Cthulhu. I hope if you enjoyed it, you can let us know.
Oh,
But
absolutely.
also we don't care
Yeah.
because we'll be doing it again.
I have 6 other one shots already written and ready to go.
Let's fuck them all.
That's
up
it,
as
when
badly
Tom
as this
comes
one.
The
back.
next one is the King in Yellow.
Hey.
And everybody-
Come for you.
So, if I've learned one thing and one thing only, it's I should read every book I come across.
I'm not gonna lie, my
Mm.
plan was if the ritual failed, I was just gonna hold up the King in Yellow for it to look at.
It might have.
Just eat that.
It might have worked. To be honest, it's that anybody that reads that book will slowly go insane from reading it.
Nice.
So
That didn't seem very slow.
I crit success on understanding it.
Yeah.
I understand that book
see if
expertly.
you had not understood it, you wouldn't have lost any sanity. You'd have
I've
put
got
it-
such
you'd have
good
put it right
reading
down,
skills,
but
though, my guy.
Your intelligence was too high, and you
The
understood.
moment
it, so.
I heard the King in Yellow was here, I was like, I need to tell him what that is, and then I
So-
failed it, and I was like,
yeah, so you
fuck.
couldn't even say what it was.
And I was like, yeah,
So
you
you
read
had
that.
your little nightmare, and it was that your family were at the dinner table waiting for you.
Well, the backstory was that they were dead.
We got that. We got that.
Yeah.
No!
My
I don't know.
bad.
I thought he was implying that I was a piece of shit that was like, oh, my mummy
No,
and daddy.
The reason I'm asking is because what Matt sent me for my backstory was that in the army, I was responsible for them, and I said I was going to come back for them, and I never went back.
Ah.
So I went really off script by going back and shooting him
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I didn't expect you to just straight up
But-
pop that guy in the head.
because of the trait. We survived not because not because we. What was it?
We survived. Not. Let me grab it up now for you for Captain. His ideology.
Yeah, you survived because you have to, not because you should.
Yeah.
And I was like, alright, the way I'm going to interpret that is I survived and he didn't,
Yeah.
and I know he's dead, so
That's
let's
kinda
put him back
fair.
in the grave.
Bang.
Yeah,
put him down.
there.
So that's how that whole went down. I was like, so how was yours? Like, because that's how mine went. I went off script big time.
Yeah,
Oh, thank
mine was.
Oh.
You should have done that before.
My whole ideology was truth lies but buried, whether in earth or in memory.
Mine was the truth
meaning
matters even if it burns. So,
Yeah, my whole thing was find out as much as you can. So when I was presented with a book that I didn't know what it was, I was like,
Yeah,
That's
I'll
what she
read
would
that. I'll read that.
that's what she would do, my guy.
I was specifically
I actually
told
had
to
that
help complete that ritual.
I
Yeah.
had that book hoping that Vinny's character would find it, and then you got a hold of it. I was like, oh god, man! But I gave it to you anyway because I was like, fuck, I want to see what they do with it.
Bad
Oh.
things.
And then you read it.
But yeah, thank you everyone for joining us tonight.
Thank you very much,
We're all
guys.
gonna leave.
Grazie.
Tuck yourselves in tonight. Don't answer the window. Let me in. Let me in.
Imogen, no, you're not real.
No,
Not real.
Go away.
Back off!
Tom, I fucking killed you!
Can you imagine being like an eldritch monstrosity and you turn up and it's like, hello? No, go away.
No,
We're
that's
not
not
here.
Not taking
Ta-ta.
visitors right now.
Sorry, but no one's home.
That's it, guys. Don't answer cold calls. Thank you very much.
If you hear someone